Hey guys, I am back with another video, and this time we are going to build a complete app for web and for mobile for both the platforms using single code base, using Blazor SSR for web and using Blazor hybrid for our mobile app, Android and iOS app. Alright, so this is the app we are going to build. This is Blazing Books. So it is a bookstore app, we could say. We have these three options: home, all genre and mobile app. These are three menus, and then we have the home page where we have these top categories. We have these top books, then we have this popular book section, and on this home page we have these pagination as well. All right, then we have this simple footer, and you guys are not going to see this, right? Let me do this. All right, hopefully now you can see it. All right, then we have these categories. If I hover over this category section, you see, then this scroll bar comes, and from here I can change the selected category. Now this is science fiction books, right? So all these books are filtered by this genre. Now we have the science fiction books. All these books are science fiction. We can go back to top books, science fiction books, fantasy books. So all these filters. All right, and now we can click on any of the book and it will go to the book detail page. Okay, on book detail page we have this Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, this book description. Then we have this uh, image of the book, quick summary of the book, not summary, the stats. So book ID, format is paperback, number of pages 734. Then this is a buy now link, name of the book, who wrote it, it is by J.K. Rowling. Then description of the book. Then we have all the genres this book is listed under. So this is under fiction, under fantasy, under young adult. Then we have a list of similar books which are similar to this book. Okay, so this is all we have in here. If we tap on buy now, it will go to whatever buy now link we have added to this, and from this genres, selected genre, we could click on any of the genre. It will go to the home page with that genre selected, and we could see books for that particular genre only. Okay, and then we have one more thing, author name. So this is Storm of Swords. This is by George R.R. Martin. We could click on it and it is going to list down all the books by this author. Okay, so this is author books, would say. All right, let's go back to home page, and I'll go to some, let's say, on the road. Here also I have book. Now let's go to this buy now. I want to show you something, that this buy now option, this, yeah, you see on the back page we had this buy now option. For this, the brothers, what it is, Karamazov, I don't know, I'm sorry if I may mispronounce it. So here we have this buy now button because we have some link to this. And if I go to this, yeah, for this book Brave New World, we don't have any link, so we don't have that buy now link. So now we have just read more, which is actually a search page on Bing. You could add Google as well. So bing.com/search and then this book by author. So we are actually navigating from this page to Bing or Google search engine with the details of this page, because we don't have buy now link for this. We don't have that in database. So this also caters this thing. All right, now we'll go to all genres. So here on the home page, these genres, these are top genres which we have added with a flag in our database. Then this all genres, these are list of all the available genres in our application, in our bookstore, we could say. So we can check and we can tap on any of these and it is going to show us books for that particular genre only. All right, after that we have this static page mobile app. So here I showed the screenshots of the mobile app, how it looks on a mobile. So this is the home page. I'm going to show it on mobile, but on this I simply added these screenshots. So this is how it looks on the mobile, all these pages. Here this is a link. So I have added this APK on one of my domain. I have added that. You can download it from here. You can check it out. By the way, it is hosted on this blazing-books.abhayprince.com. So if you want to see the deployed version, it is here. It might feel a bit slow because of this server is very old and it is not that optimized, and that's why it is like this, but the look and feel and everything is same. I have deployed it here, and on the mobile app page as well we can download it from here. All right, I'll add the link in the description. All right, now let's see how it looks on the mobile. Okay, so for that I am running this on mobile, and I have this visor, so I am showing this. So this is the main homepage. This on here, on the we have these top books, the giving tree, all these things. And in the bottom tab bar, we have three tabs. This explore, top genres, which is actually this select option, we could say, with top genre. So we could select one any of the genre from here. It is going to fetch the books for that particular genre. This is for science fiction books. So now we can see all the science fiction books. And then this genre, this is actually the same all genre page where we are listing all the available genres. Let's go to fantasy, and we are here in the fantasy section. All right, and from here also we could go to the detail page. So this is the detail page, lightning thief, this thing, and this time this buy now, this is a floating action button which is on the bottom center. So it is here only, there is no footer in here. We have the similar view, we have image of the book, we have this small stats of the book, name of the book, then we have this author, description of the book, genres, similar books. So kind of everything which we had on there on the web version, we have those here. And from here, this buy now, it will go to the same thing, the same link that we have there. All right, and we can go back. These are same popular books. We could go there and we can see the details. So this is how it looks on mobile. We can go to books by the author also, books by Alan Moore. All right, so looks like the demo. This is all the functionality we are going to have in this app. So for the web version, we are going to both of these are using Blazor only. So on the web, we are using Blazor SSR with this .NET static server-side rendering. Okay, and for the mobile, we are simply using Blazor Hybrid inside .NET MAUI, and we are sharing a lot of components and a lot of things, and both of these are using API. And then API, not directly API, but the same data source is same, but because this is Blazor SSR, so we are going to have the services at a centralized place. So these Blazor SSR components, these are directly accessing those services, but the mobile app that is using those services from main API layer, right? That API layer is inside this Blazor SSR application only. All right, so let's start. All right, so I'm here in my Visual Studio. So this is Visual Studio 2022. I have downloaded this and I have .NET MAUI and Blazor SDK is installed. So first thing, we'll create a new project, and I'm going to use Blazor web app because I'm going to use Blazor SSR inside this. Okay, this is going to be the main solution. Inside this, we are going to add other projects. All right, so Blazor web app next, and I'm going to call it Blazing Books. Next, or maybe let's go back. I'll call it blazing-books.web. This is for web, and the solution name I'm going to have it just Blazing Books. Next, here framework .NET 8, yes. Authentication type none. We are not going to use any authentication in this. Configure for HTTPS, yes. Interactive render mode, none. We are not going to use any interactivity on this. Okay, include sample pages. We could have these or we could remove these. We can remove these later also. So create, and it has created us this project, blazongbooks.web. All right. Now first thing, we'll create all the projects which we need in our application. So this is going to be web version. Then in this solution, I'm going to add a new project. And this time I'm going to choose .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid. All right, we need Blazor hybrid for the mobile version. For this, we'll say blazing books dot mobile. Next, .NET 8, yes, create. So it is going to create this project for us. All right, now we have these two projects. Now the API that is going to be inside web only, the web project. Okay, that's how I'm going to design it. Now the both of these projects can share some, maybe some logic or some models, data transfer objects, constants, enums. For all those things, I'm going to create one class library projects. So class library, and this thing I'm going to call it blazing books dot let's say shared. So this is going to be a shared project between these two. After that, we are going to have one more project. We are going to have shared components as well, right? When we say shared components, that means that Blazor Razor components. All right. So for that, we are going to create one more project, new project. And this time we are going to select Razor class library. Okay, because these are going to be UI components which are going to be shared between web and mobile version inside Blazor. So this thing will say blazing books dot shared components or shared dot components. Let's do this, or share dot UI. The name is up to you, whatever you name it. Dot edit, yes, create, and we are good. Now we have this blazing books dot shared dot components. So these are four projects right now I can think of. If we would need any other project, we'll add it later, but right now we are good with these four projects. All right, now next thing, let's add the dependencies. When I say dependency, the dependencies between these projects. So the shared class library project, this is going to be shared between all these three projects. So from mobile, we are going to add this project reference. So inside mobile, we need shared and shared component both. Shared is for C# related stuff, and shared components is for shared components, shared Blazor UI components. All right. Okay. And then in the web also, we are going to do same thing. So dependencies, add project reference. We'll add blazongbooks.shared and blazongbooks.shared.components. Okay. All right. And now in shared components, we are going to add project reference of this shared. So if there is any, let's say constant enum or any C# logic model, anything we can use in our shared components project as well. So in shared component, we are going to add blazingbook.shared project reference and now all the dependencies are also done. Cool. All right, now let's first thing try to run both of these apps. So the web app, let's see if both of these apps are running. We didn't made any change yet. We'll start making changes, but right now I'm just trying to see if the default thing that is working. All right, so this is web version with home and weather. Stop. Let's try mobile version on maybe my Android local device. Let's run it. It's running on mobile device, so we could see this. This is here, counter, click, weather. All right. So that means it is working on both the platforms. So we are good with this. Now we can start working on the code. Let's close all these, close all tabs. Now, first thing we need our data layer, our database, entities, all that stuff. All right. So that is going to live inside a web folder, right? For web and API. So inside web, we are going to use entity framework core in this application, and the database we are going to use is SQL Server. But when we are using entity framework core, so you could choose any database which entity framework core supports, and we are going to use code first approach, so we are good. We can easily migrate to any database which of course EF core supports, MySQL, SQLite, Postgres, anyone. All right, so first thing, in order to use entity framework core, EF core, we need to add NuGet package for that. So on this blazingBooks.web, I'm going to go to manage NuGet packages, browse, and here I'm going to select entity framework core. All right, now you could choose one by one. Entity framework core, we need EF core relational, and then we need entity framework core.sql server. These three we need at least. But if we install the SQL server, it has dependencies of those automatically. So it has a dependency of entity framework core relational, which will have dependency of EF core. Okay, so it will internally install all these. So we are going to install Microsoft.Entity Framework Core.SQL Server only. If you are working with some other database, you can choose other package, right, related to this one. All right, I'm going to install this. Okay, it is going to install all these. Here you will see we have this Microsoft Entity Framework Core. Apply, I accept, and we are good. Now we are going to use code first approach with EF core. So we are going to generate adding some migration, and we are going to run those migrations. So for those, we are going to use entity framework core dot tools package. So this is going to be this one, Microsoft dot entity framework core dot tools, which is for running these migration related commands. Add migration, we are going to use script migration, update database, all these things. So we are going to install this as well. All right, apply, I accept, and we are good. All right, we have installed these projects, these packages in our web project. So now we are good. Now we can start using entity framework, right? So for this, what I'm going to do, first thing, I'll add a new folder here in web project. I'm going to call it data, which will have all the entities, migrations, and our DbContext. Okay. So in data, I'm going to create a new folder. I'll call it entities. And inside these entities, I'm going to create a couple of classes. First thing, we need a genre. Okay, inside this, what all things we need? First thing, we need ID. We know genres are going to be limited, so I'm going to call it short. And I love data annotations, so I'm going to use data annotations in this. So key, this is going to be primary key for this. Then I'm going to have name of the genre. This is going to be required. with a max length of 50, and this is not going to be Unicode. So Unicode false. So it will generate varchar instead of an varchar column in database. All right. Now we can copy this, paste it one more time. We need slug URL, and the length, it should be greater than name. So we are going to have 75. All right. So ID name slug, and then we are going to have one more column here, which will be a flag. If you remember, I showed you that top genre, right? So we'll say is top. I think we are good. We have these genres. All right. The next thing, we need author. So we'll say public class author. All right. And in here, we are going to have public int ID. Now authors can be more. So we are not going to have it as short. Short will be till 255. But after that we can have author. So this is going to be key ID. After ID, we are going to have same name. Okay. Author's name can be a bit longer, maybe, I don't know, 80. This is also not going to be Unicode. Then we are going to have same slug. So if it was 80, let's make it 100. All right. So I guess in author, that's all columns would we need. All right. Now let's have public class book. This is the main book entity. All right. So here it is going to have first thing ID. So it is going to be key, and then it is going to have title. So instead of slug, let's call it title, book title basically. So title, we will remove Unicode, although we are having it just in English only, but that's fine. So title, let's increase its length, maybe, I don't know, 120. All right, for this we don't need slug. We will play around with ID, but you could have slug if you want, if you are designing your app like that. All right, after this I am going to have one int author ID here. So author of the book. All right, for this author ID I'm going to have navigation property. So public author, and I'm going to mark it virtual. I want it to lazily load it if I need. Okay, by default it uses this author ID, the same name with ID suffix. If you want some other property, then you can define it like this: foreign key, the name of author ID, something like this. So this is same, it is default case, so we can remove this, it will work. All right, but let's have it. After author ID, what else we can have? We can have description, right? So I'll use description of the book. I'll remove Unicode. Then it is going to be required, and max length. Let's remove max length. Let it have whatever max length database provides. All right. Then we are going to have books format. So public string format. Okay, which is going to be the hardcover, paper book, paperback, ebook, etc. All right. This is also going to be required with the max length of 30, and Unicode false. This is also not going to be Unicode. So false. All right. After that, what else we need? Number of pages. So we'll have prop int let's say num pages. So this is number of pages, and here we could have a range of 1 to int dot max value, whatever max value it can have. So number of pages. All right, after that we can have an image. So we'll say prop string image. For this also required max length Unicode false, and max length, let's say 180. It is going to be image URL basically. Okay, then we are going to have one buy link, so we can purchase this book from somewhere. So it is going to be nullable because we are not going to have buy link for all the books. This is not going to be required, but we are going to have a max length of, let's say, I don't know, 250. All right, I guess that's all what we need on this book entity. All right, now we have author and books connection using this author ID, but right now we don't have any connection between book and genre. All right, one book can fall under multiple genres, so that's why we need many to many mapping for genre and book. That's why we are going to add a separate entity for that many to many mapping. For that we'll say book genre, yeah, or I should say genre books, so it shows the collection. So genre ID is short, book ID is int, right? Then we can have this virtual book and virtual genre. All right, book ID and genre ID. Now on this book collection we can have one collection of genre books, right? I collection genre books, so we can access all the genres for this book. And in the similar way, on this genre we are going to have same genre books. In here on this genre we'll say, yeah, genre books. For this book let's name it book genre, so it makes more sense like this. All right, looks like we are good. Our mapping and everything is fine. We have defined primary key on genre, on author, on book, but we have not defined primary key on genre books. That's because we need these two columns for primary key on this entity. So we could achieve this using data annotation, but I don't like this thing because we need multiple columns. So we could say column order 0, and we can define key like this. Then we can define the same thing on this book ID with column order 1. So this is the way. But for this particular thing, I like fluent approach, which we are going to see in a bit. First, let me move these things to their separate files. So in entities, genre book. Then I'm going to move this book to its separate file, book. Then author to its separate file, author. And we are good. We have in entity author, book, genre, and genre books. All right. Now we are going to add our entity framework code DbContext. So we'll add that in data folder only. So here I'm going to create a new file. Let's say book context. All right. So in book context, first thing, in order to make it EF core context, it needs to be a subclass of DbContext from using Microsoft.Entity Framework core. Then we are going to generate a constructor, which is this default parameterized constructor of type book context, and we are good now. Now first thing, we will add our entities here. So using dbset property. So dbset, what all we have in entities, first we have author. So here we'll say author. We'll add using. It is going to be authors. All right. Let's copy this. and second type is book. So we'll say book with name as books. Then third is our genres, and then last one is genre books, genre books. All right, we have added all our entities in our DB context. Now next thing, what we'll do, we will override a method that is on model creating. All right. In this, first thing we need to add primary key for this genre books entity. For this, we'll say model builder dot entity, that is going to be genre books entity, and here we'll say hash key GB genre ID and book ID. We are going to create this primary key using these two columns like this. So this is more readable format than the data annotation for this particular thing. And now we are good. Cool. All right, now in this particular application, we are not going to provide any admin panel kind of thing. So the point is, this is going to be used for mostly reading purpose only. So we are going to read data. We are not going to write data. That means we are not going to use change tracking behavior of EF core. We don't need change tracking from EF core for this particular application. So for that, I'm going to uh, disable change tracking, which comes by default. All right. So for that, what we can do, we can override one method, that is on configuring method. Inside this, we have this option builder. On this options builder, we have one method use query tracking behavior, and here we are going to define no tracking. Right. So it is not going to track the changes for entities. So we will be good, right? It will be performant in our case. All right, so looks like our DB context is also ready. Our entity is ready, DB context ready. Next thing, we need to register this DB context in our dependency container. All right, in our program.cs file. So we'll go to program.cs. In here, builder, after creating the builder equals to web application.create builder, before builder.build and after var builder equals this. We can add it anywhere we want. All right. So here we'll say builder dot services dot add db context. All right. And context, we are going to use book context. And in here, it gives us options. So on options, we have options.use SQL server. We are going to use this. And then we need to provide our connection string to this. Okay. And this connection string we can get from our app settings. So in app settings.development.json, I'm going to create my connection string here with the name, let's say books only, or blazing books. The name is up to you. And here I'm going to define my system's connection string. You need to define your system's connection string. So data source dot, and let's say initial catalog. Data source is server name. I have default instance with dot. Initial catalog is database name. So let's call it blazing books only. Then username and password. But for me, I use Windows authentication. So for that, I use integrated security equals true. All right. And I'm going to set encrypt equals false. From EF core 7, it by default encrypts the connection string, but I don't need that. So this is our connection string is ready. Then we can use this in here. So here, maybe inside this or outside, we'll say var connection string equals We'll say builder.configuration.get connection string and then name of our connection string, which is this blazing books. Copy this and add it here. Now this options.use SQL server, here we can add this connection string. And now we have joined all our pieces. So now it will work, right? Now we need to, right now, these are just simple plain classes, nothing else. We need to generate the migration in order to create database and create database schema and all these things. So for this, we need to add migration. But before migration, let's add some data to this. Okay. So for this, I have already prepared seeding data. You can get it from my GitHub. I'm going to add the link of the seeding data in the description box so you can get it from there. All right, let me copy that. So I'll go to book context. In here, I'm going to create a method inside this. So I'll say private static and this use data, which I have generated beforehand. Okay. So in this, I'm doing model builder dot entity genre. I'm adding these genres has data with this genre ID 1, name science fiction, slug is this, is top true, like this. All right. After this, after generating genres, we have 113 genre. After that, I'm generating authors. So model builder dot entity author dot has data and then all these authors, author ID, name, slug, all these things. Do we need slug or not? Yes. Then all these images, book images, I have added these images in one repository in my GitHub, and this is the main URL, main base image URL which I am having. That's why I have this as constant. So const string image base URL, and this is the base URL for these books. Then I'm generating books. So in books, if you check the image, it has image base URL, then slash this GUID for this particular image, which we are getting from here. Okay. So I'm going to add link of this as well in my description box so you can check all the images of all these books. All right. So this is, we are generating books, and after that we are generating genre books. So the many to many mapping between these two. All right. All this is this genre image mapping. This is all about seeding the data. Now we need to call this method. We will call it from our on model creating method in our book context only. So here we'll say seed data and we need to pass our model builder to this. And now we are good. So we'll save it. Everything is fine. All right. And now we are going to generate our migrations. So what migrations does, those are going to check the database schema and data from our code, and they are going to generate a script for us which can be run on the database, and it can generate database and add the data. So for that, we are going to go to package manager console. From here, I'm going to say add migration. Let's say initial migration. That this name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. I'll press enter, and this is going to first build the application, then it is going to generate this migration for us. And it failed because the default startup project is blazing books.mobile, but we don't have this EF core inside that, so we need to change this default project, this startup project, to blazing books.web. And here default project will select web only, which is was already selected. So startup project should be web and default project should be web. Where our EF core DbContext is, right? Let's try again. Add migration, initial migration. Build succeeded. Now it is going to generate our migration classes for us. It generated it here. Okay, so migration, all these, it is going to create table authors with ID, name and slug. With primary key this, create table genres, create table books, create table genre books, and then inserting data to this. You see, so everything it is generating. But there is one problem. It generated this outside of this data folder, but we need EF code database related stuff inside this data folder only, right? So we don't need this migration here. So what we'll do, we'll simply delete this migration folder and we'll run our migration again with one flag. So that flag is going to be add migration, initial migration. Then we'll say -o, which is output, where we want migrations output, that we want inside data folder slash migrations folder. So we need the output inside data folder in migration folder, migrations folder. So it is going to generate all this inside this. Let's see. And now it again generated the same thing, but this time it is, if you see in data folder, in migrations folder, it is here. Initial migration, this thing, and we are good now. After that, we need to create the database. Right now it is inside code only, it is not on the database, nothing. We have already defined our connection string. So now what we can do, we can go to package manager console, and from here we can say update database. Now what this command is going to do, it will check for this migration in our code, and it will take that migration and it is going to run this migration against the database with this connection string which we defined. All right. So if this database exists, it is going to create tables and add the data. And if this database does not exist, then it will first create the database and then create the table and then insert the data. So let's press enter and let it generate. Let it add everything to database. Build started, build succeeded. And now it is running all these commands on our database. It is inserting seeding data. Now it is adding book genre. I mean genre books. And it is finished. So it generated our database. All right, let me quickly open up it, the database. So I'll open it from Server Explorer only. So I'll add one more connection. Server name dot Windows authentication encrypt false the server certificate, and here we have Blazing books database, and it is here. If I expand it, if I expand tables, we can see genre books, books, authors, EF migration. These all tables it has generated. Now if we check any of the table on genre, show table data, we have this table data. You see name, science fiction, everything. So that means this EF related stuff that work fine. And we are good with that database, seeding data, entities, EF core DbContext, and making connection to the database, everything. All right. Now we'll start working on the next part of our app. All right. Now when our database is ready, now we'll work on fetching the data, getting the data from database. So for that, if we see, first thing what we need the list of genres, this one, right? And for each genre, we need two things, at least two things, name and slug, right? On the basis of that URL generates and the name to display the genre, right? So for that, let's first start creating these types which we need in order to get data or display data on the UI. So this is going to be shared because we need this on UI, we need this for both mobile and web, and we need this in API or server side to fetch data from the database, right? So in the shared project here, we are going to create one file which will say genre DTO, all right? And we need this inside DTOs folder. Okay, so blazongbooks.shared.dtos.genre.dto.cs. All right, and here I'm going to create this as a record struct with two things. First is name, string name, and string slug. These two things we need. Let's clean this up. All right. Okay, now after slug, after genre, what else we need on this thing for these books? To display these books, we need image, the name of the book, and ID of the book, so that we can generate a URL and we can go to that. So ID, name, image, these three things. And if we check the popular book section, here we need author as well, right? So when we'll say author, author also needs two things for author name and author slug, right? Because on the basis of slug, we generate the URL. All right. So let's generate author slug, author record as well. So we'll say author detail with same name and slug. All right. Then we need books. So for this, we'll say record struct public record. We'll say this just book dtu. And here we need couple of things. First, we need ID. So we'll say int ID. Then we need title of the book. Then we need image of the book. Then we need author detail, right? So we'll say author detail like this. I guess that's all we need for book. All right, for all the book listings, or let's call it book list detail. It would make more sense. All right, here internal and every place. Yes. Now, if we go to detail page, there we need additional things. What is that additional thing? We need this format, number of pages, description, and genres for book, right? And author, image, name, ID, these we already have in book list detail, right? So we need these additional things for book detail page. So let's generate one more DTO. Similar to book list DTO, here we could say book detail DTO. Book details DTO. And here ID, title, image, author. After this, we'll say int number of pages. So let's say num pages. Then string, format, and string description. And we need genres. For that, we'll say genre DTO, an array of this, and we'll say genres like this. Let's break it down to multiple lines so that we can read it properly. All right. So for book details DTO, ID, title, image, author, number of pages, format, description, and genres array. I think these all DTOs, we need just these DTOs, nothing else. Right? Yeah, let's move all these to their separate files. So I'll move it to move type to author DTO, book list DTO, and book details DTO, and we are good. From this blazingbook.shared, we had this class1.cs default file. Let's delete this. And now in blazingbooks.shared, we have all these DTOs, nothing else. All right. Okay, now inside web, we have the data folder. Inside web only, we are going to create one more folder. We'll call it services. And in here, we'll create our, let's say, book service .cs. Now we have genre, author, and books, three things, but one or two methods are going to be in all of these. So we could create separate service classes for this, but because these are going to be limited handful of these, so I'm going to have all these in this single class only. Okay, we'll add interface later, but right now let's get it to work. Now in this book service, let's see what all methods we need. All right, so let's go one by one. On homepage, first thing we need the list of genres, right? So let's first create one public async task genre DTO array of this get genres async. Okay, now this thing is going to be used at two places. First, we can access this here, and then we have all genres page as well, right? So on all genres, we will fetch all the genres available in our application. But for this section, we need only the genres which has that is top flag set to true. If you go to our data, entity, genre, we have one column. This is top. So wherever we have is top defined, then we'll add that. So we could have two methods, or we can have only one method with one flag. So here I'll pass one flag top only of type boolean. Okay, and from here now I'm going to access the uh, data, but before that let's create other methods. After getting the genres, we need to access our books, right? On the home page we have those books, this list of books, right? So this list of books, it is on the basis of this selected genre. We can select any one of these and then these books are going to be displayed. So we need basically, and here we have paging as well, right? Paging. So we need to access these books with paging with genre, and genres are basically on the basis of genre select. So here we are going to have public async task book list DTO, array of book list DTO, get books async, and here I'm going to have int page number, int page size, and a nullable string of genre slug with a default value of null. All right, now we have books with paging. After that we have this popular books section. So let's create one more popular books method. So here we'll say public async task same book, not details, book list DTO array of this, and here we'll say get popular books async with one count. Okay, and these popular books, we are going to have these popular books on the basis of selected genre as well. Right now I'm top book, so it will be just random. If I go to science fiction, and at that time this popular book should be related to science fiction category, science fiction genre. So here also I'm going to have the same nullable genre slug. All right. So I think that's all we need on our home page. After that, we have a detail page. So let's, on detail page, we need to have two methods. One is to get the book details on the basis of ID, book ID, which is in this URL. And we need similar books, collection of similar books. So two methods related to detail page. So here we'll say public async task book details DTO, and here we'll say get book async, and here we are going to provide int ID, which is actually book ID. We could say book ID. All right. Then after this book ID, we need that similar books, right? So here we can say public async task, and this is going to be book list DTO, array of book list DTO. We'll say get similar books async, int book ID similar to this book, and we will have count as well. How many similar books we want to display there. All right. So looks like we are good on the detail page as well. All right. After that, we have all genres. So that method we have already defined with the top only flag. For this, we'll pass top only false. So it will give us all the available genres. Then we have one more page, which is this books by author. All right. So for this, we will have one more method. Here we'll say public async task book list DTO, array of this. Here we'll say get books by author async. Okay. And here also we need to have paging, sent page number, page size. And here we need to have author slug. So string author slug, and this is not going to be nullable because this page belongs to single author only, so there must be author slug always. All right. So looks like these are the methods we need. Cool. Now we need to provide body for all these methods. Now we need to get this data from our DbContext. So with Blazor, we might request multiple, we might initiate multiple calls within a single session only. So if we have the DbContext instance that can give only one result set at a time, so with Blazor, it's always recommended to use DbContext factory instead of DbContext. So the way we can get that, we have add DbContext. Same way we have add DbContext factory method. Okay. Now we can inject this DbContext factory in our book service class using DbContext factory interface, and this is going to be of type book context. All right, and here we'll say DbContext factory, and we can create and assign a read-only field here. And now we are good. Now we can use this DbContext factory to get the data. All right. Okay. Now we will provide body for this. So whenever we work with DbContext factory, from this DbContext factory, we need DbContext. So for that, what we can do, we can simply say using word DbContext or context equals, from this DbContext factory, we can create DbContext like this. And now we are good. Now we can get data from this. Okay. So here, what we'll say, we generate our query, and this query is going to be context dot genres dot as queryable. Now we'll add one condition here. We'll check if we want top only. So here I have added this condition top only. If top only is true, then we are going to modify this query to query dot where g dot is top is true, then only give this. If we have not provided top only is false, then it will give all the genres available here. All right. Now from this we need to generate this genre DTO, this thing. So here finally we'll say where genres equals await query dot select g goes to new genre DTO, g dot name and g dot slug, name and slug, and then to array async. All right. And now we can return these genres from here. And now we are good. All right. So this method is ready. Now we can copy this first line because we need this line in all these methods. We need context from this DbContext factory. All right. Let's add body to other methods as well. All right. So for this get book async, first thing we need to get access to our context. We have context now. Now after this, we are going to have var query equals context dot books dot as queryable. Now in here we can have this genre slug defined, right? If it is provided, we will check if not string dot is null or white space genre slug. Now we need books on the basis of this provided genre slug, right? So for this genre slug, first thing we need to get access to genre ID, right? In genre, we have genre books. So we have this slug, so we can add condition for this slug on the genre entity, and from this we have this navigation property genre books, we can get list of books, right? This is the way we are going to take. So here, if this is given genre slug, then what we'll do, we'll say query equals context dot genres dot where g dot slug equals genre slug. If this condition met, then from here we need to get access to this collection genre books. So from this we can say select many g dot genre books. Now on this genre books we can have this book which we need, which is the actual type of this query. This is of type book entity. So from this select many, after this we can add a select genre books gb dot book, and now we have books filtered by this genre. So let me break it down to multiple lines. All right, this is also queryable, the same type iQueryable of book, and this was also the same type iQueryable of book. Now we have iQueryable of book. Now we can apply this paging and generate our book list DTO. Okay. Now when we work with paging, so we need to have total count as well, because on the basis of that we can display page numbers, right? Then only we would get to know that if we have next page or previous page, or how many pages are going to be there. So for that we need to have paging. So for paging, what approach I follow, I simply create a new type, okay, which I usually use as paged result. So we'll go to shared, blazing_books.shared, and inside DTO, I'm going to create one new file. I'll call it paged result.cs. Okay, and I'm going to create it as a record only. So public record paged result, and I'm going to make it generic because type of data, it could be anything. So paged result of here we'll say t data. This is type of data, and inside this we are going to have two things. First thing, I am going to have array of this data. So for this we'll say data or maybe records, and then we are going to have int total count. We are going to have these two things. Okay, t data, let's change it to t record, type of records. Okay, cool. Now we are going to use this type for all the paging related methods. So this get book spacing, this is related to paging. So we'll change the return type to paged result of type book list DTO. Now we don't need this array sign. All right. Same thing. We have one more for paging, right? This get books by author racing. Author racing. All right. This also. So for this as well, we are going to make it paged result of type book list TTO, and all other are not having any paging. All right, so we are good. So this is the paged result, which needs two things: data, which we can directly get from here, and we need total count as well. All right, so that means we need to make two calls to the database, one to get the count and one to get the actual data. So here I'll say var total count equals await. We have this query. On this query we can say query dot count async. We have total count, and then we can get the books equals await query, which is this, either this or this. Okay, so on this query, first thing we will say order by. So we'll apply some order by descending. Let's say b.id, order by id descending. We are saying this. After that, we are going to apply paging here. So we'll say skip. What is happening? Okay, dot skip. So here we'll apply our paging logic, which is going to be page number -1 into page size. And then we can take page size. Now we have applied paging. Then we'll apply one select, because we want to get the selected data, not everything. We need to get this book list DTO. All right. So here we'll say b equals new book list DTO. Let's see, we need ID. So b.id. We need title, b.title, b.title. Then we need image, b.image. Then we need author DTO. So for this we can say new author DTO, and this needs name and slug from author. We'll say b dot author dot name and b dot author dot slug, like this. And then we can say to array async dot to array async. And now we have all our data ready for this book list DTO. All right. Then we can simply return new paged result of book list DTO. First records, books, and total count. and we are good. Our method is ready. All right. Then we need to get popular books on the basis of this genre. This is kind of similar. We can have genre slug or we can't have. So this initial thing, this is going to be same. So we'll create context. We'll say query equals context.books.as queryable. Then we'll check if we provided any genre slug to this. If we provide it, then we'll simply change the query. We'll get it from genres. We'll get genre slug, filtered genre, then on the basis of the genre books and on the basis of that book. So we have books here now. Now from these books, we need discount books. But for popular books, populars we can have by two approaches. First, if that particular book is being viewed many times or that particular book is being purchased many times, then we could say that that book is popular. But in our case, in our app, we are not having both of these functionalities. We are not having any buy count and we are not having any view count. But you can, of course, enhance this application. You can make that functionality. But for us, for this video, popularity, we will simply get the random books. We'll apply simple random ordering to this, okay, to fetch the popular books. All right. So here, what I'm going to say, I'll say var books equals. Here we'll say await query dot order by, and here we'll say GUID dot new GUID, which is to randomize it, right? So after order by, we are going to add tick. We want to take count, and then we can add select. So this select, it is up to you. You could use it before order by skip and take or after this. So this EF core, this is advanced enough. When it generates the SQL query from this link query for us, it simply adjusts it. But you can follow whatever approach you want. You could have it something like this. On this query, we'll say select dot select b, and then we can have the same thing, book list DTO, because that is what we are going to have return type from this as well. So new book list DTO the same way, and then order by, then take this, and then same to array string like this. All right. Now there could be one case, for example, this genre slug. Let's say we have some genre, but for popular books for those genre or total number of books are two only, but we need 5 popular books. So in that case, what we'll do, if these popular books, if number of this is less than this int count, we will get random books from all the available books. Okay, because we need to make it count. That means if we want 5 popular books, we will give 5 only. For this genre, we have 2, no problem. We'll get 3 from other genres as well. Alright, so for this, what I'll do, I'll going to check if this books.length, if this is less than count. Okay, we don't have count books in this genre. In this case, we will get books from, let's say, random books from other genres like this. All right. So here, what I'll do, I'll say var additional books equals, here I'll say await context dot books, and here I'm going to apply where condition b goes to, we will skip the books which we already took, right? This query, if we are not applying where and we are saying that order by, if we are saying this GUID dot new GUID, then take count minus books dot length, so the remaining books, in this case 2, we can apply select. So let's apply select first. Context dot books dot select, the same thing, count and dot to array async, like this. Now there is a possibility that whatever book we got in this books, those can come in this query as well. So we will have repeated books, but that is not what we want. That's why from this query we will simply skip the books which we already get. So on this we will apply one additional where condition. In here we will say not books dot, let's say select b goes to b dot id, but what we should do, so we should not have nested condition if that is not dependent on the parameter of this method. So what we should do, we should have this like this, a separate variable. So let's say book IDs, or we'll say already fetched book IDs, something like this. And here we'll say books dot select b dot id, like this. We had this already fetched book IDs. So here in this where condition, we'll say if already fetched book IDs dot contains b dot id, we will fetch only if this contains is false. That means this book ID is not already fetched, then only we'll get it. All right. After this, we will simply combine these two, this books array and this additional books array. So for this, what we can do, we can simply say books equals, we would say books, then we'll simply use this uh, kind of spread operator on this array, so collection spread, and then now this books has, first it will have all the books, let's say 2 books, and then additional books from 3 books from this. Now we have these books with all the total count whatever we need, and after this we will simply return these books. All right, now our get popular books method is also ready. All right, let's see what next we have. Next we have get book async method. All right, this is book detail method. All right, so for this also, first thing we need to get have context from this DbContext factory. Now we have it. After this we'll generate our query. So we'll say var book, there is only one condition, so we do not have need to have query separately then apply something, because we need to get this book ID only. So book await context dot books dot where b dot id equals this book ID. All right, after this we are going to apply our select, because we want to generate this book list DTO, right? From this we'll say select b, then we'll say new book details DTO. And then we'll have all the parameters in here. We need ID, so b dot id, b dot title, then b dot image, then we need to have author, so we'll say new author DTO, and this author DTO, it needs name and slug from author, so we'll say b dot author dot name, then b dot author dot slug. After author we need number of pages, so we'll say b dot num pages. Then we need format, so b dot format, then b dot description. Then we need list of genres. Now it's tricky one. So for this, what we will do, we'll say b dot book genres. We have this navigation property. From this, we are going to select. So this is book genres bg. From this, we are going to generate the genre. New genre DTO. Here we'll say bg dot name, bg dot genre dot name, bg dot genre dot slug, right? And inside this we need two array. They should be in array format, and then this outer select. So this is outer select like this. Cool, we are good now. And after this we could apply first or default async, and now our book model is ready. Then we'll say return this book. All right, we are good with this now. And we missed on detail page, we have that buy now as well, right? On the detail page we have this read more or buy now. So read more is default, but we have buy now as well. So for that we need to have one more uh, parameter, one more property in book details DTO. So after everything, let's have string, which is going to be a label string by now. All right, so after fetching genres, we'll say b dot by now, by link, not by now, by link. All right, all right. So our get book async, this method is also ready. So for similar books, the approach we are going to follow, we will get the similar books on the basis of the genre of the current book. Okay. So whenever we are opening any detail page, so whatever genre that book falls under, number of genres basically, so we will get books, random books from those genres, and we'll list them as similar books. All right. So first thing we need to generate our context. So we will use same using var context equals to underscore DbContext factory dot create DbContext. Now we'll get similar books. So similar books equals, we'll say await, we'll say context dot here we'll query genre books, this entity. Okay, on this we'll apply where gb, so gb dot book id equals this book id. All right, now we have this collection of all the genres which this book have, right? From here what we'll do, we'll say select many. Okay, so gb dot genre, now we have genre, and from this genre we can get genre books for those genres basically. All right, now from these genre books we are going to select, so we'll say gb dot book. All right, now we will, this will give us this same book as well, because this satisfies all these three conditions. It has book ID, it has the same genre, it has the same book inside the same genre. So we need to skip this book, which we already have, right? So here we'll apply where condition, where b goes to b.id is not equals this book ID. Skip this current book from the similar books section. All right. After that, we can simply select our book list DTO, which we can copy from somewhere previous thing. So here we'll say B goes to new book list DTO and we are good. We have select, then we are going to randomize it. So order by GUID dot new GUID. We have randomized it. So randomize. Then we'll simply say tick count, which we provide as a parameter to this method, and then to array sync, and we are good. We have similar books now. We can simply return these similar books. So our similar books method is also ready. All right. Now we have this last method, get books by author async. It needs paging, and we have author slug. So we have two approaches. Either on the basis of this author slug, we can generate we can get our author ID and then we can query books, or we can simply directly use it with our, what do you say, the query directly. What I mean is we'll say var query equals, but before that we need context. So using this context, here we'll say var query equals context dot books. Okay, here we will say dot where b dot author, which is a navigation property, dot slug equals author slug. All right, now this is iQueryable book only, and we have applied this condition. Now first thing, for paged result we need total count. So here we'll say var total count equals await query dot count async. So we have total count, and then we'll say var books equals await query dot select. We can simply copy the same select. We are getting book list DTO. So query dot select book list DTO. Okay, and on this we could say order by descending b.id on the basis of id. Then we'll simply skip, we'll apply paging. So page number minus 1 into page size dot take page size, and then we'll say to array async, and we are good. And then we can simply return these books array. No, we need to return paged result, right? So from here we'll say return new paged result. First we need records, which is books, and then total count, which is this total count variable. And now we are good. It was a lot of work, but we completed our data access layer, basically this service, book service. We have, I guess, service layer is ready. We are not going to have anything else, whatever we can think of right now, but we'll see if we need something, we'll add those later. But for now, we are good. We can start working on our UI now. All right. First, let's try to build it. Or maybe before that, let's extract interface from this. Why interface? Because we are going to use that two places. I'll show you what I mean. So first thing, we need to extract interface from here. Quick action refactoring, extract interface, book iBook service, add to current file only. All right. So this is interface. What we are going to do? We are going to move this to our shared project. Okay. So inside the shared project, let's create one more folder. Here we'll say interfaces and then iBook service.cs. All right. And then we'll simply cut this interface from here and we'll add it in our shared interfaces folder like this. All right, clean this up and we are good. Book service, let's add namespace, blazongbooks.shared.interfaces. We are good. Save everything and everything will work fine now. Now before moving ahead, let's register this iBook service and book service to our program.cs. So here, after builder and before builder.build. Inside this section, we'll say builder.services.add transient iBook service. For this, we'll register our book service. And now we are good. Now we can use this book service in our components, in our API, and anywhere. Let's quickly try to build it, build a web project so that we know that everything is building fine. And build succeeded. Great. We can close all. Next thing, we'll start working on web UI. All right, so we have created our entities, DbContext, we have seeded data, we have created our book service to fetch the data from the database. So the kind of backend part is ready. Now we can start working on UI. All right, so all the common UI, shared UI that we are going to have in this blazongbooks.shared.components project. And then web specific UI we are going to have in web project, and mobile specific UI we are going to have in mobile project. All right. So first, let's go to blazongbooks.web, and the main first page is going to be this app.razor page in components folder, app.razor here. So inside this, first we will use a different font. So let's add that font. So the font I am looking for, that is Poppins Google font from Google Fonts. Okay, you can get it. So this is Poppins, and we will add, got it, we'll have semi bold, style, I think it's fine. Google Fonts, not specifying, let's say this fonts.google.com. We'll go here and we'll search for Poppins. It's here. And now they've changed something here. Get font. Poppins. How to add? Earlier we had some plus icon, right? Right now if I do this, it is simply saying me to write and remove font family. If I go back, see how to use it. Okay, let me first check how to add it. Earlier it used to be very simple. Maybe this time also it is very simple, but I don't know how to use this get embed code. Okay, they have did this. So get embed code, and here we are using it on web. The way we are adding it on Blazor components, that is HTML. So for web, HTML, and what we'll say change style. By default it has selected all, but we don't need all. So we'll remove this, we'll have, let's say, bold, which is 700, semi bold 600, and regular 400. These three only, we'll remove all others. Okay, so we'll have these three only regular. Oh, we can have only one. That's not the case, right? Yeah, we can have multiple. Semi bold 60, bold 70. Yeah, these three: regular 400, semi bold 600, and bold 700. We need to have these three. So we'll use this link option, copy code. So these three link we'll use in our app.razor. So here, after base href, we'll add these three. And the same thing we'll do in mobile. So in blazongbooks.mobile, in here also we have components folder, we have layout, not sorry. We will have index.html, www root index.html page here. So here also we are going to have the same thing. All right, save everything. Now we need to use these. So to use these, this is a bit different. Pop-ins, regular, semi-bold, bold. We can have this font weight, this. Okay, font weight we'll use as per our need, but the main thing is we need to set font family. Okay, this font family. So we'll set this font family on global level, and we need this font family to both the projects in both the levels. So instead of adding sorry, it two times, what we can do in this shared.components project, www root project, because this shared components we are going to use it for the code files which are common to both of these projects, mobile and web, right? So in this www root folder, I am going to create a new CSS file which I'll call common.css. All right, and in here I'll say HTML body and star everything. On everything I want to set font family to this purpose. Save everything. All right, now this is not going to be applied because we added this as common CSS, but we are not using it. We need to use this. Okay, this common.css file. So in our blazongbooks.web app.razor, we need to add that file here. So the way the shared library, we can add resources from there. It works like this: link, then relation, that style sheet, and then href. In this, we need to have underscore content slash, then name of the project, name of the shared razor library. So that is this blazongbooks.shared.components. So I need to copy this name. I'll go to app.razor, and here after underscore content, this will be automatically created when this project runs by this .NET framework, this Blazor framework. Content, then this, now we have access to this, and from here we can add slash, then common.css, and we are good. We'll do the same thing in index.html for our mobile app. All right. So after setting fonts, we'll add this common.css. So save everything, and now we are good. We can quickly see if it got applied. This Poppins font got applied. I'm running the web project. It should open at the default template, and we should see this new font there. Okay, it's here, and we can see the font got applied. This is a bit different. It looks pretty. And we can actually see, click on anything on body. No, it is coming from app.css. Okay, on body it did not get applied. We need to fix this, but before that, on H1 we can, if we go below, we can see HTML body star from common.css. We can see font family Poppins. This is getting applied. Okay, so one thing we need to fix, although we fixed it using this HTML body in star, so this star is working for us. But in our app.razor, not app.razor, in our main web project, we have www root folder, we have app.css. Inside this, we are setting this HTML body, this font. So we need to remove this. We don't need this. Let's remove this. Same thing we'll be doing in mobile project. So mobile www root folder, css app.css. From here also, let's remove HTML and body. Save everything and we are good. All right, font getting applied. Close all tabs. We are good. Now we need to define layout for our app. Okay, so on web we have a different layout, on mobile we have a different layout. When I say layout, if we check web, on web for all these pages, if you see, we have this thing, Blazing Books. This is the name of the application. We have this navbar. Then we have this simple hero kind of section. It is here on the home page. It is here on the detail page. It is here on the all genre page. Then same on author books page. So all the pages, this section is common. So we can have it inside layout. The inner section is being updated, right? This is different. This is different. This is different. So for inner section, we'll have different thing. And then this footer, this is also common. We see common, common, this is common on all the pages. So the main header, that means application name, this navbar, this section, and the footer, all these things are going to be inside layout. Now if you see, we have one problem here. Everything is static, not static, everything is same, but this text, this is different. This is different for each page, right? On author books page, it is books by author name. Then on all genre page, it is all genre. Then on detail page, it is name of the book. Then home page, it is simply Blazing Books with this additional section, right? So this thing is different. So we need to have it on layout, but on that layout also, this inner part, it is going to be the body part that will be page on page level, but we need to have some section here which we can define on layout, but the body, the content for that section, that will be provided by the page itself, because it is going to be different for each page, right? So that's what we are going to do now. So in blazingbooks.web, let's go to components folder. Here we have layout folder. In layout, we have main layout page. Now before doing anything on this layout, we need to have our color scheme ready. So our color scheme is that bluish kind of color, this color. So for this, I have already created these colors. So these colors, I'm going to have these as CSS variables, and I'm going to have it in shared components because these are going to be shared between both of these projects. So in common.css, first thing I'm going to have this root color main. This is the main color main light, dark. So I have three different uh, versions of main color. The main color is that bluish kind of color. Then this very light gray color, it is a very light gray. We are going to use it somewhere. And then light black. All right, these colors we are going to use these. Now on the basis of these colors, let's have some helper CSS classes. So I'll say bg main, that will background color main. So here I'll say background color, and I'm going to use this CSS variable which is color main. Okay, now same thing, I'll do color main light. So here I'll say color main light variable, and similarly I'm going to have color main dark. So bg main dark, this is the class name, and CSS variable color main dark. All right, save everything and we are good. All right, now we can have this main color for text as well. So I'll have this text main class. Okay, and here I'll say color, which is actually for text color. Here I'll say var color main. All right, and let's have, yeah, I think for now we are good. Okay, and one more thing we'll do. We'll set HTML and body background color, some grayish kind of color. This color also I have it already. This is, or we can get it from here. So if we right click on this deployed version, we can check this is the color, has F0, F5, FD. Copy, and background color we are going to have it here. I am not having this thing inside this first HTML and body because it has this star as well, which will apply to all the elements. If I have this background color here, it will be going to apply to all, let's say p tags, label, span, anchor tag, everything. That is not what we want, right? So I guess we are good with our helper properties for colors. Now we can go to our main layout and we can start designing our main layout. All right, so this default layout, we don't need this. All right, this nav menu, yes, we need this nav menu because we need our navigation for this. So our navigation, we have these three things: home, all genre, and mobile app. These three menu items. All right, so what I am going to do, I'm going to remove everything what we have in here. Let's remove everything from here. Okay, and we'll create our navbar here. So nav class navbar and navbar expand lg and bg white. We need background white for this. All right, inside this we'll have a container. So div class, all these classes are coming from Bootstrap. You can go to the Bootstrap docs and you can see these classes there. So div class container. Inside this, first we will have our navbar brand, which is name of our application. So I'm going to have a tag, anchor tag, href slash 2.2 homepage class. It is going to be navbar brand and I need it to be bold, so fw bold. All right, here we'll say blazing books and we are good. All right, now after this we will have it as collapsible navbar. So for this we can go to Bootstrap. So we'll say get bootstrap.com docs, and here we could search for navbar. We have this navbar, and from here we can see You see navbar expand, bg body territory. So these classes we are using, we are not using container fluid because we need container. We don't need it to be touched on left and right. We need some spacing from both of these. So that's why we are using container here. Then we have this navbar brand. After that, we are going to have this button. Okay. So this button is basically for responsive smaller screen. So it shows that navbar toggler. So we'll have this here. All right. Database toggle collapse. We are not going to use this because we are not using bootstrap JavaScript for us, or maybe we can use that also. Okay, leave it like this only. After that, this button, if we check this thing, we have this div class collapse, navbar collapse, and then we have all the styling here, all menu items basically. Okay, so we'll have these three things. Then we'll add our things here, our allies. So after button, let's have this ally, let's close UL, let's close div. All right, save everything, we are good. Now on this UL, what we need, navbar nav, yes, we need it. But then ME auto, MB auto, MB LG0, we don't need all these. We need MS auto, which is margin start auto. That means its container, this is actually a flags box, display flags, and on that if we apply ms auto, that we start from the auto, so it will be right aligned. So because our menu items, those are right aligned here, right? This is how it is going to work. All right, now here we can define our pages. So first we have home page. Yes, href is going to be slash. Then we can copy this ally class nav item. A nav link active, we don't need active on this. So second page, we are going to have all genre. And then we are going to have one more for our mobile app. All right. And href for all genre, let's say genres. And for mobile app, let's say mobile app. Save everything and we are good. Now we'll go to our main layout, and here first thing we'll have this nav menu as a component. All right, and after this we need to have that bigger hero section, this section, right? So after nav menu, let's have this div class container fluid. This is taking full screen, so we'll have container fluid, and in this container fluid we are going to have bg main because that is our main background which we have. Inside this we have dynamic content. All right, so for that, first thing, let's have a wrapper inside this. So div class container to make it center and completely center. For that we'll set it as display flag, so d flags. Then we'll say flags column to make it vertical. Then we'll say justify content center to make it vertically centered, and then align items center to make it horizontally center. This is different. If we have flags column, then this justify content and align items works on different axes. All right, this, and then we'll have some padding also. So let's say p5 on this div class container. And now we are good. Here we are going to have a dynamic content. So for that, what we are going to do, we are going to define a section here. So section outlet, this is we are going to define Microsoft ASP.NET Core component sections. Let's add it in our underscore imports.razor, so we don't need to add it again and again on all pages wherever we need. So using, and now we can directly use section outlet. For section outlet, we'll define our section name. So let's say page title or page heading, page title. All right, save everything and we are good now. Cool. After this, we will have our body. So we'll add at the rate body. So whatever content is on the page, then it will be here. Cool. After this body, we are going to have an HR tag because that is what we have in our design, right? At the very bottom, we have this HR tag, and then we have this footer. So after this HR, we are going to have our footer. So for this, we'll say div class container, and in this container, we are going to have, let's say, footer tag with class display flex, align items center, and justify item center to make it horizontally and vertically both center. Okay. Inside this, we are going to have a p tag. Okay. And here we'll say at the rate ampersand copy. So for copies section, then we'll make it dynamic. So date time dot, let's say today dot year. So copy 2024, it will display this. Then name of the application, Blazing Books. Then I'll say developed by my name, Abhay Prince. And on this Abhay Prince, I want to have one link to my YouTube channel. So for this, what I'll do, I'll simply have an anchor tag here. So a href, we'll say https www.youtube.com slash .com/@ Abhay Prince. But if we want to add the rate inside Razor page, we need to add double because is a symbol which we use to make dynamic content on Razor pages. So double Abhay Prince, and in here I'm going to have my name like this. And this thing I want it to open in a new tab, not in the same tab where our application is running. For that, I'll add target attribute. This is pure HTML. So target blank. This will open up a new page. Looks like everything is fine. Right now, if I run it, we should see something. At least the main layout we should see. You see, we have this. We'll fix this thing, but we can see this. We can see all genre, home and mobile app, these sections. So first thing on this main layout.razor.cs, this is a predefined CSS which came with the layout. We don't need this, we can remove this. Or from on main layout, we're not using anything. Let's just leave Blazor UI error like this, and apart from this, we'll remove everything. On nav menu also there is a scope CSS, isolated CSS, nav menu.razor.cs. This also we are going to remove it completely. Let's remove it, save it, and now if we run it, we should see something better. All right. hard refresh, and yes, you see we have this name, we have these menu items here, we have footers, everything looks fine. Cool. Now next thing we need to work on this body and this section. So let me show you this section first. Right now by default it opens slash page, which is default page. If you go to our pages and home.razor, it comes here and we are seeing this page. So here first thing what we'll do, we will define our section content. With section name we can define it anywhere, but it will be added to this place only. Wherever we define it does not matter, it will be automatically injected at this place. All right, so section name is page title, this one, right? And inside this we can define anything. If I save it, if I run it, I should see this text inside that bluish section. You see this thing, that means our section is also working. All right, so let's stop it first. Let's remove this for now, and here we will have just, let's have blazing books. Let's have it in maybe h1 tag with class m0. We don't need any margin, but we need text white. It should be in white color, and all other content on this page, that should not be directly, it should be inside some container. So let's have this inside container. So here I'll say div class, or let's say container LG. So how it is going to work on LG, it is going to use container, but all others it is going to use container fluid. LG large screens. We are good. Save it, run it. Leasing books, and we are good. All right. So looks like layout is ready. Now we can work on our pages. This section is going to be dynamic, and this section is going to be dynamic on the page per page basis. All right. Cool. So we'll start working on the pages next. We'll close all tabs. All right. Now we can start working on home page, which is a main books page. So in web project, we have pages, we have this home.razor. But the similar data, all the content is going to be similar for both web and mobile. So instead of having that page on this inside this web project, we can have that page in our components project. Okay, so in that components project, we can have routable pages, routable Blazor pages or Razor pages, whatever we call these. We can have these, but there will be one small setting which we need to configure in order to do that. The first thing what we'll do, inside this shared component, let's create a new folder, and we are going to call it pages. Or if we are going to follow the same convention, we can do, yeah, let's call it pages only. For pages, and for shared components, we can create one more folder. We will call shared. So here we are going to have shared components as well. So in this pages folder, in this shared components project, we are going to have our one Razor component. Let's call it books.razor. And on this, because this is going to be routable component, so we need to add our @page directive, @page /just/ nothing else. So basically home page, which will be opened directly. Now it is coming from books. This time if we run it, Let's see. We are running it. We have same slash on home.razor inside web project. Then we have this books.razor, which is in this shared components project with the same route. All right. And it opened, but it opened home page from web project. It did not open this books page, and it did not give us some ambiguity error because we can't have multiple components with same route, but it worked. The reason is, by default, when we add any project reference, any Razor class library project in any of the Blazor project, those are getting added just as normal shared components. Routable components are not, uh, or we could say the main project cannot identify that there is going to be any routable component in that shared Razor class library. For that, we need to explicitly tell that routable components might be there in that project as well. So for that, in our web project, if you go to program.cs, here we have this line app.map razor components app, which is main root component. On this, we have add additional assemblies. This method, we are going to use this method. Inside this, we can add comma separated assembly names where we have our routable components. In our case, we have just one shared project, which is blazingBooks.share.components, which has routable components, right? So we need to get access to this. So what we can do, we can access any page. So we'll say type of, say, blazingbooks.shared.components.pages.books. So any page, so that we can access something from there, dot assembly. It is coming from the shared project. So we said that from there we are going to get assembly, and we are adding that assembly as an additional assembly to this Blazor project. All right, now let's try it if it works. Now we have two components which has same route slash, which is for home page, the default page. And you see we have this error, ambiguous match exception. The request matched multiple endpoints. So this slash, it is matching multiple endpoints. One is coming from web project homepage. One is coming from our share.components project, that books page. All right. That means this thing worked. Now what we'll do, we'll go to the home page and we will simply, let's say, change the route, or we don't need this page. For now, let's say we don't need this page. For now, I'm doing this. Now if I run it, we will see blazing books and just books, this text, and there is nothing in this section, because on the books page we didn't set that section and we just have this as 3 books. All right, so on the home page we can copy, let's say we will copy everything. We'll go to our books page and we'll paste everything. Here section content, because this is a different project, in here we need to add the same thing which we added in the web project for section outlet and section content. So we'll go to components underscore imports. We added this at the rate using microsoft.aspnetcore.components.sections. So we'll add this in our share.components project underscore imports.razor. So here we are going to add this, and now we will have access to this section content and we are good. Save everything. This is fine. All right. So this is home page. On home page, we could say, let's say, home blazing books, and page title. Here we are going to have two things. One, this H1. Let's make it bold, FW bold. And then I'm going to have a small, let's say h3, and here I'll say a library of hundreds of popular books, like this. And inside this container lg, here we'll say, I don't know, we'll work on this books listing will go here. Save it and run it. Now we should see these two things. You see, we have this. Cool. Blazing books, this section, and books listing will go here. So now it is coming from our shared .components project. All right. Now let's have some styling to this h3. So on this, let's add some classes. Let me zoom it. All right, so that you can see it. So on this h3, I'm going to add some classes to check how is it looking. First thing, we need text white to make it white. All right, then we need some spacing between these two. So let's say empty 2. Cool. This is fine. So on this h3, we'll add this, and then we are good with this main section. So on this h3, we are going to add this class, and we are good. All right, now we can start working on our main books listing here. Okay, cool. So now on this page, on home page, first thing we need to have our list of genres, right? Top genres. So here I'll say private genre DTO, share DTO. Let's add this namespace as well in our underscore imports, so that we don't need to edit again and again. And same thing, let's do interfaces as well. Let's add these two to the main web project as well. So it will work everywhere. Let's stop it for now. And now we have private genre DTO. We'll have our genres with default value as blank array. All right. After that, we are going to have list of books. So we'll say private book list DTO. Let's say books with blank array. And then I'm going to have again the same book list DTO for a right section, which is going to be our popular books. All right. So these three things, we'll have these three things first. Now we need to access, we need to fetch the data for these books, right? So for these, we have our interface ready. So we are going to add inject. We'll say I book service. We'll say books service. And now we can get data for these three things. So we'll say override on initialized async. Now we can fetch data. So we'll say var genres equals await book service dot get genres async. Top only? Yes. We need just top genres only. After this, we will get books. So it is going to be await book service dot get books async. Here we need to provide page number and page size. So for now, let's have private const in page size at 16 books. 4 into 4, we are displaying this in our main page in a grid. And then for paging, we are using SSR here. So there is no interactivity, there is no Ajax call going on. So what we'll do, that page number that we can't change on the fly using some interactivity on clicking on next page or previous page. So we will get this page number from our URL, right? If you check, if I show you the deployed version here, let's say on this page, we have this science fiction, we have page number 2 right now. If I go to page number 2, you see in this we have this page/2. This is the URL for page number 2. So everything is coming from our URL because this is statically server side rendered, no interactivity. So we'll follow the same approach. So we need to have one more URL structure, one more URL route for the same page. So add slash for default without page number, and then we'll have slash page, and then we are going to have page number here, page no, and this is going to be, let's say, nullable int. Okay, and then this page number is the actual page number. So we need to have one parameter here for this page number. So here we'll say prop, or let's say public nullable int page no with capital page get and set, and we'll set a default value as 1, and we'll say this is going to be parameter which will be supplied from URL. All right, so this page no we are going to use here. Get books async, again we need page number. So this is going to be this page no which is page number, then page size which we just defined as constant page size, then genre slug we can pass it as null. Okay, so this page number, because this is nullable, it is saying that it can't get it. So what we'll do, we'll simply say either this or 1. If this is null, we can use 1. All right, now what it is saying, it is saying that it is going to give us paged result. All right, so we'll say paged result equals this, or what we can do, because this return paged result is a record, it has destructuring. So we can say, we can define total count somewhere. So private int underscore total count, say 0 by default. Here, so what I'll do this page result. First we can get records, so that is going to be our books. Then second, total count, so we can simply destructure like this. Okay, so it will set books and total count. Now we have books. After that we have one more, that is popular books, right? So for this, what we'll do, we'll say popular books equals await book service dot get popular books async, and to this we need to pass count. Let's say 5, or I don't know, maybe 10 popular books, and then slug. So right now we can, that is nullable, right? Yeah, default value null, optional. So we can skip that. We'll work on this after some time, but yeah. So we have all the data available here. Now we can use this data. Now this works perfectly fine, but there is one improvement which we can do. Okay. And that improvement is going to be, right now if you see, first it comes here, all these calls are synchronous. So first execution flow will come here, it will try to fetch genres and it will stuck there, it will not continue. After fetching the genres from the database, then it will go to fetch this books collection, and after fetching the books, then it will go to fetch this popular books collection. But these three are not dependent on each other. That means these three can run in parallel, right? Because there is no dependency of these three on each other. So what we will do, we will simply, instead of directly assigning these and awaiting these right away, we'll await these later. So first thing, We'll remove this await. So it is going to give us a task. So here we'll say work genre task. Okay, it will start and it will continue further. It will start the execution and continue to the next line. It will not wait here. Then comes the second thing. Here again, we'll say work books task and we'll remove await. All right. Then popular books. Here we can directly await it if we want, because this is the last call. After this, it is going to be awaited, or we can do the same thing. We could say word popular task and we can remove await from here as well. Now all these three will start. First it will start this, it will not wait for the result, it will come to the next line, it will start this and it will start this. Now if we could have DbContext injected directly in our book service, then it could have give us problems. The problems is, if that was DbContext, that means same instance of DbContext, it came here, it started to getting genres, then we directly executed second line, so it will go and it could have started a next operation on the same DbContext, but that DbContext was already in use with this first line, so it would have been thrown exception. That's why what we are doing in all these methods, if you see, we have first line as using var context DbContext factory dot create DbContext. So we are creating a new context for all the calls. Right now these three calls are running in parallel with on three different DbContext instances. Okay, so it will work. All right, now we have data. Now we can await on all of this. So for first we'll say genres equals await genre task. Then we had this books and total count. Here we could say await books task, and then popular books will await popular task, like this. Now these three are running in parallel and we have all the data, the same data which we had earlier. All right. Okay, cool. Now when we have this page number, we have this page, this home, but we should make this thing dynamic, and then let's have one heading in main container as well, or maybe, yeah, here also we should have one heading. Okay, we'll first let's start adding the markup, then we'll see how what all we need to do in this method. Right now we just set all these things. All right, so in this container lg, I'll remove this hard-coded thing, then I'll say div class row. Inside this row we are going to have two sections. In one we are going to have all the books and our genre, top genre list, and on the right section we are going to have popular book section. Okay, so this is going to be call md9, and second one is going to be call md3. So bootstrap uses 12 column grid. First 9 columns we are going to have for genre list and our books list, and the second one 3 columns we are going to have for our popular books. All right. Now this first 9 we have our genre list and books list and one heading. All right. So inside this I'm going to have a div class row. Okay. And now first we'll have call sm12, div class call sm12. For our genre list, so let's create a div class genre list. It will be a horizontal scrollable list. Okay. Then inside this, we will have for each. Okay. Var g in underscore genre list. All right. Now let's have one more div with class. Let's say genre item. Inside this, we are going to have an anchor tag with href to the same page with genre slug, right? So we are working, if you remember, you see this query string. This is the way we are handling our genres. Question mark genre equals to the genre slug. So here, what we'll do, we'll simply question mark genre equals and then at the rate g dot slug. All right. And on this, we can have title attribute as well. This is pure HTML anchor tag attribute. So here we'll say title g dot name books. So science fiction books, fantasy books, right? That thing. And in here, the text is also going to be g dot name. All right. Now, before all these genres, we'll have one more entry for our top books, which is not a part of genre, but that should be. So here we'll say top books. Top books and the slug href. This is going to be direct home page, no slug at all. All right, looks like we are good with this genre. We'll design, that's why we added these genre list, genre item, all these CSS classes. Okay. Now after this call sm12, we are going to have our heading of this page. Let's say h3. We'll have some spacing from top, mt2, or let's say my2. So on top and bottom, on the y-axis, that will top bottom. And here we'll say the selected genre books. Okay. Now if right now let's have top books, we'll make it dynamic. After this, we are going to have our list of books. Okay. Here we'll say for each. Let's have this inside a div class row only. So var b is for book underscore books. All right. Now here we'll say div class. We will have, if this is, let's say sm, we'll use 6. If this is lg, that will larger screen, then we'll have 3. Else on the smaller screens it will be same 12 only, 12 grid column. That's how CSS bootstrap CSS grid system works. All right. Now inside this happened. We have for each, we have div class row. Oh, this should be closing div. All right. Okay. Now in here, we are going to have one anchor tag which will wrap everything. Everything means the image of the book, name of the book, that everything. So here we'll say href is books/book id. So b.id. All right. And title, we can have b.book title, that is title only. All right. Now inside this, first thing we need our image. So for image, we are going to use figure HTML tag. On this, we are going to have bg main light. So if the image is smaller, then it shows our main light color. And inside this, we are going to have our img tag, img src. This is b.image, alt tag, b.title, we can say. All right. After this figure, we'll have our text, the title. So here we'll say div class, let's say p2, padding from all the sides. And here we'll have, let's say h6, and then @b.title. Save everything and we are good. Let's see how is it looking, then we'll work on designing, styling it. All right, let's run it. All right, it's here. So this is how it looking. We have these top genres, heading, and then these books. All right, so data is there. We just need to design it. All right, let's start designing. So first thing on anchor text, this is this underline. We don't need this underline. So let's fix this underline globally. So for that, what we can do, we can go to our shared component www.root common.css. Here we'll say a, which is for anchor tag. Here we'll say text decoration none. Okay, and then we can add important so that it gets applied, or we shouldn't. Let's see if it fixes. This is not a good practice to apply that important, but sometimes we need that. Let's see if it works. After that, yeah, let's rerun this. Then we'll design that. So the look and feel we need, that is this kind of stuff, right? So white background with these in horizontal thing, and this these two text share the same design, right? Okay, let's do. So this thing and this thing, both of these has the same kind of styling, the font size, font weight, both of these are bold, and let's say font size, and then we'll make it horizontal. All right, let's do this. Let's try that here only first. So first thing, we'll make this horizontal. So for that, we can come on this genre list, and here let's add CSS on this class. We'll first set display flags, and cool, we have this horizontal. Then we need some spacing. For this, we could say justify content, and let's say space between, and this is fine. All right. Now after this, let's have some margin, maybe I don't know, 20 pixel and 0. So 20 from top and bottom, 0 from left and right. All right. Then let's have background color as white and border. Let's have 1 pixel solid black. It is coming. Is it coming? Yes, it is. All right. So we'll change the background color. So we have our very light gray color, right, in our CSS. So we'll use that. What was that color? Very light gray, I guess. Yes. All right. Looks like we are good. Okay. So let's copy this genre list and we'll work on other things on this genre item and this. Or let's add all these right away. Okay. Then we have this genre item. In here, first thing, we will add some padding. Let's say 10 pixel. Hmm. Then let's add one class on this anchor tag as well. So let's do this. First, let's move this CSS style to the project. And this is specific to books. So we'll add scoped CSS. So books dot razor dot CSS. We'll add this here. Then we have genre item. Let's copy this. Let's add this. Save, save, and here on this anchor tag, we'll add, let's say, genre link. All right. Now let's go to common, not common CSS. Let's close all other things. So we are working on these two things. So we'll close all other. We'll have books.razor and books.razor.css, these two things only. So on this genre link, let's first have font weight as bold and then we'll design it on the browser. Let's run it. All right. We have genre link. Add styling to this. We have font weight already, but it is showing it like this because this is isolated scope CSS to this component, but we are good with this. Okay, so we'll add font weight here as well because we will copy this completely. Font weight bold and text decoration none, and let's say color, we'll have some gray kind of color. All right. Then font size, let's say 16 px, and then maybe padding 10 px. All right. Now on this, the selected one should be with some different styling. So for that, what we'll do, let's say on this first one only, we'll add active class. So genre link dot active. Okay. So here let's add one more genre link dot active. And for active, what we can do, we can set a background color with our CSS variable, that color main. All right. Then for this case, the text should be white. So text or color, it should be white. All right. And let's have border radius of 5 pixels. All right. So this is fine. Is this, if we add active on this second one as well, then we can see this huge spacing between these two. This shouldn't be here. So we should move this active class to genre item, not genre link. Okay, first let's do this. Genre item, genre link. This thing. Let's move this styling to our code here. All right. Then that active link, we will add that on this genre item. Dot active. Active, and on active we had these three things, right? Let's copy these three things and add to this active. Okay, let's stop it. Go to books.razor and let's add active class on the first genre item. We'll make it dynamic, but for now let's have it like this only. Let's run it. All right, we can see this. Text is still like this. That's because active is on div, not on anchor tag. So for this, what we can do this. We can check if genre link is active and inside, sorry, genre item is active and inside this genre link comes. Then we'll say color white. All right. We can see this as white color, but on smaller screen this is not good, right? It is breaking down to the second line, it is touching this edge and all these things. So what we'll do, we'll add some more styling to this. Till here it is fine, but it's not fine. Smaller screen and then this thing, I don't know if you can see it, these rounded corner. The container has square corner and the selected one is rounded corner. So we should make the container also with this rounded corner. So that means border radius will add same what we have on this active class. So this container is genre list, right? Yes. All right. So on this genre list, we'll have same border radius 5. All right. Looks like we are good. Now for that spacing, that thing, that breaking down to two line and touching this corner, for that let's work on that. So for that we need more data to show here. So for that, what we can do, we can come to books.razor and we can provide this top only, false only. So it will give us all the genres. It will be flooded with all those. Then we can design that. All right, it is going out of this container. So now what we'll do on this genre list, we'll say overflow X, which is on X axis. We'll set auto, which is actually for scrolling, this scroll. Okay, we'll design this scroll as well, but this is how it is going to look. And after this, this overflow auto, overflow X auto, then we don't want it to break it into two lines. So for that, what we'll do, we'll say white space, no wrap. So don't wrap the text to second line, leave it in the one line only. So we are good with this. All right. Cool. Now after this, we need to design this thing, this scroll bar. But before that, let's copy these two things which we added to our genre list. Genre list, this first one, we'll add it here. Then designing that scroll bar, the default comes with browser. We can have some sort of pseudo classes, pseudo selectors to design that. So let's do this. I have that. So it says selector colon then hyphen webkit hyphen scroll bar. We have all these things which we can design. So the scroll bar by default we'll say height as 0. So don't show this scroll bar. Okay. Then we want this to be shown only when we hover over that container. So for that, I'll copy this thing, the same style. And now I'll say genre list colon hover. When we are hovering over it, then you need to design the scroll bar. So this time we'll say height, let's say 10 px. All right. So this is that scroll bar height. You know what? Let's add these. Can we add multiple classes directly to browser like this? I don't know. No, we can't. Okay, so we need to stop it and then we will run it. So it's coming, it's in single line. You see, when I hover over it, it fluctuates because at that time it is trying to show that scroll bar. If I move it to the complete thing, then yes, right? Now this time we need to set the colors of the track and thumb. So track is this section, we could say container of the scroll bar, and then the thumb is that scroll bar indicator which we can move back and forth. All right, so let's go to genre list, and on genre list do we have we need to go there only. All right, so here what I am going to do next, let's copy the first one, or not first one, the second one, or let's say, yeah, let's copy first one, or maybe let's copy both because we will need both. So this time we'll say WebKit scroll bar thumb. Okay. So for thumb, we'll say background color. By default, it will be transparent. Let's remove this. And when we are hovering over it, Then we'll change this background color to our color. So we'll say var our color main. All right. And for the track, WebKit scroll bar, we have track. Yes. So for this, we can say background color light gray. Save it and let's run it. It should show the desired behavior now. All right. You see, if we hover over it, then it comes, which we can move around. All right. If we go out of this, then it does not come, right? Cool. So this is what we need right now. This top book. So CSS is done for this top bar. And now if we select anyone, nothing is happening. But we need to work on this, right? So this shouldn't be always active. It should be dynamic on the basis of this genre URL. Then this top books, it shouldn't be like this. We should have some more spacing from the bottom on this top. Instead of MY2, let's say MT2, margin top 2, but MB maybe 4 or 3. Alright, this should be dynamic on the basis of the selected genre, and that this book list, it should also be filtered on the basis of this selected genre, right? So let's do this thing now. I'll go to books.razor, and here I am going to have one more parameter, public string, which is going to be a nullable string. Let's say genre slug. Get set. It should be parameter, but this is a different type of parameter. We need this from our query string, right? This is not a path parameter the way we have page number. So if we check, page number is a part of direct URL path, but this genre slug, it is actually a query string. So for this, we need to specify that this is not the normal parameter. This is actually a query string parameter. So for that, we can say supply parameter from query, this thing. And then we can define if the name is same as a property name, case does not matter. It could be lowercase, uppercase, Pascal case, camel case, any case, it does not matter, but the name should be same. So, but in our case, what we are doing, we are using this genre, this name, not the genre slug, right? So if these names are different, then we need to define that in here. So here we'll say name genre. So we are telling it that this genre slug, this parameter should be supplied from query string with the name genre. All right. So we'll save it now. Now when we are here on initialized async, we can actually directly pass this genre slug. So get genre async is fine, get books async. In here we have a third parameter, which is this genre slug, so we can directly pass this. Get popular book async, here also we can directly pass it. All right. Then we have this heading, this top books. It should be dynamic, right? So for this, what we are going to do, we are going to have, let's move this const to top. Now for that heading, we are going to have one piece of state here, private string heading. Okay, by default, let's have top books, and on this top, instead of this top books, we'll show this underscore heading, and we checked MT2 and MB3, these classes we need. Now this underscore heading, this should be changed on the basis of our genres. So here what we'll do, we will check if string dot is null or white space genre slug. If it is not null or white space, that means we have entry in genre slug. If that's the case, then we'll get our genre name from our underscore genre list. So here we could say var selected genre equals, we have genre dot first or default g dot slug equals this genre slug. And if we have the selected genre somewhere, so selected genre is not null, then what we'll do, we'll say underscore heading equals, we'll say this selected genre dot name books. So science fiction books, fantasy books, that kind of stuff. What it is saying? Oh, this is genre DTO. This is going to give us genre DTO. All right. So it is not going to be nullable. It will have default value. So here we could check for this only. If dot name is not null. All right. So now we have set our heading. In this case, if that's not the case, we'll fall back to default top books like this. All right. Okay. Now there is one more thing. This active, this shouldn't be like this. It should be dynamic on the basis of currently selected genre from the URL, right? So for that, what we'll do, instead of directly hard coding it, we'll check here. What we'll check? Here we'll check if string dot is null or white space genre slug. If this is null or white space, then we'll set active class for this top books. If that's not the case, we will not do anything. So it will have just genre item, nothing else. Now inside this for each loop where we are getting all our genres, for this, the condition is going to be a bit different. Here we'll check if this genre slug is equals this g dot slug. Then we'll apply active class, else we'll say blank. We don't need to set active if the current selected genre is not this one. Looks like we are good. Let's save everything and let's run it. Let's see if it is working now. We can see the data and we can see the selected item and heading, updated heading. All right. Top books selected, top books fine, fiction. We see fiction books, classics, this one, everything looks fine. But the data is updating, right? Yes, data is also updating. And we can see this updated and the active class is also getting applied. So looks like everything is fine. All right. But this thing, this classic books, let's make it bold. So for this one, font weight bold, and let's uh, set some fixed font size 20 pixel and color as 444. All right. And we'll make it common because this is a heading which we will need on other pages as well, right? So let's make it a centralized class. So for this, we'll go to our common.css in our shared components. And here we'll call it, let's say heading only. Paste it and we are good. Now let's copy this heading, go to books.razor and where we are displaying our heading, MT2, MB3 and then heading. And now we are good. So the genre selection, scrolling, dynamic data, all that stuff is there. All that is working. Now we need to design our books section. Hmm. this book section. Now we need to design this section. All right. So for this, what I am thinking, maybe we are spending so much time on CSS. Do let me know in the comment if you want me to continue this way. We add all HTML, we add CSS, and it takes a lot of time. I have already done it when I created this project, but still it takes time to check and all these things. Other approaches, we can check in the deployed application and we can simply copy paste the CSS from here. Okay. So let's do that actually. For this, do let me in the comment if you like this approach or if you like the previous approach which we are following, that we are adding CSS, we are writing CSS in here. All right, so let's do what we have in here. First thing on this single book container, we have a class which is this book block which has margin bottom 20 px. All right, the book block, this one here we have book block which has dot book block margin bottom 20 px. All right, after that we have on anchor tag, we don't have anything in here. Then we come to this figure class. Here we have this image box class which has this CSS. So let's copy this CSS, add it here, and this image box, let's add this to this figure, this one. Oh, we should have added it inside class bg main light like this. All right, save it, save everything. Let's see what next we have. After that, on this img we have height 300 pixel object fit cover, which is I have added it in style directly. Then we have this book block image box image box, then img we have width 100%. So let's copy this thing and add this height 300 pixel and object fit cover directly to this thing. All right, so css image box, after this we'll say height 300 px and object fit cover, not contain, cover. After that we have our this section, the name of the book section. Here we have lower box and p2, and for lower box we don't have anything. Then we have this h6 class, we have heading which we already have, this is fine. Text center, all right, we'll see it. Then we have this text main class on this h6. Why I have this text main like this? Let's try to add this text main directly to h6 and we'll add text center as well. So books, on this h6 we'll say class text main. Let's run it. We'll run it and we'll see if we can see this design like this or we need anything else. We'll check. All right, hard refresh and it is coming. Okay, it is coming good. Oh, we missed heading class, right? Okay, we'll try that here only. On this text main, after that we are going to have our heading class. All right, and then after heading we are going to have text decoration none. We are having this again and again. Okay, let's fix this in text decoration none. Text decoration none, or what is it? I need, no, it has text decoration none, but still this underline. Why are we having this underline? Oh, this is coming from this anchor tag. Okay, we'll fix this. But then we need to have one more class. So let's remove this text decoration. Here we'll have text center to move it to the center. All right, so these three things we need on H6. Let's stop it. H6, we need these three things. And that, you remember we added the text decoration none. And the way it is working, we have this. If we go to our app.razor, in web project app.razor, we have this common css. After that we have this app css, which is this project specific css. If we go to this, or we could say we have this bootstrap.min.css. So in here also, I guess we should move it up, and we should have common over a table here. All right, so let me brief you about this. First we have bootstrap, then we have this common css which can override bootstrap. After that we have this app.css, which is this project specific css, so we can override common css by this app.css, this project specific css. After that we have this blazongbooks.web.style.css, which is actually component specific css, so we can override this common project based css by this uh, component level css. So this order is the perfect order. All right, okay. Now this app.css, let's see if we have anchor tag related stuff here. Do we have anything? No, right? Let's see if it fixed that underline thing for us. If it's not, then we can add that underline text decoration none to this app.css, project specific css. And it got fixed. All right. Okay, now one more thing we need. No, this is fine, right? Science fiction, fiction, fantasy, everything is working fine here. Fiction, if I refresh on this fiction, it is going to be same. All right, so that means this is done. Now we have styled it. The next thing we'll work on the this right section where we are going to show our popular books. All right, for this let's go to books.razor. Let's collab this call md9. This is done. Now in this call md3, here we need that popular books section, right? So first thing, let's have a container here, div class, maybe popular books, I don't know, container. All right, now here we are going to apply for each word be in underscore popular books. Okay. But before this we need to have one heading. Let's say h3. Here we'll say popular books. Okay, and this is also going to be heading with m0. We don't need any margin from h3. And let's say text center to move it to the center. Or let's follow the same approach we followed for genre list. So here we'll have one more div class, let's say popular books list. All right, then we are going to have this for each loop, and inside this we are going to have a div class, let's say popular book item. Okay, and then inside this we are going to have first image, and then title of the book, and then author. Okay, so we are going to have multiple links here because on image and book title we need to go to book detail page, and on the clicking on the author we need to go to author books page. Okay, so that means we need to have multiple anchor tags here. So first we are going to have a href, and this should go to book detail page. So book slash b dot id with title at the rate b dot title. Okay, and in this anchor tag we are going to have our image. Before that we'll say img src b dot image alt b dot title, and we are good. After this anchor tag we will have two things, the title, book title and author name. So we are going to have one flex box here, deflex, and this we are going to have flex column with justify content center. Inside this we are going to have two different anchor tags. First one is for book title, which will navigate us to the book detail page. So book slash b dot id. Let's have one class here, book title, and here we'll display b dot title. Okay, on this we can have title attribute b dot title. All right, and after this anchor tag we are going to have one more anchor tag, a href, and this time it should go to authors page. So what we can do, let's have that route authors slash, we'll say b dot author dot slug and books. So books by this author. All right, title we'll make it dynamic, so we'll say books by b dot author dot name. All right, then let's add a class here, we'll say book author. All right, and in here we'll say by author name b dot author dot name. So save everything. I guess we are good. We just need to define styling for all these, but what happened? Why it moved this way? Sometimes this formatting just sucks. All right, save everything and we are good. Let's run it. We'll see this. Is there something missing? Something is not right. Let's close this. Books component and let's open it again. This is div class row, and where is div class container? If it's the case, why it is not complaining about this? Now it is complaining. Let me close the Visual Studio and open it again. Let's see now. Still something is not right. Let's see what I missed. Let's see, check one by one. We have this div, anchor tag, and this popular book item. All right, it should be here. Popular book item. After that, we have this div, which will be for book list. All right, then we have this div, which will be for this. Then we have this div. Then we have this div class row, and then we have this thing. All right, there was this missing place. This div closing div was missing for this. All right, save everything. Let's run it. Let's see how this popular books section is looking. Then we'll add styling to that. All right, data is coming. The data should get updated as well for science fiction. Yes, it is getting updated. Now we need to add styling to this. So we'll follow the same approach. We'll get this styling from our deployed versions. So from here, if we go to this thing, first thing, this right box, which is actually popular books container in our case, right? Popular books container. Let's rename it to right box only. We'll go to books.razor.css and then we'll do this right box. All right. After that, we have this heading. So for heading, we have M0 text center, PY3, BG white, and heading. A lot of things. Let's go to our books.razor page and M0 text center, PY3, and BG white, and this. All right. After that, we'll go to popular books list. There is no styling to this. Then we have this popular book item. So on the first child, we have this border top, which is this border. You see this one, this border. So let's do this. And then we have popular book item. Okay, we have other styling as well. So first let's have popular book item, this style, which is background color white, padding 15 px, margin bottom 5 px, display grid, grid template column 100 px and auto, and grid column gap 10 px. Do we have column there? Yes, it's in column, display grid column, first column, second column. All right. Then this first child, on this we have this border top. So let's add this one as well. Popular book item, first child, we have border top with 1 px solid and very light gray color. After that, we should have something on last child as well, right? Do we have? Let's go to the last item. We are here. And last child, we have margin bottom 0. Do we have margin bottom? Yes. So on last child, we will set margin bottom to 0. Let's set this. Popular book item, last child, margin bottom 0. Save everything. We are good. Let's check for image and for this text. Do we have anything for that? For this image, we have popular book item img width 100 px, height 120. And we have me3 class on this, margin and 3, margin right 3. me3 and this. Let's add this. img, let's go to books.razor. Where is our img? It is here. Class me3. Save everything. Good. Then in the right section, display flex column, justify content center, which we already have. We already have it, right? Display flex column, justify content center. All right, then we have book title and book author. These two classes. So inside this, we have book title. So for book title, we have this style, color black, opacity 0.8, font weight bold, font size 20, line height 25, and margin bottom 10 px. Let's copy this. Bookstreasure.css, we have added this. Then for book author color dark gray, font size 17 px. Alright, stop it and run it. We should see exact same design because we copied exact same CSS. And yes, you see, we have exact same UI design. Alright, so with this, home page is done, only paging is remaining. We'll implement paging at the very end. uh, Service side thing is already done for paging, but we'll just work on UI paging later. But for now, we are good. All these things are working, and home page is great, looking great, right? All right. Now, next thing, we have worked on this thing already, right? The genre is already selected. So before working on detail page, let's work on this all genre page. All right. Okay. This, let's close everything. Close all tabs. All right, now we'll work on all genre page. So for that page is going to be shared between both of these web version and mobile version, MAUI version. So we can have that also inside the shared components pages. Here I'll create one page, add new razor component, and we'll call it, let's say, genres.razor. And this is going to be routable component. So slash, what is the name? Let's check in our layout. So in web layout, if we go to components, layout, nav menu, here we have slash genres like this. All right, save it. Then we need that section which we can check from book, this section and page title, right? Let's copy this, and we need iBook service as well. So let's copy all these three. We'll add it here. We are injecting it here. Title is going to be all genres, blazing books, and we will have simple h1, and text is going to be, let's say, all genres. All right. Now we need list of all genres. So here we'll say private genre DTO array of genres with blank array, and then we are going to override on initialize async method. All right, and here we'll say this underscore genre equals book service dot get books, not books, get genres async, and we don't need top only here, so we'll set top only to false. We'll fetch all, and this should be awaited. Expected override async task, and we are good. We have this list of all genres here. All right. Then we'll have div class container. Inside this, we are going to have div class row. Then we are going to apply a for each loop var g in underscore joiners, and here we will have div class. So on smaller screens we'll have call 6, that means 662 same width columns, that means on smaller screens it will show 2 columns. And then if we are on bigger screen we'll say call sm3, so 3 into 12 divided by 3, that means there are going to be 4 columns on the bigger screens. All right, div, and then we can have some margin bottom as well, mb4, and inside here we are going to have our anchor tag. It will navigate us to the home page with this genre selected, which is question mark genre equals the selected genre, that means this g.slug. All right, and here we could say title g dot not slug g dot name, that science fiction books, like this. All right, and in here we are going to display g name, which is genre's name, and we are good. Let's add a couple of classes here. So first thing we need bg white, so background white, and then padding p3. Save everything. Let's try it out. And if I go to all genre, we can see this. Cool. We should have some spacing here, and we should have some extra spacing for this. Inspect. First thing on this container, thing going beyond, because what is it, p3, this one, container and row. On this container let's have margin top maybe 3. All right, after that on this anchor tag we have bg white and p3. In here let's add heading as well. All right, okay, it looks fine. Let's have, instead of empty4, let's have empty5. All right, so we'll add empty5 to this, and we'll add heading to the anchor tag. These two things we'll do here. So on container we'll say empty margin top 5, and on this anchor tag we'll set heading. Save everything. Let's run it again. All genre, and we can see this. There should be some margin bottom, right? Let's add that. We have margin bottom. Something is not right. What is it? And okay, let's do this. MB4 on this anchor tag. Let's see what we have in the deployed version. So if we check all genres, it looks clean, right? What else we have here? MT3 row, MB5. On this anchor tag we have display flags, justify content center, align item center, so everything in center. Let's copy all these classes. bg white, p3, deflex, justify content center, align item center, and heading. Let's add these things to our anchor tag. This anchor tag, let's remove all these and add all these. Save. And we had empty 3 there, right? Empty 3. So this thing I didn't learn this. So when I was building this project for the first time, I was just trying different things and it was coming out like that. So we are following the same approach. All right, it looks same. Cool. Now if you select anyone, let's say I select academic. If I click on it, it would go to the home page with this academic books selected, and we should have this selected somewhere here. Yeah, this is academic. If we go to all genres again, let's say Christmas, and we have Christmas, and it should be this Christmas should be selected. This is selected here, right? All right. So looks like this page is also done. Next, we'll work on our detail page, which is this books slash ID book detail page. And this is also going to be a common page with some conditional styling for both of these. So right now we are just fixing web only. After that, we'll make changes to all these components to make these compatible with our mobile MAUI version. All right, let's close all. All right, so book details page is also going to be common. So we'll go to shared components project in pages. We'll create a new razor component. Let's say book details dot razor. All right, at the red page. So we have books slash book ID, right? That's what we are following. So if we check book slash ID, it should be books actually, not book. So books. This is in popular and then main books container here. Okay, here we have books. That means I misspelled it. I missed this as. It should be books. All right. So save everything. Go to book detail books slash book ID. So book ID and it is going to be integer. All right. Then let's add our code block here. So with this book ID, we will have what is happening. This is Razor page. Okay, public int book ID get set. This is going to be parameter. Something is not right here. Let's close this and open this component again. Now we are good. All right. So we have this book ID which we will get from URL. Then here we need two pieces of state. One is book details DTO underscore book. Let's have default value. And then book details DTO. Okay, let's not have default value. Then we are going to have a collection, an array of book list DTO for similar books. So similar books with an empty array. All right. Now we need to fetch data for this. So we'll say override on initialized async. First thing we'll check if this book ID, if this is less than or equals to 0, because this URL 0 is a valid integer, right? And negative values are also valid integer. So we'll check if this is less than equals to 0, that means book ID is invalid. In that case, what we'll do, we'll simply redirect user back to the main home page. So for this, we'll inject our navigation manager. Navigation manager. And here we'll say navigation manager dot navigate to go to the slash page, which is home page. And here we'll set this replace flag to true because we don't want this to be in the browser's history because this page is invalid. there is nothing on this. Okay, then we will simply return. We will not execute further from here. Let's make it async. All right. Now if that's not the case, that means book ID is valid. Now we can get our book and our similar books. All right. So for that, first thing we need to inject our iBook service. We'll call it book service only. So here we'll say var. Again, these two are not dependent on each other. The result is not dependent on each other. So we can fetch these simultaneously, right? In parallel. So here we'll say book task equals not await. We'll say book service dot get book async with book ID, which we have like this. Then we'll say, or let's maybe do this. Let's initiate similar books task equals book service dot get similar books async. First thing we need to provide book ID and then number of books we need. Let's have 6. And then for the second one, we'll directly get it. So we'll say underscore book equals await. So it will initiate first one. Book get book async. All right, what is the issue? Oh, it is not going to be array. It is going to be single. Yeah. All right. So it will initiate first one and then it will get the second one. It will wait for it. And then we will get the second similar books. So we'll say await similar books task. So now this is going to be run in parallel and we are good. We have both piece of state here. All right. Next thing we will check if somehow we couldn't get any book. That means if book ID is null, when it is going to happen? If this book ID in the URL. So this first case is just checking 0 and negative numbers, but let's say I have provided, I don't know, maybe 965 book ID, which I don't have in my catalog, in my database. So if that's the case, in that case also we'll do same thing. We'll return back with removing this page from browser's history and we'll simply return from here. Or we can remove this return because right now we are at the very end, so we'll go. All right, looks like everything is fine now. Now we need to use these underscore book and underscore similar books in here. So first thing, we need to have our main section, which is this one, and page title, these two things. Page title, for this we are going to have book title, whatever book title we have. Here we'll say underscore book at the rate underscore book dot title, right? Yes, book title. This is going to be nullable because it could be null first. All right. After that, with h1 we'll set same thing underscore book dot title and then we'll say hyphen book description. Now we can design our complete page. Right now we just have this title, nothing else. We can check it actually. Let's run it. All right. Let's click on this murder on Orient Express. This is this. Now if I add, let's say this URL 199.999, which does not exist. It is saying something not implemented exception, HTTP navigation manager does not support supplying navigation options. Okay, there is some error. We cannot have replace true. All right, we'll remove that 0. For 0 also same thing. So if we are in SSR, I didn't know about it actually because this is on initialization. So here at this time, this is not in the browser. We cannot have this replace true here. So we will simply remove this, save it and run it. This is new to me. So whenever we work on some project, we always learn something new. So this is that new thing. All right, let's go to this detail and let's add some. It went to the home page. If I come here, if I set 0, in that case also it will come back to the home page. So we are good. Right, 40451, we are getting this. That means this thing is working. Now we just need to design this page. We have data, we have everything. Just start designing it. All right. The first thing, we'll have div class container with some spacing from top, the 25. All right. Then we'll have div class row. Okay. Then if we check our this thing deployed version detail page, we have these two columns on this page. First one is 4, second one is 8. So in first one we have image, this small table with these stats, read more button, and on the right side we have all the book details, name, author name, description, genres, and then similar book. So these two columns we need to create. So first one is going to be div class call sm4. All right, and second one will be call sm8. All right, in first one call sm4 we need to have our image and that small table. So for that, what we'll do on this call sm4, first thing we'll set display flex, then we'll say flex column, and then we'll say align items center to make the image and then table and then button to horizontally in center, right? Horizontally centered. First thing, let's have div class container for image. So let's say image, I don't know, wrapper. And then here I'll have my image src underscore book dot image with alt as underscore book dot title. And on this, I'm going to add a bootstrap class that is img responsive. All right. After this, we are going to say this is saying because this is nullable. So let's do this. Let's wrap everything in a condition, although this is not going to happen, but still book is not null. Then only render this complete page. So we will get rid of that warning like this. All right. After showing the image, we will have a div class that call tables wrapper. So we'll say my4 to make some spacing. And then we are going to have a table with class. First thing table, second thing table bordered. So we need border. Then t body. We don't need any header or footer in this table. So t head, t foot, we don't need those. We just need t body. In this first tr, let's add the th. So here we'll have book id. And then on this th, we can define our scope to row. So we are saying that this th is for this row, and then second one is going to be td. This is pure HTML. It has nothing to do with Blazor. For the data, right now I'm getting this underscore book.id. This is from Blazor. All right. Then second row, let's copy this tr and let's paste it two more time. Second one is for book format, which is underscore book dot format. Then third one is going to be number of pages. So number of pages, this will be underscore book dot num pages. And now we are good. All right. After this table, we need to have that button, that buy now or read more button. Okay. So here first thing we will check if hmm, okay, let's do this. Let's directly add anchor tag a href. Now here this href is going to be dynamic. How dynamic? It should be string dot is null or white space. If underscore book dot title is not title, book dot by link. If this is null or empty, then use the default. If that's not the case, then use book dot by link, right? So instead of adding it here, let's do this. Let's move this condition to book details DTO. In this DTO, I'm going to have a computed property. So here I'll say public string by link is already there, right? Right. So here let's say book link. Okay. And this we'll make it dynamic. We'll check if string dot is null or white space by link. If this is null or white space, what we'll do, we'll simply generate a dynamic URL here, and that URL is going to be https .bing.com. We'll go to Bing, then search question mark q equals, this is the q title with q. This is the format of Bing search. If we search anything in the Bing, it shows in this format. Now here we'll say at the rate, but not at the rate. We'll say title, book title by author name. So here we'll say author dot name. So it will search, let's say Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire by J.K. Rowling. All right, so it will be like this. And for it uses this plus, so we'll use plus. And in title also, let's say dot replace space with plus. All right, same thing with author name, dot replace space with plus. Or we can URL encode this complete thing. Yeah, we can URL encode also. Okay, let's now leave it like this only, but that is also one case we can do. And if this by link is not null or empty, then we'll use this by link directly. All right. So this book link, we can use this book link here. Instead of having this dynamic thing, we'll simply say at the rate book dot book link. All right. We want it to open in a new tab. So we'll say target underscore blank. Okay. And then we'll say this text is also going to be dynamic. So let's do this. Same thing we can do here. Say if or not if, we can have dynamic thing here. We'll check string dot is null or white space underscore book dot buy link. If this is null or white space, we'll say read more. If that's not the case, we'll say buy now. Right? Cool. Alright, let's see how it looks so far. Let's run it. If we go to detail page, we can see this buy now. And if I have some, I don't know which does not have buy link, it is read more with Bing URL. And what was the previous one? Yes, 199. If we check buy now, it is some Amazon URL. All right. It looks like this left section is fine. We just need to design this buy now button, buy now read more button. So let's check what we have on deployed version. So this is the thing here. If we check on this, we have BTN book FAB, and this fab, this class is specific to mobile version, so we'll work on it later. But right now let's add this btn book, and that btn is from bootstrap, but btn book is we have defined in our common css. All right, so we'll follow this. So let's add it on anchor tag a href class this, and for css we'll follow same thing. We'll add a new item here. So book details dot razor dot css, and let's copy that btn book, this button css, copy and paste it here. Position relative inline block, do I need these? I don't think so. Font size 16, line height 30px, color white, padding this font weight 400, border radius, background color main, and then box shadow this one. All right, let's rerun it. We'll see if this is getting applied. It is coming. Open up, and we can see this buy now button. This is fine. And read more button. This is fine. All right. So this left section is done now. Now we'll work on this right section where we are going to display all the book details, description, title, author, genres. This balls falls and this book falls under. Book details dot razor and razor dot css. We'll remove all other things. All right. So this first section, that is this SM4, this is done now. Now we'll work on this SM8. So first thing we need header. So we'll say h2 class fw bold. We need it bold. Here we'll display our book.title. All right. After that, we are going to have that by and that book author name. So let's have h5 with some spacing from the top, empty3. And here, first thing we are going to have a span where we'll say, let's say by, and then anchor tag to go to that book author space. So what was that? Authors slash book dot author dot slug and slash books, right? It was like this. All right. And then here we are going to add title. we'll say books by author name. So book.author.name. All right. And then text for this is going to be same at the rate book.author.name. And then we can add some CSS styling to this class and text secondary, some light color, and then we need this as bold, FW bold. All right, save everything and we should be good. After this H5, we are going to have an HR horizontal rule, and then we'll have our description. So for description, first thing we'll have description heading. So for this, we'll say H class with some margin from top and bottom, description, this text, and then we are going to have our description. P, let's add some class, and in here we'll say underscore book dot description. We are going to display this. All right. After this, we are going to have all our genres. So we'll say H4 with class MY3 genres. This is hard-coded string. Then here we'll generate our all those genres kind of tags. So genre tag cloud kind of thing. So here we'll say div class, let's say dflex, display flex and flex wrap so that it moves to the second line whenever this items reaches to the complete width of this container, then it will go to the second line. All right. Inside this, we are going to have our for each var g in book dot genres, which is an array. And in here, we are going to have a href and then same slash question mark genre equals at the rate g dot slug so that it goes to the home page with this genre selected. Okay. Then let's have some class here. We'll say genre tag title. We are going to have g dot name books. So science fiction books, for example. And here we'll display g dot name as text. So looks like we are good. We just need to add some styling to this genre tag. How it looks, then we'll work on this styling and then similar books. Run it. Here, let's open detail page and we can see this. All right, this is coming good. We just need to design this. So let's see what we have in our deployed version. We'll follow the same UI design. So if we go to this and if we check genre tag cloud, we don't have anything on this. And for genre tag, we have this. So let's copy this CSS and let's add it to our book details.razor.css. Here we have background color white and the text color main, padding this 5px 10px, margin right 10px, bottom 10px, border radius 4px, font weight bold, and this transition, this is for showing a little small animation. So save it and let's rerun it. Let's open this detail page and we can see this. So for this transition, we are not changing anything. So we should change this. So let's, for example, let's change the hover effect. So on hover, what we can do on this genre tag, change the background color to our color main light. And if this is the color main, right, then in that case we need to change the text color, which is color white, right? And on this genre tag we have this margin right 10 px and margin bottom. Do we need to do anything for last or first child? No, right? We are good. Okay, let's do this. Let's run this. So we'll see that our effect now. Let's go to the detail page and you see it comes like this. All right. So genre is fine. Now after this, we'll show our similar books. Stop it. Go here. And after these things, we'll have one HR with some styling. I want to set height for this to, let's say, 5px. And then class text main, so that the bluish color. All right. Then we'll have h4 similar books. And now we are going to display our similar books. So first thing, let's have this div class row, and then we'll apply our for each loop here. So our be in similar books, and now we are good. Now we'll follow the same approach we are following for. Do we need to? Okay, let's do this. Div class call 6, so that on small screens it shows in 2 columns, and on bigger screens we'll call sm4, so 3 columns. All right, with margin bottom and b4. All right, div, and now here it is going to be under one anchor tag, so a href, and this is going to be book details page, so the same page with different URL, so slash book slash, here we'll say book dot, no, not book dot id, just b dot id, and title is going to be same b dot title. All right, and inside this we need to display our image and title. So for that we'll have a div class display flex, flex column, and let's move it to the center on both axes. So justify content center, align item center, and let's have bg white for this thing. And now we'll first thing we'll show our image. So I'll say img src equals @b dot image. Alt is going to be @b dot title. Class is going to be img fluid, which comes from Bootstrap. All right, and then I'm going to have a label with class, let's say empty2, to have some spacing from top, and here we'll say b dot title, which will be book title. All right, let's run it. Let's see how it looks. Okay, let's open the detail page. Similar books, we are having these. All right, so height is not same and we need to have some spacing here. All right, so on these images, let's have a max height. Let's see what we are doing in the deployed version. Similar books. And this truncate also we need, right? So on this label, we have text truncate and empty2. So text truncate and empty2. Text truncate, this is from CSS. So if the text is very long, it will simply truncate that and it shows that dot dot dot. And it has style max width 100%. Let's add this as well. So here we could say, let's add similar book title, this class. And we'll go to our CSS, similar book title. And here we'll say max width 100%. All right. Let's check if we have something on image. So on IMG, we have max height 300 pixel. Let's do this. So we'll go to our image here. And on this IMG, after IMG fluid, let's have one class. So similar book IMG. And we'll add CSS for this. So we'll say similar book IMG and max height 300 pixel. All right, save everything, close everything, and let's run it again. Go to detail page, and this is fine. We can see this, and here we need some spacing as well. Right, this first and this how the Grinch stole Christmas. This is touching the corners. We need some spacing. So we can have some spacing. Let's say in the container div, let's add P2. All right, P2. On this div class container, let's add padding 2. Save everything and we are good. Alright, so looks like detail page is fine. Let's try to click on any book, and yes, everything is loading. Alright, author page, this is not yet implemented, but other than that, everything is working fine. By now, it will go to the next page. Details, genres, everything is working fine. So home page is done, all genre page is done, and then this detail page is also done. Okay, flex wrap is for this one, right? After touching this, it moves to the second line. If I don't have that flex wrap, what will happen? Let's see this flex wrap. If I remove this flex wrap class, you see what is happening? It is in the single line overflowing with the content. That's why we had that flex wrap. Okay. All right. So now we can start working on the next page, which is going to be our author books page. After this, we will work on mobile version. All right now we are working on web version only. All right, so close all tabs. All right, so now we have worked on book details page. Now next thing we'll work on author books page, books by author. So this is also going to be same shared page. So we will have it in share.components project only. In here in pages, we are going to create a new razor file, razor component. Let's say author books dot razor. All right, this is going to be routable component. So the route we have defined at authors, then author slug, and then books. And on this also we are going to have paging. So for that we'll follow the same approach which we are following on the detail now on the home page. So slash page and then this page number. So after books we'll say slash page number. All right, let's add our code block. So inside code block we need to define properties for these parameters, author slug and page number. So author slug is going to be string. So we'll have public string author slug, and this will be parameter. And for page number, this is going to be label int page no with default value of 1, and this is also going to be parameter. All right. Then we will have a list of all the books by this author. Okay. So for that, we'll say book list DTO array of this underscore author books with the default value as blank array. All right. And on this page also the UI, the design is going to be same as home page. So we will have author books on the left section, and on the right section we are going to have popular books. All right. So for that, again we'll have the popular books with same book list DTO array underscore popular books, and we'll have blank array for this. All right. Now we can get this data. We'll override on initialized async method, protected override async task on initialized async method. And now let's inject our iBook service. We'll call it book service only, and inject navigation manager as well. We'll call it navigation manager only. Okay, so first thing, we'll check if page is invalid. If page no is less than equals 0, or we'll have one more condition, if this author slug is string null or white space, although this shouldn't be the case because it will not come to this thing. If but for blank it can come to this page, so we'll have that check as well. So string dot is null or white space author slug, right here. If any of these case satisfies, we know this is an invalid page. So we'll say navigation manager dot navigate to, we'll simply go back to the home page. All right, and we'll return from here. We will not do further execution. All right. Now if that's not the case, then we can simply have our page result equals await, and here we'll say book service dot get books by author async, and it needs page number, page size and author slug. So we have page number but we don't have page size, so let's follow the same approach we are following on home page. So here we have the constant private const page size 16, so let's follow the same thing. All right, we can provide this page size and then author slug, and now we are good. Page no, because this is nullable, so we'll say this. All right, now we have paged result, and from this paged result we can get our book author books and total count. So for total count, let's have one variable here, private nullable int, not nullable int, we can have direct int, total count with a default value of 0, and here we could say underscore author books and underscore total count, and we can directly have this here. Instead of paged result, we'll directly get these two things here. All right, so we have this here. Now after this we need to have popular books as well, right? So for that also we could say popular books equals await book service dot get popular books async and count same 10. All right, and now we have these two things, both of these data. Again, we can make these parallel using, we'll not await these right away we'll have the task the way we are getting it on uh, home page. You can follow this approach. All right, so we have this data now. Now let's start working on HTML. So basic HTML, first we need to have the heading, this section content and page title. So page title is going to be books by this author, and similar way we will have this section, the page title, this page title which is displayed on the page itself. Here also we'll have the same thing, and that we don't have author name beforehand. That's mean we need to have some dynamic property, dynamic variable, piece of state here, and we will fill value in that after getting data from here. So for that, let's have private string underscore heading. Let's have default value of author books. All right. Now when we are here we'll say word and let's say author equals, we can go to author books and we can get first item from here. Okay, or let's use first dot default to be error proof. So here we'll say if author is not null, then what we'll do, what author book first dot default dot author, we will do this. Now this author is actually author DTO, which is nullable. All right, if author is not null, then what we'll do, we'll set our heading to this thing, books by author name. So author dot name, author dot value dot name. Okay, because author is a DTO, struct DTO, so this is actually a struct to which is value type to get the value from a nullable value type. We need to have this value, right? The same way if you want to access page numbers value, we need to do page no dot value. In similar way we'll have it like this. All right, now we have heading. We can go to the top, we can add this underscore heading here, and the same way we can say @ underscore heading here. All right, now we have heading. Now the UI for this page, as I said, it will be same as books, the home page. We will have after genre, we will have main heading. Then we will have this row with the list of books. After that, we'll have this right box for popular books, right? So for this, what we can do, because the UI is similar, we can pass data from outside. So we can have shared component for both of these things, right? And we can use those component on this books page and on this author books page, on both of these pages. All right. So first let's copy everything from the books page to this author books page. And here what we'll do, first we will remove the genre related stuff. We don't need that here. After that we will have this heading, which is fine. We have underscore heading. Then this section, the book section, we will remove this from here because we'll have it in a separate component. Then call md3 here, this right box, we'll have this complete right box as a separate component. So on author books page we had just container lg row md9 row heading, and here we'll go that books component, and here in call md3 here we will have our popular books component. Okay, so for that what we'll do, in the shared.components project only, we have this shared folder. In here we are going to create two components. First one is going to be, let's say, books grid. dot razor, and one more, that will be popular books dot razor. All right. So in books grid, if you go to books home page, from here we are going to have this div class row and this section, okay, for books grid. So here what we need this books collection. So we'll define our code block. Here we will define a property of type book list DTO array, and here we'll say books with the default value of blank array, and here we will set it as parameter. We need this from outside, and we will add editor required as well, because this books property, this is required for this component. So this editor required, it is not going to throw any error, but it will indicate the consumer of this component that you need to provide this value. It will be shown as a warning. All right, then we can simply use this books here, and now this is same, no change at all. Okay, same thing for popular books. Let's go to books only, and from here we'll copy this complete right box. We'll go to popular, and here we need this popular books collection. All right, so here also we'll say code block, and let's copy this thing on books grid component. We'll rename this popular books. This is also going to be parameter and editor required. Now there is a problem. This is popular books. The component name and parameter name cannot be same. So here we could say popular books list, something like this. And we need to rename this, remove the underscore popular books to popular books list like this. And now we are good. Now we can use these two things on our books page and on our author books page. All right. So on books page, let's use those. I'm going to comment this out for now, and I'll add, this is books grid. Now we need this long thing, so we can simply cut it from here. We can go to imports.razor in our shared.components project only, and we can add this using here @using paste it, and now we can directly use this books grid component here. And if I leave it like this, you will see we have this green line. If we hover over it, it says component books grid expects a value for the parameter books, right? So this is the benefit of adding that editor required. If I go here and if I remove this editor required, and now if I go here, that error is gone, that warning is gone. So right now using this, we could skip the data needed for that component. That's why this editor required makes sense in this case. So we don't leave that data which is required for this component. So that is books, and we can pass underscore books, and we are good now. Same thing, we'll comment these popular books out, and here we'll say popular books, and here the name is popular books list, and the parameter is going to be underscore popular books, and we are good now. Same thing, we'll go to our author books. In here we'll add books grid, and the parameter books, we'll have our author books, and in the right section we'll say popular books, and the parameter, it will be popular books like this. And now we are good. Now there is one thing which is missing. We simply extracted out this UI, books grid UI and popular books UI from books page, but the CSS for that, it was in this books.razor.css only, right? Because how this CSS works, this is scoped to the component itself. It is not going to apply anything else. But in this case, when we extract out the HTML, we need to extract out CSS as well. Okay. So for this, we'll define our books grid.razor.cs here. We'll say books grid dot razor dot css, and same way we'll have popular books dot razor dot css. Popular books dot razor dot css. All right, now let's extract out the data which we need for books grid. So if we check in books grid component, we have book block and image box. I guess these two things only. So if you go to books.razor.css, here we have book block and this section. Okay, book block image box, book block image box, and img. These three CSS things we are going to comment for now, and we'll go to booksgrid.razor. We'll paste it here, save everything. We are good. Now again go back to books.razor.css. For popular books, we have this right box, popular book item, book title, book author, this complete CSS. I'll copy it, comment it out here, and then I'll go to shared popular books.razor.css. I'll add it here. Save everything. Now we should be good. We should see the actual data on both home page and author books page. All right, let's try it out. So using this, you see, we don't need component planning beforehand. If we need, we can extract out the components later whenever required, right? This was the perfect case for this, so we did this. Let me hard refresh couple of times. All right, homepage working fine, complete CSS, everything is fine. Now let's go to author books page. There is some problem. An unhandled exception occurred while processing the request. Invalid operation exception on DB set book. So there is some problem with our book service and this. So basically the problem is with our query which we have written. Let's try it out. What is the problem? First thing, we'll see what query it generated. So here it is saying that order by descending B goes to new book list DTO, author DTO. It could not be translated. There is some error with this. Okay, let's check what is the error. Did we add anything which shouldn't be there? Okay, let's go to get books by author async. All right, it is here. Get books by author async. We have query context.books.where b.author.slug equals author slug. We have this query. We are counting. After that, we have this select book list DTO. And inside this, we have this new author DTO. b.author.name, b.author.slug. So is it complaining about this internal thing? We have same thing for other as well, right? Get similar books. So for similar books, it is working, but it is not working for this. Why is it not working for this? Order by descending b.id, page size, page number, context.books, where b.author.slug equals author slug. So is it not getting this thing? Let's check the count query. It generated select count star from books as b, inner join author, where a.slug equals this at the rate author slug which we provided. This is fine, right? So it is saying order by descending, b goes to b.id, which is fine. Query select B, new book list DTO, b.id, b.title, b.image, new author DTO, b.author.name, b.author.slug. Everything looks fine actually. Let me try to spend some time. Let me see what is the issue. b.inner.slug equals this order by for order by descending. It is taking the wrong thing. It shouldn't be with order by descending. It should be with select. Order by descending is b.id. Oh, this b is book list DTO. This b is book list DTO. So in this, what we should do? We should move this after this. All right, because this book list DTO, we are generating it later. So right now it will be book. So order by is book ID and everything is on book ID only. Let's try it out. Author books, and this UI is a bit, oh, it was zoomed in. All right, it is fine. Let's go here and we can see this. It is working now. All right. So the problem was, what was the problem? This link queue chaining, it works whatever we are getting from the previous call, it passes that to the new call, right? The next chained method. So when we had this here, we had query, on query we are adding select. Now after this select, whatever things we are applying, all these are going to be applied on this thing, on the first thing. What is the return, whatever we are returning from this select, so we are returning the book list DTO. So that's why it was applying the next order by descending, it was actually getting applied on book list DTO, but we need this order by descending on book itself. That's why we moved it at the very end. So let's have everything, then select this. So it actually, it will generate the actual query, the correct query, whatever we need. If I go to the very end and you see it is selecting ID, title, image, name, slug from books sorted by new ID. This is for popular books, I guess. Order by t.c, inner shine. All right. So this is fine now. Can stop it. Oh, why did I stop it? Okay, we can clean this up now, the code, because now we have extracted out components in CSS and it is working. The UI is working, data is working on home page as well as on author books page. The heading is also fine. Page title is also fine. We are getting books, and on clicking on that, we are going to on this detail page. So this is also working. So everything looks fine now. All right, looks like we are good. Let's see how it looks on smaller screen. Responsive, how responsive it is. Okay, on smaller screen it is fine. Buy now, let's have some spacing here. So after buy now, we should have some spacing. After buy now button, this is buy now button. So btn book, fab. Here only we'll say MB4, right? Or let's say MB5. All right, this is fine. So it will look same on bigger screen as well. All right, let's add this MB5. So this is the buy now button, which is on detail page. Let's stop everything. Let's go to detail page. Pages, book details page. We should have that buy now button. Where is it? It is here, this. So here we'll say MB5 and we are good. All right, now let's clean the CSS and HTML part from books.razor page. Let's remove this thing because we extracted this into this component and it is working as expected. Same thing for popular books. Let's remove this, save everything. Let's go to books.razor.css. Let's remove this CSS, remove this, and we are good. Save everything. Great. So I guess from the web point of view, everything is working now. We have homepage, we have genres, we have all genres, we have book details, we have popular books, right? We have these similar books, book details, books by author, everything is working fine. So we are good with web version now. Now we will start working on mobile version. Okay, now we'll see how all these things will look on the mobile version. So let's close all tabs, minimize all. All right, so web part is done. Now we'll start working on mobile part, MAUI side part. So we'll do the all the setup kind of thing which we did for web project in order to work with the share.components project. So it is already having the reference of that project, I guess. If I go here, I can see yes, blazing-books.share.components. So we have added reference of share.components, shared both of these projects. After that, we had added additional assemblies in web project in program.cs. So we need to do same thing for our mobile project, MAUI project, but in MAUI we don't have that program.cs. We have MAUI program, but it has nothing to do with the Blazor stuff. It has just this add MAUI Blazor web view, nothing else related to Blazor. So in mobile MAUI project, we have routes.razor, which is the main page. Inside this, we have router with app assembly. In here, we need to define additional assemblies. So the concept and the idea behind this is same what we have in web. So this additional assemblies, it takes an enumerable of assembly. So here we can define an array of type assemblies. So here what we'll do, let's break this thing to new line. And here we'll say name of blazing books dot shared dot components dot pages dot some page, or what we used in the web program, we used pages dot books, any page. All right, so components dot pages dot book details or books, anything we can have, dot assembly. Oh, not name of, type of, dot assembly. All right, we have added these additional assemblies. Now we will have everything from shared components, but the only thing which we will not, it will throw exception, the same exception if we go to components and pages home.razor. Here we have the slash, right? So there will be two pages with same route, so this is not going to work. Let's say old route, we will delete this. I just modified this route so that we can at least see that. All right, let's try it out. So I have connected my mobile device, Android device, and I'm going to run it on my Android device only. And we are going to have a couple of issues. If we run, it will directly try to open the books page, and on books page we have this inject iBook service, book service. So it's registration that is not in the mobile, right? We have registered it in web project in program.cs using this builder.services.add transient iBook service with this book service. But this does not exist. This line does not exist in mobile, right? That means there is no registration for iBook service. It should come from there. So we need to register iBook service in mobile project. Now we have another issue. That issue is, okay, we can register iBook service, but what is going to be the implementation of iBook service? In web project, we had this book service, which is in web project only. And inside this, we are using DbContext factory. We are getting data directly from database using EF core. But that all that stuff does not exist in mobile project, right? In mobile, we don't have the database. It is not on server. It is on client. So we need to somehow make the request. We need to fetch data from server from our web project into this mobile project. Okay. Now, in order to do that, we need to have some API layer in between, right? So from our mobile app, we are going to make HTTP API call to our web project, which will give the data, required data to mobile project. So for that, we'll have API layer. And when we say API layer, right now inside this web project, everything is directly from book service and iBook service. So components can directly access these. We are injecting iBook service directly on components, but for mobile, we need to have implementation. We need to have the endpoints, API endpoints basically. So we have two approaches. Either we can have controller based approach or we can use minimal API. So I am going to use minimal API. Okay, so in web project, we are going to define minimal API endpoint. So we can define it here only, or maybe we can have another file. So I'll have one file. I'll say book endpoints.cs, something like this. Okay, this is going to be public static class book endpoints. We are going to build it as an extension method on I endpoint route builder. We are defining minimal API basically. The public static I endpoint route builder. We'll say map book endpoint. This name is up to you. We'll make it as an extension method on same I endpoint route builder only. Endpoints. Okay, we'll return builder directly, or let's name it app. All right, now we'll define all the endpoints which our book service has. So one endpoint for one service or one method from iBook service. So if we check our interface in our shared project interface iBook service, so we need to define this many endpoints. Okay, so let's have it here and we'll define all these endpoints. Let's start. So first thing, app dot map get. All these are get endpoints, no post endpoint. All right. App dot map get API slash. First is get book async. This is single book, right? So we'll say API slash books slash book ID. Okay, and this is going to be of type int. All right. Let's define body for this. So we'll have async and we will get book ID integer parameter. So int book ID, and then we will have our iBook service injected. So .NET is going to inject this iBook service for us inside this delegating handler. So book service like this. Let's move it to the next line and then we can simply return response from here. That is going to be typed results dot okay, and here we'll say await book service dot get book async, and we can provide book ID like this, and we are good. Our first method's endpoint is ready. Get book endpoint, this one is ready. Okay, let's remove this. Let's go to second one. So we are going to copy this. Alright, so this is second one, get books async. This is list of books. So the route is going to be API/books. That's all. There is no parameter. This one, but it will have multiple parameters from query string. So int page number, page size, and genre slug. These three things. Okay. So let's copy these things. Come here, and after iBook service, we'll say have all these parameters. Alright. Then await book service. From here, we'll say get books async, and we can provide all the parameters. So first is page number, then page size, then genre slug, and we are good. Save. So get books async is also done. Let's remove this one. Now next is get books by author async. Let's copy this endpoint. Now we'll define maybe similar type of route. So API authors slash author slug slash books. All right. So in here we need same page number, page size, and author slug. And this author slug is going to be non-null. This is the required parameter. So author slug. So we will not make it nullable. We will not make it optional. Like this. And here we can say get books by author async. Like this. And this parameter is going to be author slug. We are good now. Alright. So author endpoint is also ready. Now next is get. Okay. This we done, right? Then we have get genre async. This one. So let's copy some simple one. This books maybe, or the first one. Here we'll say API/genres. Alright. And inside this we will inject iBook service, and then we need this parameter top only, which will be provided from maybe query string. So it's responsibility, it will provide it top only. So here we'll say get genres async, and we'll provide this top only flag. This is also done, so we can remove this one as well. Now we have get popular books and similar books. Alright, let's define these two as well. Let's copy this API books, and we'll, or maybe both of these. The second one gets similar books. It is dependent on this book ID. Right? Okay, first let's do get popular books async. So for this, I'm going to copy the API books first one. So here I'll say API books slash popular. Alright. Here on this get popular, we need genre slug and we need count. So we'll remove page size and page number. We'll set iBook service. It will be provided by framework itself, minimal API, count we have, and genre slug, which is nullable. Alright. So we will need this. So book service dot get popular async, and we'll say count and genre slug. Now we are good. This is also done. Now last one, get similar books. So for this, I'm going to copy the first one, which is single book. So on the basis of this, I'm going to generate API route API slash book ID slash similar. Okay. So here we have book ID and we need one more count. So we'll define int count and then we can call this book service dot get similar books async book ID and count. Now we can remove this. So our endpoints are ready. Now we need to use these endpoints in our program.cs. First we need to register these. So in program.cs at the very end, I will say app.map endpoints like this. All right, we are good. So registration part is done. Now we can access these endpoints. So let's run the web project. We'll see how it is looking and can we access the data or no. If those APIs are correct or not, those API endpoints basically. So this is home. We can say slash API slash joiners, something like this. It requires top only. So we'll provide top only equals false. So we can see this data in JSON format. That means our API is working, right? The endpoints we define, that is working. If we provide true, we will have these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that means our API is working. Let me zoom it. So this is for API genre top only true, and we can see this thing. All right. So everything is working fine now. That means the API's endpoint is ready. On server side, we are good. All right. Now let's move back to mobile. Now from our mobile app, we need to make HTTP calls to these endpoints. So from there, we have couple of approaches. So the approach I like most, I am going to use Refit Client for this. I already have videos for this on my YouTube channel, how to use Refit for HTTP calls, HTTP API calls from our .NET MAUI application. So same way we will do here. So for that, what we'll do in our mobile project, we need to install one NuGet package, that is refit.http client factory. I'm going to add link of this thing in my description box so you can check out that video in which I have explained how to use this Refit to make HTTP calls from .NET MAUI application. All right. So we'll install this refit.http client factory. Let's install. Apply. Is it done? Yes. All right, it's done. So let's close all tabs. All right. Now in mobile only, we need to register Refit. But before registering it, we will define our the way Refit works. We need to define interfaces for our APIs. Okay, and then Refit will internally generate code, generate HTTP calls code for those interface methods. This is how it works. All right. So in here, what I am going to do, I'm going to create a new folder, a new file. Let's say folder I'll call services. Services slash I'll say iBook API .cs. Okay, iBook API .cs. This is going to be our interface, and in this interface we are going to define our endpoints, and these endpoints are going to be similar to our interface. Okay, the interface we have the in shared, we have interfaces, we have this iBook service. So this interface, all right. So what we can do, we can simply copy all these methods directly. We can go to iBook API. We can add these interfaces, and then we just need to define routes for all these. So it is get, which will come from Refit, and then URL. So it will be API slash book slash book ID, right? This is the one. Then for get books async, we have get API slash books, right? Query string parameters are different. It will be handled by this Refit only. Then we have get books by author async. So here we'll say get. So these URLs, these should be same as our endpoint which we have defined in our web project. So these URLs, right? These URLs. So for author, let's copy this thing. For author, we have this URL, author slug and books. For genre, we have this API slash genre. Get and define this. All right. Then we have popular books. So let's copy this popular books as well. Here we'll say get popular books. Then we have similar books. Get similar books. Now one thing to note here, this colon and this type, this constraint does not work with the Refit get and post all these routing attributes, right? These works in our minimal API and controller action routes. So we need to remove this without any constraint and we are good. We have defined iBook API. We just need to register this iBook API with Refit, and then Refit will take care of generating body for this and making the HTTP call, serializing and deserializing, request response, passing data, passing parameters, each and everything Refit will handle all this. All right. Now we have this iBook API. Now the way we are going to use, uh, not we are going to use, we have shared components, right? In shared component, we have pages. For example, this books page. Here we are injecting iBook service and we are getting data using this book service, right? From this book service, we are calling these methods and we are getting data directly from these. Now, when we will use in these components, we are not going to modify that, change that injection and then fetching the data, because then we need to make so many changes, conditional changes, but this is not what we want. We will have conditions and conditional rendering and all those things just for UI, not for logic. Okay, so the point is we need one implementation of this iBook service in mobile as well, mobile project as well. So here we will define that. So in mobile project services, we will define one class, let's say book service, or we could say API book service, or maybe API book fetcher. We could name it whatever view. Okay, this is going to be a class which will implement iBook service, which we are injecting in all our components. All right. So this implement this interface. Now we have all these methods. Now whenever this book page, this is coming from web, it will use book service, which is defined in web project. But whenever we are running it as a mobile app, as a .NET MAUI app, then it will simply use this API book fetcher class, because we will register this API book fetcher in our MAUI program, in mobile MAUI project. Okay. Here we'll say builder dot services dot add transient iBook service, and we'll register it with iBook API book fetcher. like this. Okay, so for mobile, it will get implementation from this API book fetcher. Now inside this API book fetcher, we need some logic by which we can get data from our API. Okay, and the way we are going to get data from API, for that we have this iBook API. So this is the one which is going to give us data from API, and then this API book fetcher, this is the one which will get that data and pass that data to our components as an iBook service implementation, right? So here what we can do, we can simply inject iBook API in this API book fetcher. So we'll say book API like this. All right. Now inside this we will have direct single calls with the same thing. So here from here we'll say return underscore book API dot get books async with book ID, and we'll make it awaitable. So await. All right. Same thing here. Return await underscore book API dot get books async page number page size genre slot. So same thing. Return await underscore book API dot get books by author async page no page size and author slug. Okay, then we are here on get genre slug. Return await underscore book API dot get genres async top only. Then for get popular books async, so return await underscore book API dot get popular book async with all the parameters count and genre slug. Get similar books, return await underscore book API dot get similar books async book ID and count, and we are good. Our API is ready. Our API book fetcher is ready. Save everything. We are good. Now everything will work fine. But the only thing is when this we will inject iBook service, we are injecting it on books page, for example. It will try to fetch data and then iBook API. So iBook API, we need to register this iBook API using Refit in our MAUI program. So that thing we are going to do now. Let's close all other, close all but this. All right, now this is going to be a very kind of big approach. So I would recommend you guys to check out that video, the Refit Client video, how to use Refit Client to make HTTP API calls from .NET MAUI application. All right, in this we'll make it quick. So here I'm going to define a private static method. So private static, and I'm going to call it, let's say configure refit. All right, I'll make take one parameter of this iService collection services. iService collection services. All right, private static void. And from main MAUI app, create MAUI app. From here, I'm going to call this configure refit method. So configure refit, and I'll pass builder.services as a parameter, and we are good. Now we'll do everything inside this configure refit method. All right. So we'll do services dot add refit client, and there is a generic version of this. Here we need to define our API, that is iBook API, this interface. Okay. Now inside this we can provide refit settings, or we can generate refit settings using this func delegate, which will get iService provider as an input, and it will return refit settings as output. Okay, so we are going to use, should we use this one, this second one or first one? Let's use first one only, the simple one. Okay, so for that what we'll do, we'll simply generate refit settings here, new refit settings. Okay, And inside this Refit setting, we need to provide body for this HTTP message handler factory. The reason is, from when we run this inside iOS emulator or Android emulator, from there is no local host, there is nothing. So to work with localhost, for this also, by the way, I have video on my channel, so I would link that in my description box, so please do check that video also out. So in that I have explained that how can we connect to HTTPS API from our Android emulator and iOS emulator. So for that we need to have some extra thing. The reason is, on localhost, when we run it inside emulator simulator, that is a totally different environment, different OS, different. So the localhost does not exist there. So the way it works, emulator and this hosting OS, which is our Windows environment, these two make connection using some different approach. So we need to make it compatible. That's why we need to provide our different implementation to this HTTP message handler factory. So I would highly recommend you guys to check out those video in which I have explained it in detail. All right, so for this we will provide this body. So this HTTP message handler factory, it is actually a func which will not take any parameter and will return HTTP message handler. Now this HTTP message handler is a thing. So here we will have some conditional logic. So we will have if Android, if the environment is Android, then do something, and if, and finally we'll simply return null. From here we will not do anything. And if the environment is Android, if this is currently running on Android, for that case, let's select Android first. All right. So in this case, the HTTP message handler, so Android has its own implementation of HTTP message handler, that is called Android message handler. For this, we'll say return new HTTP, not HTTP, Android message handler. Android message handler, this one. Okay. Now we shouldn't be using usings like this. The reason is it will be it will work for other platforms as well, for example iOS. So that will fail because that namespace does not exist in iOS. So either we can have the same condition here, or we can have fully qualified name here. So xamarin.android.net.android message handler, like this. All right. In this, if we go to this one, it has base class as HTTP message handler, which we need to return. All right. So from here, we need to allow HTTP as local host. So for that, we have one method here, and that is this one. Not method, this parameter, this property actually, server certificate custom validation callback. So we need to provide body to this one. This is explained in videos on my YouTube channel, so please check this out there. All right, then it is a func delegate which will get these parameters and return bool. We'll come here, we'll get these parameters like this. HTTP request message, do this. This is some certificate. Then this is, let's say, chain. And this is SSL policy errors. All right. And then it should return Boolean. So we need to allow HTTPS, localhost HTTPS from here. So for this, what we will do, we will check this certificate parameter. From here, we will simply check what is the issuer of this. If the issuer is CN equals localhost, if this is localhost, or the SSL policy errors, if this is equals SSL policy errors, and this comes from which namespace? From system security cryptography. No, not from this one. System.net.security. So we'll come here and we'll say if certificate.issuer is localhost or SSL policy errors, system.net.security.ssl policy errors.none. If that's the case, then we'll return true. So it will allow HTTPS localhost call. Alright, so this is for Android. This seems a bit confusing, complex, but this is what it is. If you want to understand about it, I am again mentioning I have videos for this. In that I have explained this in detail. I have showed you from where we are getting this CN localhost and everything. CN equals localhost, not hyphen. Equals localhost. How we are getting this and everything I have explained in detail. Alright, now this is for Android. Now let's add one condition for iOS as well. So we'll say elif iOS. If this is iOS, then we have different implementation. Then we don't have this Android message handler. Let's select iOS. For iOS, we have NSURL session handler. So return new NSURL session handler. This one, this class. Okay. And inside this, we have one property which is trust override for URL. This is the one to allow HTTPS localhost. If we check this, this is also in this delegate. If we go to this NSURL session handler, this is a delegate. Output return type is Boolean. It will return bool, and the URLs it takes, these are these three URL. These not URL, parameter. NSURL session handler, string URL, sec trust, trust. So we need to have these three things here. Let's do this. NS URL handler, session handler, first parameter. Second one is going to be URL. Third one is going to be sec trust. And from here we need to return Boolean. So for this we can just check if URL starts with HTTPS localhost, we are allowing it. So this should be done only for debugging. Debug mode, development mode, alright. Save it and we are good. Apart from this, we are handling these two platforms, Android and iOS. For all other, we'll return null and it will have no effect. So our Refit settings is ready now. Alright. So now we come here to this add Refit client. Here, if we see Refit settings, we can add, so we'll add directly. Now we are good. Now we have HTTP message handler for this, but for the URL, as I mentioned, localhost does not exist in Android emulator. So for that, we need to explicitly tell. So if we are running in Windows and the Android emulator, it actually connects to localhost using some different loopback address, that is HTTPS 10.022. This is what it does. So we need to tell it that you need to connect to API, that we need to tell Refit that API is hosted on that URL. So for that, what we will do, after this add Refit client, we have one more method which is configure HTTP client, okay, which takes an action delegate and the parameter type is HTTP client. Okay, we'll say HTTP client and we can configure this client HTTP client here. All right, so what we'll do here, we'll say where we'll define base URL for us. It is going to be on the basis of platform. So for that we will have device platform dot not dot device info dot platform, device info dot platform equals device platform dot device platform dot Android. Okay, if this app is currently running on Android, then the base URL should be https 10.022 and the port number. This port number we need to check what is the port number our API is using, our web project is using. For that, we'll go to our web project, properties, launch setting. I am using this HTTPS profile, so I'll check its port, which is this HTTP post 7141. So 7141. All right. Now, if this is not Android, then for all other platform, in our case for uh, iOS, we can use localhost directly with the same port 7141. And now we are good. Now we have this base URL on the basis of platform. Now we just need to configure this HTTP client, which we are getting as a parameter here. HTTP client dot base address equals new URI, this base URL. All right. So it was a lot of code. Finally, now there is one issue right now. The issue is we are talking about emulator only, but I was testing it on my device, right? Physical device. So we can't test it right now on the physical device, but we'll do it after some time. But right now I'm just showing you all these things were related to Android emulator, because we don't always test on device, we mostly test on emulator. So this is on emulator. And then if we are testing on device, from device we cannot connect to localhost. There is no way. All right, to connect to localhost. Now we have two different approaches. One is we can host our API or web project somewhere on the internet, on some domain or anywhere, which is accessible publicly, and we can connect our mobile device to that API, that hosted one. Or second approach, in Visual Studio, we have a concept of dev tunnels, right? We can create a dev tunnel, which will be same as it will be hosted, kind of hosted by Microsoft itself. It will provide us one URL, public URL, and to the using that public URL, we can simply connect our mobile app to our API. Okay. All right. So for that also, let's do the changes. So right now we will check if this is mobile device or it is Android emulator or simulator. Of course, it is physical device or virtual device, we could say. So for that, first thing we need to create one dev tunnel. How can we create dev tunnel? That is, we need to select the web project, which is our API project. Then we have these profiles. Here we have this dev tunnels, right? In this dev tunnel, I'm going to say create a tunnel. Okay. Here we need to provide a name. So I'll simply say Blazing Books. Tunnel type temporary or persistent. I'm going to have it persistent. The problem is temporary is if we close Visual Studio and if you open it again, that URL is going to be changed. So we'll have it persistent so that that URL never changes. Then we have this access. So let's select public access, because this is just for debugging, just for testing, nothing else. So okay. Now it will create a tunnel for us. When we say tunnel, it actually creates a URL for us. So your dev tunnel has been successfully created and is selected as a currently active tunnel. So if we see here, we see dev tunnels. I have these two dev tunnels, Blazing Books. This tunnel is selected. Okay, now what is the URL? We don't know. For that, we can simply run our web project. It will open up that URL directly, and we can copy that URL. That will be our tunnel, dev tunnel URL, which will be pointing to our project, this web project. It is running. Okay, continue. And if you see, this is the URL t72, this some URL with .devtunnels.ms. This is the domain. So we can copy this. This will work same. All the functionality is going to work. Okay, so everything is working same. We can close it. Now we have our dev tunnel URL, which we can use here for this base URL. So now what I am going to do, I'm going to have string base URL outside as maybe null as default. Then I'm going to check it. If here we can check if we are running on physical device or emulator. Okay, so here I'll say if device info dot device type equals if this is device type dot physical, that means we are running using it on physical device or mobile device. So for this we'll simply paste the URL, which is our dev tunnel URL, or we have hosted it somewhere, then we can simply have our API URL like this. All right, then we'll have else part. Now here we are running on emulator. So for this we will have this logic which we had. All right, now we have this base URL for both the cases. All right, we can remove this thing from here. Base URL, we are using base URL. So now everything is in place. I think, yeah, everything is in place. Now we can simply build it and run this. So now our mobile app needs data. For all the components need data, and the data will come from API. So that API should be always running. That means our web project should be running. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll run this web project in a non-debug mode. I'll simply right click on web project. I'll go to debug and start without debugging. Okay, that dev tunnel should be selected. So it will open up the dev tunnel. You see, dev tunnel is open. So it is running on this thing. Now I'm going to select my mobile and my physical device, and I'm going to run it on my physical device. So it will take some time because there are so many changes here. So I'll simply pause it, and when it builds and deployed, then I'll continue. Okay, it came. Let me open up. Yes. So you see, we can see the data. All right. This underline is here. This we can fix, but at least we can see the data. We can see this thing. If I click on science fiction, nothing is happening. Fiction, nothing is happening. So I know what is the issue. But if I click on this any detail page, we have some error here. I don't know what the error is. Let's reload. Detail page had some error. We'll see what the error is, but the point here is that everything is working fine. We can at least, no, not everything is working fine, but yeah, it is able to make calls to the API, and it is getting data from the API, and we are at least able to display the home page. API connection is working fine. That's why we can see the list of genres, list of books on the home page. So that thing is working. All right, but we can't see the layout, the all those links and all that, but because that is not a part of uh, the books component itself, right? That is part of main layout, which is a part of web project. So for this mobile app, we will have different layout, which will have main, top, header, and navbar and tab bar basically. And we can see the popular book section is also there. So this is working. All right. So now next thing, we'll check what is the issue on the detail page later. But first, we will define our layout for our mobile app. All right. Let's stop it. Let's close all tabs. All right. So for this mobile version, the layout, if we check, this is the app. So if you see on home page, we have this heading, Blazing Books. This is a main navbar. This is tab bar where we have this explore, top genre, this thing. Now on home page, this home page with genre selected, this thing, all genres. So these are the same navbar, but if we go to this detail page, this the Titan's curse, you could see there is this back icon. So that means this is a different layout, this is a different layout. These are two different things. This is internal, and on this page, which is this inner layout, there is no tab bar, right? So that means we need two layouts. One is for this main layout, which has main navbar without any back icon and with the tab bar. And then we need one more layout with navbar with the back icon and without tab bar. Okay, so this thing. So we are going to do this. So now we have four different things, two layouts, and in those two layouts and one navbar and one tab bar. Okay, these four things. All right. All these are specific to mobile MAUI only. So we'll create these in mobile version only. So we'll go to blazingBooks.mobile, then components, then layout. Here we have this main layout and this nav menu. Okay. Now in here only we'll create. So this main layout, we can use this main layout as the main layout, which is with the tab bar and without icon in nav bar. And then we can create one more layout, which will be, let's say, inner page layout dot razor. All right. Then we'll create our nav bar and tab bar. So we'll say navbar dot razor and tab bar dot razor. All right. Okay, so first let's define our nav bar, then we'll define our tab bar, or maybe first let's define our tab bar, the bottom section. All right. Okay, so here we'll have a div with class, let's say tab bar, and now we have three items in our tab bar, right? Three tabs basically. So for that, and all those have spacing. So what we are going to do, we are going to create it as a flex box. So div flex, display flex with justify content around. So it has equal space from all the side, we could say. And then we'll have align items center so that all these menu items are vertically centered. Okay. Then we'll have background white for this one, and we'll have padding 2 on y-axis. On x-axis, this justify content around, it will have that spacing. On y-axis, we are using this py2, and we want this tab bar to be fixed on the bottom. So for this, we'll use one more class from Bootstrap, that is fixed bottom. And now we are good. Now we can add our menu item. So first menu item, href, let's say slash. This will be the explore, that home page basically. After that, we will have one more href. Let's do like this only, class, and this time it will be top genre. Okay, and then we'll have one more. We'll fix these links. Right now I'm having the slash only to see the UI. Okay, and this is going to be our all genres basically. All right. Now inside this we'll have our code block, and for its CSS we'll use isolated CSS. So in this layout folder only we'll define tabbar.razor.css. Okay, and here we can define styling for this tab bar. Right now let's save it, and let's, right, we are not using it right away, right? We'll use it, but before that let's do this on where is navbar? Let's define navbar as well. So for this, we'll do similar kind of thing. Div class navbar. This is going to be fixed on top, right? We need navbar to be fixed on top. Then inside this, we will have px3 and py2. So spacing from x and y axis. In this, we will just display the title of the page. Okay, such one. Blazing books. We'll make it dynamic, but right now we just want to see this. All right. So we have navbar and let's add its CSS the same way. Navbar.razor.css. Here we'll define our navbar. All right. Save everything. We are good. Let's go to main layout. And in main layout, we are going to remove all of these things. Okay. Here what we'll do. First thing, we'll have our navbar. Then we'll have our body. And then we'll have our tab bar. All right. And for inner page layout, let's work on it later. But right now, let's have this only. Main layout, we are good. Let's try to run it. Before that, I'm going to run my web. So for that, when we close Visual Studio and open it again, then the selected dev tunnel gets removed. So it says dev tunnels, no active tunnel. So we will select this Blazing Books. Then we'll run this web project. We'll start without debugging. Right, it is running on this T724. This is the same, right? Let's verify it. T724, yes. Now let's select mobile again on my device. Let's run it. All right. So we can see this Tabbar and we can see this Navbar. Although this is very bad, this is not looking that good, but yeah. Now we'll design these so we can see these at least. All right. Let's start designing it. So first we'll go to our Navbar. Navbar.css. Navbar, where is it? Oh, I misspelled razor. So navbar.razor.css. We are here. Inside this .navbar, what we'll do, first thing, we'll have a fixed height. And same fixed height we'll have with tab bar. So, and we will need these heights on body tag because these navbar and tab bar are position fixed. So in order to work with this, we need to have that amount of padding from top and bottom to show the content properly on body, right? So for this, what we'll do, we'll go to our www root css app.css. This is common css for this mobile MAUI project only. All right. So here, what we'll do we need all these? No, right? Blazor error UI will have this, and apart from this, we'll remove everything. Let's comment it out for now. Here, we'll define our uh, variables, CSS variables. Okay. So the variables we are going to have is navbar height, so that we can control these from a centralized place. 55 pixel, and same thing we'll do with tab bar height, 55 px. Save everything and we are good. Now we can access these heights. So we'll go to navbar.razor.css. Here I'm going to define height as var navbar height. Alright. And on this I'm going to have a box shadow of 0.05 pixel and black color like this. Save everything and we are good now. Alright. Let's go to Tabbar. In Tabbar we'll have the same height with CSS variable Tabbar height. Alright. And on this also we'll have box shadow. Same amount 0.05 px, but this time the color will have different. We'll have our color main light. This color which we have defined, this variable we have defined in shared.components project. Alright. And on this one, we'll have one border as well, border top. So here we'll say 1px solid and the color we'll have a very light gray color. 1px solid word. What was that? Color very light gray, right? Save everything. Let's see how is it looking. All right, we can see something. So the top navbar, we have this design, but it is still padding is not there on the body. We need to add that padding, but and if you see the tab bar looks fine. All right, let's continue. So in app.css, let's add this padding to body. From body, we'll say padding top. It should be navbar height. Okay. And padding bottom. Oh my god. Padding bottom. It should be tab bar height. Okay. And then it is changing. Yes. Oh, hot reload is working. That's great. I didn't expect that. All right. So we can see all the content is coming right? So on this main blazing books, this header, we need to have some background color of our main color which we are having, right? So for that what we'll do, we'll go to our navbar and on this navbar fixed top all this we'll say bg main. And this is not coming. Alright, let's try to hot reload if it works. No. Okay, let's rerun. Alright. So you see everything is working fine. We just need to change this black color to white color and we'll remove any default margin from this. So we'll have h1 class M0 and we'll say text white. Save it and we should be good. Although right now we are not seeing that, but we are good. And now let's move to tab bar. So on tab bar, we have these items. We don't need this underline on this. So for that, we'll go to app.css and here we'll define direct anchor tag and we'll say we don't need any text decoration. So we'll say text decoration none. All right, and that got removed. We are good with this. Now we need some styling on these explore, top genre and genre, these links. So for this, first thing we'll go to tab bar and here we'll add some that class to this. So let's say tab link. Tab link, let's have this on all these three. Save and then in tabbar.razor.cs we'll add styling to this tab link. So here we'll have a font color and this color I got some light color which I have copied. Let me get it from off screen. All right. So this is the color. Okay. And then we will have, I think we are good. That's all we need. After that, we will have tab link dot active. If that link is active, then what we'll do, first thing we'll make that bold, the selected tab bar item, and we'll change the color to our main color. Save and not colon active dot active. So this dot active class. So this active class should be applied whenever that particular tab is selected. So this, for this thing we'll have some dynamic logic. We'll do that. Now there is one thing, if we long press anything in Blazor hybrid, it acts as a, we could say that hover effect, right? Because right now we are on this but nothing is happening, but if I long press then it will come, right? It will act as hover effect. So the point is this tab link, if we hover over it, so default bootstrap styling is going to be applied on this anchor tags, but that is not what we need. So what we'll do, on this tab link we have this color, so the same color I want tab link dot hover. That means no change. If we long press on any of this, there should be no change. All right, so we are saving everything and we are good. Now explore page, this one will open this home page. This top genre, this second link, using this is actually for this section, but we are not going to have this section. We'll have this section on web version only. So for this, what we'll do, we'll open a pop-up window, okay, that action sheet basically. From there we can choose this top genre. So basically this top genre, this is not going to be any link, it will be kind of button which will perform some operation. It will not navigate us to anywhere. So we are not going to have any active link on this. After that we have this genre, this third tab bar, which will navigate us to the all genre page. So this will be, so the point is explore can be active, genre can be active, but this top genres, this is not going to be active. So what we'll do, or we can make it active if we want, but there is no point because this is not navigating us to anywhere. All right. So when we are in genre, so if we go to our navbar, tab bar dot razor, in Blazor, we can have navbar and then we can have href. So this is going to be our genres, right? This is the link of all genre page. We can check it in our share.components project pages. We have genres and at the rate page genres. All right. So this Now this is going to add that class. So for this, what we'll do, we'll add match attribute. Oh no, not navbar. It should be nav link. So there is a match property here. So we could say nav link match dot all. So what this is going to do, this is going to add that active class to this genre item, right? Whenever this is active, for that we have this active class, so it will be bold and color is going to be this color main. All right. Same thing we need to do with the home page, this first one. Now the problem with this first one is it will be there. We are going to have paging and we are going to have this slash. So what we should do for this, we need to have some dynamic logic by which we can tell that okay, this tab is active right now. Or maybe let's try this first. So we'll add nav link href and we'll have same match explore top genre, everything is fine. Now the second anchor tag, we don't need this as like this. So here instead of href we'll say a role button. That means this is anchor tag, but the role of this anchor tag is button. So this is not navigating us to anywhere. This is HTML semantics basically. We can have anchor tag without href with role button. Okay. Now on this one we will have some action. So here we'll say on click, let's say show top genre, something like this, and we'll define this method here. So we'll say private void show top genre, something like this. Right. So let's try it out now. I'm going to rerun it. Stop and run. Rerun didn't work. Okay, it's here. We can see the header. We can see the bottom section, and if you go to genres, it is opening these genres, but the active class is not getting applied. Or is it? Active class is not getting applied. Let's try if it is actually getting applied. I'm adding active to the last tab, hard coded. Let's try if it is changing the appearance. Why? So did I miss something in CSS? Tab link dot active, font weight bold, and color this. This seems fine. Oh, color is color main, but the font weight bold, it is not getting applied. If I do this, and if I do font size 18 pixel, no. Tab link, is this class correct? Tab link, yes. All right, let's do this. We need to debug this. And because this is running inside this device, we can't, but we have one way by which we can do this. So what we'll do, we'll go to our browser. In browser, I'm going to say I'm using Edge browser. So Edge colon double slash inspect slash hash devices. If you are checking it on Chrome, you will replace this Edge with Chrome. So it will open up these developer tools for this one. So here we can see this Redmi Note 7 Pro. We can see this. And right now we are looking at this thing. Which one is this? Slash slash two things it is showing. So let's inspect second one. Let's see if something happens. No. If we click on first one, yes. Yes. So we are looking at this one. Now we can see whatever CSS getting applied, and it is same as we debug any web version. So let's see on this top genre what is happening. We have this active class, but from CSS side we cannot see that. We have tab link. Now on this tab link is coming, but tab link dot active, that thing is not working. Tab link dot active, that is not working. Why it is not working now? Dot tab link dot active. Because of that scoped styling, that is the issue. Hmm. If I do this, save, will something happen? Just dot active. Font size, color, length. Let's try this. I'm going to restart this. And whenever we restart that inspect window, that I think goes away. Refresh. Right now there are no devices connected, but let it run. It is running. Now we have this. All right. Let's refresh inspect devices. It came. Let's try. It is here. Now if we check, still active class is not coming. Everything else is coming. Let's check this one. We have this active class. In CSS we have this. Dot active. I'm just trying to understand why this is not coming. Why this is not getting applied. I have no idea what is happening here. Do you guys know what it could be? Because I don't know what is happening here. Tab link at, oh, okay, you see on this second one we have this Blazor attribute which is for isolated scoped styling, but on this last anchor tag and first anchor tag we don't have that. That is the issue. That seems to be the issue. If we could have that attribute here, then we can see this. But why this is happening, I have no idea. What could be dot active, tab link cover. Is there any change on this? Tab link active, tab link. These two are nav links. That's the only change. If I change this first one to anchor tag, and if I restart it, would it make any difference? Let's see. And this time let's add active hard coded run. Right. So that means the issue is nav link. I am not sure why this is happening. Do let me know in the comment if you guys know what is happening here, why it is not applying that isolated scope CSS to this one. Alright, if that is not working, we are okay with that. So what we are going to do, we will have that active class logic, manual logic basically. That's what we are going to do. Okay, so what we can do, we can simply have private string, let's say explore class. Alright, we are going to have this as a get only property. Okay, and we will check what is the current URL. So for that, we can inject our navigation manager. Let's call it navigation manager only. And now inside this explore class here, we will check what is the current URL path. So that we can get from navigation.uri. Navigation, we have two things. First thing is navigation.uri. Then second thing is navigation.base URI. Okay. So this navigation.uri, this is the complete URL. With the path and query string, everything. Okay. And this base URI, this is just domain with port. If we have defined port, this. So this base URI just this. So in order to get the actual path, what we can do from URI, we can replace base URI navigation manager dot base URI. We can replace it with blank. So now this is just URL path with query string if there is any query string. Okay. Then we will check. So for home page, we know either it is going to be blank, no slash or nothing, or it is going to have that selected genre that we are going to have at question mark genre equals then genre slug, right? So we know. So we will check here. First thing, if string dot is null or white space path, that means path is empty, then we know this is home page. Or path is equals slash, then also we know this is home page. There is nothing after this. Or path dot starts with question mark, then also we know that this is home page, because we know that home page can start with whatever it is, http 0000. This is how it goes, and for home page it will be like this, genre equals let's say science fiction, something like this. Or I'm not sure if it is going to have this slash. That's why I will use both of these cases, right? So if it starts with slash, this question mark, then also we'll consider it as home page. Or this path dot starts with slash question mark, then also we'll consider it as home page. Okay. So if that's the case, that means we know it is home page. That means in mobile version, we are on explore tab. So that's why we'll make this explore tab as active. So we'll return this class active like this. If that's not the case, we'll simply return blank. Okay. All right. Now for this genre also, somehow this is not working. So we'll make it also anchor tag. We'll remove this match. We'll remove this active. And the same way we are having this explore class, we'll have one more private string, let's say all genres class, something like this. And here we can simply check if navigation manager dot URI dot contains, if it has what, slash genres. If that's the case, we know this tab is active. If that's not the case, we know this tab is not active. So we are good with this. We don't need any additional logic here. So we are good with this approach here. Now we can use both of these classes in our template. So explore class, here on this one after tab link, we'll say explore class. And on this third one, genre, after tab link, we'll say @all genre class. So save everything and let's run it. We should see this thing working now. Alright, so explore is selected. If we go to genre, it is not getting changed. The reason is nothing has changed on this tab bar component, right? If nothing has changed on this tab bar, this component is not going to re-render. And if it is not getting re-rendered, then it is not going to take any changes whichever done in here. So if it is not re-rendering, it will have the previous state only. So we should tell this tab bar dot razor that something has changed. Whenever we are navigating between pages, we should tell this tab bar component to re-render. And when we say navigating between pages, so we should have some event which tells us that something has changed, or maybe that navigation has changed. We move from one page to another. So for that, what we can do, this navigation manager, this gives us one event. So here what we'll do, we'll override. Let's go to the very top. We'll override on initialized method. And in here, we'll say navigation manager dot location changed. This is the event. It says an event that fires when the navigation location has changed. So whenever we are navigating through pages, it this event gets fired. Okay. So what we can do, whenever this event is getting fired, so we'll say plus equals, and if we check what is the type, event handler location changed event args, that means we have sender and event args, so and we don't need both of these. So what we'll do, we'll simply discard those. What we need here, we need to call state has changed method. So we are manually telling this that something has changed. Whenever location is changing, we are telling it to re-render. That state has changed, you need to re-render. And when it is going to re-render, at that time it will run this explore class and all genre class again. So explore class, if this condition is going to fail, it will return blank. So it will remove this active class from anchor tag, the explore tab. And then for this all genre class, now it will have slash genres. So it will apply active class to this one. Okay, let's try it out. So I'm going to stop it and run it again. Okay, it's here. If you go to genre, you see this is selected. If you go to explore, then explore is selected. That means this thing is working. Explore, genre, great. If we press top genres, nothing is going to happen. Alright, so looks like this thing is working. We are good with this. For Tabbar and Navbar, these two things are working. Genre, if we go to fantasy, it will go to fantasy books and everything is working fine. Now inner page, if we go to detail page, nothing is happening. We know that there was some error, right? If you remember, we had some error. Let's do this. Let's do this right now. This home page is fine. Tabbar navbar is fine. For inner page layout and fixing that detail page, which is actually inner page, we'll do this next. Let's close all tabs. Do this. So what we'll do, what we will add breakpoint. So let's go to pages, book details, and mobile and components, layout, main layout. Did we miss something? Right now. So we'll go to book details. We'll add breakpoint here. We'll see what is the issue. So let's run it. Web version, it was working fine, right? On mobile version, it is not working. So what I am guessing, maybe there is something. Okay, this is a false error. This is something related to that because on SSR it was working. But if it is not SSR, then it is not working. So we have something. Check. Let's see what it is. The giving tree. I pressed. Okay, we came here. Now if we continue, disable hot reloading, we are good with this. Book ID, we got book ID 200. Similar books task, await book service underscore book, and something happened. Something happened. We are checking everything, right? What is the error? Where is your output window? Output. Any error here? Yes. What is it? It is saying response status code does not indicate success. This is 404 not found. 404 not found. 404 not found. That means we missed something with this get book async. Get book async. If we go to this, if we go to implementation of this, get book async. If we go to this API book ID, and this is the issue. The URL is not API book ID, right? If I remember correctly, we had books. Let's verify in our web endpoint. It is books. This is the issue. All right. Stop it and remove the breakpoints. Now we don't need breakpoints. So I'm going to remove all the breakpoints and I'll run it. This time it should work. It was a silly mistake. Okay, so for me, what it does, because my device is very old, so it shows that error that it cannot deploy, but when we retry it deploys fine. So you don't need to worry about this error. Sometimes it works on first go, sometimes it asks me for the second one. By going giving tree, we are on detail page and we can see this. All right, it is working fine. So that was the issue only. Okay, we are good. We are on this details page. Now on details page, we don't need this navbar. We need a different version of this navbar. And on this detail page, we don't need this tab bar. All right, so we'll make it conditional. Now we have this. Let's first stop it. Go to mobile, components, layout, inner page layout. So on this inner page layout, we are going to have that. And that is going to be first thing. We don't need, we need that navbar, but with a different version of that navbar. We don't need this navbar directly here. Second thing, we need body. And third thing, we don't need the tab bar, so we will not use anything. Now, because this is a layout, so we need to say this inherits from layout component base. So this becomes layout. We will have navbar, but in navbar, as I mentioned, this should be a different version of navbar. It shouldn't be like this. So we need to make it dynamic, that we can make using, we'll have this code block and we'll get one parameter to this navbar. Here we'll say public bool, this is a boolean, and we'll say is inner, or maybe is inner page, something like this. And this should be a parameter, and we are not making it editor required because we are good. If we will not pass it, we will consider it as this is being rendered on main layout. All right. Now we need to check if this is what is inner layout. If this is not inner layout, then do this whatever we were doing. But if it is layout, if it is inner layout, main thing can be like this only, right? We just need to change the inner content. Yeah, so let's move it. Main thing means the background and position fixed and padding, etc. So if this is not inner page, we'll have the same thing we were having, the main text. And if this is inner page, then we need two things. So here what we'll do, we'll add a div class, we'll make it 100 width 100 so that it takes 100% of the width. And then inside that width, we are going to have two sections. First, we are going to have back icon, and the second, we are going to have text, whatever heading we are having. Okay. So for this, first thing we'll have div class. Inside this width 100, what we can do, we can have display flex and align items center so that items are vertically centered. Now we don't need div here. What we can have an anchor tag with some href and some class, and it will be that back button. So for that, HTML provides us these things, left arrow. Okay, so ampersand LARR semicolon. This is left arrow. All right. And because the background is RBG main, so on this we can have class text white. Okay. And we can make it bigger using maybe H2 class. So it is going to apply H2 styling to this anchor tag. And then we can have font bold as well. So FW bold for this. All right. After that, we are going to have our text here. So this text is also going to be dynamic, but for now let's use this like this, details page, something like this. Now we need to tell this is inner. So we'll go to inner page layout, and from here when we are using this navbar, here we'll say is inner page. So if the parameter is of type boolean, and if we want to pass true to that, we can simply omit this. So this line, whatever you see, and this line, both of these lines are same. So if parameter is of type boolean and if we want to provide true to it, we can simply omit that value and it will be same, right? So we can have this version. Alright, so we are saving it. Now we are good. We have this inner page layout in place. But now we have one situation. This inner page layout, this should be applied to book details page, right? Now, if we see book details page, this page exists in our share.components project. So we can't have that layout here. So there is one thing we could have, maybe layout. First thing we can't have because that layout is defined in mobile project and this page is defined in shared.components. It could be other way around. If there's something is defined in shared component, we can use that in mobile because we are referencing it in mobile project, but it is not the other way around. So we cannot have this. Then we have one option. Maybe we can copy that layout to the shared components project only, and then we can define this something like this. But then we'll have a situation that this book details page, this is getting rendered, getting used for both the web version and mobile version. So at that time we need to have some different condition because we don't want this layout to be applied on web version. We need this layout only for mobile version. Okay. So in order to tackle that, what we are going to do, this book details page, this we are not going to have it as routable page in share.components project. Instead, what we'll do, in share.components project, we have this shared uh, folder. In here, we'll create a new component. We'll say book details component dot razor, and we'll copy everything from this book details page to this book details component, and we will remove the page directive from here because now this is a shared component which is going to be used at multiple places. And same thing, we cannot have page title. We can have technically, but we won't. All right. Then comes this section. So right now, okay, we have this section. Same way we are going to have in inner page, but we'll do this later, or maybe let's do this right now. So in navbar, we know that this blazing books, this is going to be dynamic, and this details page, this heading is also going to be dynamic. So for this, how can we make it dynamic? We can define sections here. Okay. So the way we can define section, now these both are different. These both are getting rendered at different places. So what we can do, we will simply define sections, but we will not define section here in this navbar component. We will define those at main layout and inner page layout level. Okay. So, and we want to pass those section to navbar. So what we can do, we can simply have render fragment here in navbar.razor render fragment child content get set, and then this is going to be a parameter and this needs to be editor required because we need this child content here. So this h3, we will have child content, and on this also h3 also let's have define that m0 and text white, and let's apply text truncate as well. All right. This w100 this same child content. Let's add the same child content here on the main. If it is not inner page, then also we'll have this. Now there is one more thing. We need these two things. So display flex is fine, align item center is fine, but we need some spacing between these two. And we need this anchor tag, this left arrow at the left, and this is on the right. So what we can do, we can have row on this, and then we can have one div with class, let's say call one column, because it just has that left arrow. And then the second one, this h3, will have other 11 columns. So div class call 11 like this, and here we are going to have this h3. All right, now this deflex align item center, this is not going to work because there is no point, because the text is actually in anchor tags, not in call one directly. So for this, what we can do, on this call one, we can simply define display flex, and on this anchor tag we can say MAUI auto, which is margin top and margin bottom auto. That means it will be center aligned. Same thing we'll do on this call 11. We'll say deflex, and here also we'll say MAUI auto. Call 1 and call 11, it is going to fix these things and have some spacing between these two things. So it will be automatic. All right. Now we have this child content. If we go to main layout, you see we have this warning here that child content is required for this. So we are on main layout. On main layout, we can, for now, we can directly define that blazing books, but that is not what we should do, because this is going to be dynamic. We can have this main layout on home page and all genre page, right? So here, when this is dynamic and this will be page specific, so we can define section outlet on layout, and then we can define section content on page level, the way we are doing for web, right? This page title is different, page title is dynamic, and this is how we are doing it using section content. So similar approach we are going to follow here. So here we'll say section outlet. We don't need this long thing. So Microsoft ASP.NET Core components.section, we are going to add it inside underscore imports.razor in mobile. So we'll say @ using this, and then we can directly access section outlet. Okay. Then we'll define section name. So this section name, let's say mobile page header or page title. Mobile page title, we'll do this. Okay. Copy this and let's go to inner page layout. Here also we have same warning. So we'll do the same thing here. Mobile page title. Now we just need to provide body for this mobile page title. Okay. First thing, we'll go to our books, which is our main home page. Here we have page title, that is fine. Then section name, this is page title. We'll have one more section, section content, section name with mobile page title, right? What is its name? Mobile page title. And we can add this blazing books text directly. We don't need this h1, h3, all this styling here. Or maybe let's do this. Let's use the same section name. We'll render this content dynamically. We will check if we are running on mobile or we are running on web. Then we'll simply check this condition. Yeah, let's do this. So for this, what we'll do, we'll use the same section name on our mobile side as well. Inner page layout and main page layout, we'll use same. Now we need to check whether we are running on mobile device or whether we are running on web. So for that, what we can do, we can go to our shared project. We have interfaces, iBook service. Same way, we are going to have one more interface here. Let's say iCommon service, something like this. Okay. And inside this, we are going to have one property, bool is web, get set, and we can have one more is mobile, something like this. Okay, this is not set, just get, we cannot modify this basically. All right, so this is iCommon service. We need to define implementation of this iCommon service in both of our projects, in mobile project and in our web project. So first, let's go to web project. We have services. Here I'm going to define one service, common service.cs, and this should implement iCommon service. All right, and we need to implement this. So here we'll say is web, yes, this is true. Is mobile, no, this is false. All right, similar kind of thing we are going to do in our mobile. So let's go to mobile services. Here we'll define common service.cs, iCommon service, interface, implement interface, and this time we'll say is web, no, this is not web. Is mobile, yes, this is mobile. Clean everything and we are good. Now we need to register this iCommon service with common service in both the projects. So in mobile, we'll go to MAUI program, and here we'll register dot add transient, or we can have it as singleton iCommon service with common service. And same thing we are going to do in our web project program.cs, this thing, add singleton iCommon service common service, and now we are good. How we are good? Now we can go to our books page and we can inject iCommon service. We'll name it common service, and now we can check if we are running on web or mobile. So inside this page title section, we will check if common service.isWeb, then we'll do this h1 and h3. Else, if that's not the case, we can simply have blazing books like this, hard-coded content for home page. All right, similar kind of thing we can do on genre. We have this page title. So here also we'll inject iCommon service. We will check if common service.isWeb, then we'll do whatever we were doing. If that's not the case, we'll simply say all genres in a text. Cool. Save everything. And now we'll go to author books. Same thing we'll do here. We'll inject our iCommon service, common service at the rate if common service dot is web, then do this, else just render this at the rate heading directly like this. Save everything and now we should be good. Now there is one thing, the details page, book details. This is the only thing which is remaining right now. So we moved this to shared as book details component. because we need to define different that different layout for this. For web, it will use main layout, which is coming from web project, but for mobile, it will use a different layout, which comes from mobile only, inner page layout. So for this, we moved everything to book details component, and now we can delete this book details. Okay, CSS is also there, so we need to have this CSS as well as a part of book details component. All right, file in shared, I'm going to create a CSS file, book details component.razor.css, and I'm going to copy whatever we had in book details.razor.css. I'm going to move it to this. All right, now we don't need this book details component. Instead, what we'll do, book details, no, we need book details component, but we don't need book details page inside the shared component. Instead, what we'll do, we'll go to both of our projects, mobile and web, and we will create pages there only. So right now we are in mobile. We'll go to components, pages. Here we will define our book details page. So book details dot razor. Okay. And here we'll define our page slash book slash book ID, right? Whatever we have in shared component pages book details dot razor. So let's copy this thing from there and let's add it here. All right. After that, we will define our page title and section, but we cannot define page title because underscore book is not here, and we cannot define underscore book title because we don't have it here. So we will remove everything from here. We just in mobile, after adding this page, we will simply define layout, which is going to be inner page layout, which should come from this Blazing Books mobile components layout, and we are good now. After this, what we'll do, we'll simply call that book details component, this thing. Okay, this thing, and if we go to this one, now there is no page attribute. That means we don't have this book ID. So we will make it editor required, and we will pass this from its parent page component, right? So if we come here, now we should see that underline here that it requires book ID. So we'll provide book ID from here. The book ID, which will be this underscore book ID. And we need to access that. So we'll have our code block here. We'll have public int book ID with same get set. And this is going to be parameter from here. It will come from URL. And then we'll pass this thing to this component. And in this component, it is getting from its parent component. So we are good here. All right, on this book details component, let's fix this thing page title. So for that, we'll inject our common service and we'll do the same thing we have been doing for other components. We'll check if common service dot is web, then render this thing. If that's not the case, we'll simply render this at the rate book title. All right. Now for mobile, we are good because from mobile we are passing this thing. But same thing we need to do for web. So we'll simply copy everything. We'll go to our web project. We'll go to components, pages, and here we will define one component, book details dot razor. We'll paste it. So it has this books, book ID, integer, everything. The only thing which we will not have here is inner page layout, because we need default layout, which is main layout by default, and we'll simply add this page directive. We have this book ID, we'll get it from URL and we'll simply render book details component. We'll pass this book ID to this. So we are good. This will be same. Now we can go to our shared component pages and we can delete this book details page now. All right. Save it and we are good. Now it should work for both the cases. Let's try it out. First thing, let's try it out on web. If everything is still working on web. Okay, it came. Homepage, it got fine. We have this dynamic content, we have page title, we have data. Everything is fine. Let's go to all genre. Content updated, title updated, everything updated. Let's go to this. So that means this filter is also working fine. All right, let's go to detail page. We are on the detail page. Everything is working fine. But we can't see that page title. We don't have page title, but we have this title and everything is fine here as well. But CSS is missing. This CSS missing, this CSS missing. Okay, what if I hard refresh it? CSS got updated. This is fine. But the page title is not here. Okay, we'll fix this. But apart from this, things are working fine. We can see all the pages. That is fine. Okay, so we'll fix that page title for detail page. But before that, let's check on mobile. Okay, so for mobile, first thing we need to run our web in without debugging mode. Okay, it's working, it's running. Now let's go to mobile and run mobile. All right, we are here. Home page is fine. If we go to genre, this page is fine. We go back to home, this is fine. If we go to detail page, we are good. Okay, we have this back button, we have name of the book, and on this page we don't have that tab bar. That means inner page layout is working fine. If I click on this Harry Potter and the the Sorcerer's Stone, it is scrolling to the top. That means something is happening, but we are not getting this new data, right? The same thing is happening, and yeah, we need to fix that back button also. It moved to back. All right, if we select science fiction, nothing is happening. If we select anyone, nothing is happening, but it should happen. Something should happen, but it is not happening. But on web it is working fine. On mobile it is not working. So there is one thing which we'll fix later, but right now this thing is working. We can see the UI, we can see the design, so everything is fine here. We just need to set that page title on the web. That is not getting set. But why it is not getting set? If we go to book details component, we have, oh, where is that page title? Did we not have that? Okay, let's have page title. We missed that. Page title, we'll have this underscore book page title. Let's stop it and run on the web without debugging. Let's run directly. Okay, let's go to detail page, and here we can see the detail page. That means page title is getting set fine. All right, Now again, let's run it in without debugging mode. And for mobile, on home page, if we select mobile and if we go to home page, we can see that top section where we have the all genre list, right? If we go to books component, here we can see this section, this genre list and all this is coming on mobile version as well, but we don't need this on mobile version, because on mobile version we have this tab bar, the second tab which says top genre, so this thing is for that only. So here also we can have that condition with this common service, so we will render this only if we are on web. So here we'll say if common service dot is web, then only render this tab. If we are on mobile, then we don't want you to render this thing. Alright, let's save everything and let's run it on mobile. Okay, so now you see we don't have that top genre section here. We have direct top books. We have detail page, so everything is fine now. All right. So that means inner page layout is working fine now. Yeah, we didn't check author, right? Let's check author books, books by this, and we are good. This author book, should it be inner page or should it be main page only? Main page is fine. If you want to work this as inner page, then you will need to follow the same approach. You will need to move this author books as a shared component to the shared folder without page directive, because the layout is different for mobile for this one. So for that you will need to create two pages. One in mobile project with the layout, inner page layout, and then one in web project without any layout by passing the author slug. That way you can achieve this if you want. Or maybe let's do this, let's achieve that quickly. So we'll go to components, pages in mobile. Here we'll say, or maybe let's do this. Go to shared component, pages, let's copy this author books. Go to mobile pages, paste this. And here we will have these things, the URL slug, and we'll remove everything from here. We will just have author slug as a parameter, which we will get from URL, and page number as a parameter, which we'll get from URL only. So we'll have just this thing. And here we are in mobile, so we'll define layout as inner page layout, inner page layout. All right, now same thing let's do for web. Let's go to web, components, pages, and paste author books. We'll go to author books, and same thing we are going to do here as well. We will remove everything from HTML template. We'll remove code. We'll have just author slug and page number parameters in this code. Remove all other things. We are good now. All right, now what we'll do, in the shared.components project, we'll get this author books component and we'll move this to shared folder. And now in shared folder, first thing we'll rename this to author books component, and then in author book component we will simply remove this @page directive. We don't need this. Okay, apart from this we'll have everything intact. The only thing we are going to change is this author slug and page number. Now these are parameters, but these are required parameters for this author slug. At least author slug is required. So for this we'll say editor required. All right, And now we will use this author book component in both mobile and web versions. So we'll go to web, pages, author books, and here we can define that author books component, right? If you don't want to have it this long, you can simply cut this thing component.shared and you can add it in the underscore imports.razor file and you will be good. Now it is complaining about something, and that something is it needs author slug. So we'll provide author slug, which will be this author slug. So by the way, yeah, and the second one is page number, which is not required for this, but we will pass this. So page on. Now if you see, we have these two parameters, author slug and page number. I have applied @ to this one, but I have not applied anything to this one. That's because for string parameters we need to apply @. The reason is, if you go to author slug, this is of type string. If we don't apply this @, then it will consider this author slug this plain string. But that is not the case. We need to pass the value of this author slug. For that we will add @ only for string parameters. For all others it is fine. This page number is integer, so this will work fine. We'll copy this. We'll go to mobile version, author books. After layout, we'll simply do the same thing here. Alright, save everything, and now we are good. We can quickly check it. Let's check in mobile. Okay. Let's open anyone. The Titans curse, Rick Riordan, author books, books by Rick Riordan, and there is no tab bar on this, and Navbar has this back button. Okay. Now you see what happened here. If I click on this Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, we are here. Now we can go back to home page. Now if I go to this author page, now we are on author page. Now if I press back, it should go to the Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. But instead this, if we press this back button, it goes directly to home page. This shouldn't be the case. It should not be like this, right? And that is happening because if we check our inner page layout, in mobile, components, layout, inner page layout, Navbar, if you go to Navbar, here, this href is blank, which directly goes to home page / But what should happen here? It should go to the whatever back previous page is there in the browser history, right? So for the one thing is, we can handle everything using we should not do that. That is a very long approach. So what we can do, we can have some static collection somewhere, and whatever we are navigating, we can have stacked up all the URLs to that collection, and we can use like that. And there is one simpler approach. On this anchor tag, we can simply execute one JavaScript code. We'll say JavaScript : and here we'll say history dot back. So whenever we are clicking on it, it will execute this href. So on href, we are telling that you should execute this JavaScript, which is telling it to history.goback, which is a JavaScript browser's API. Using this, it will go to the previous page. So let's save everything and let's try it out if it works. It will have no effect on web because this navbar, this section belongs to mobile only. All right, let's go Harry Potter, JK Rowling, and now if I press back, it goes to the Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, the same place. Let's try it again. Author book, Order of Phoenix. Now if I press back, it should go to JK Rowling author book. Yes. Now if I press back, it should go to Goblet of Fire. Yes. Now if I press back, it should go to home page. And we are here. So that means this thing is working. Alright. Alright, we changed author book related stuff, right? So let's try it out on web as well. If everything is still working fine with author page, books by author page, so we'll be sure that we didn't break anything. All right, by NRIs, it is working fine. Author books, all are working fine, right? Detail page, everything is fine, still fine on web as well, so everything is good. Cool. So we are approaching to the end now. This button, this read more button or buy now button on web, we are okay with having it here, but on mobile version we need it as a floating action button on detail page. All right, so that thing we'll do next. Close all tabs, do this. Okay, so first thing, let's run the web in debug. Start without debugging mode. Then we'll go to the book detail page. That is actually now a book details component. All right, in here we have this button, anchor tag button, and here this FAB class. I mentioned about this FAB class. So this class we are applying here, so we should have some styling to this FAB button. All right, so that thing, and that styling should be conditional. So what we can do, we can define this style here only. So here we'll say @ if common service dot is mobile, if this is mobile device, if we are in .NET MAUI, then only we'll define some style to this FAB. Okay, so for this FAB, what we'll do, first thing we'll say position fixed, we'll say bottom, for now let's have 0. Then what we'll do, we'll say it should be horizontally centered. So what we can do, we can say left, we will have 50%, so which is, it will be moved to the center by 50%. Now it will not be actual 50%, it will start from 50% and the text will go to the right. That means it should feel after 50% it will be in the right section, but we need it to be exact center. So for that, after that, what we can do, we can use translate transform. We'll use translate x, on x-axis we want it to translate, and the translate is going to be -50%. Now this left 50%, it was respective to page, and then this translate minus -50%, this is respective to this component, this button. So it will move 50% left, that means it will be the exact in the exact center of the screen. All right, now bottom 0, the 0 shouldn't be here. So here what we are going to do, we'll say calc. So this is a dynamic calculation in CSS. So here first thing, we will use our CSS variable, which is Tabbar height, right? So from bottom we will skip this height, this variable, what this, then we will add some additional space to this, let's say 10px or maybe 5px, that is enough, or 10px, let's have 10px. So now it will, from bottom it will have 55 plus 10, 65. So it will be book details page. This, on this page we don't have main layout, right? We have inner page layout. So on this page we don't have this tab bar, so we can skip this tab bar. Yeah, we can just have 10 px and this should be fine. Yeah, let's try it out. So first thing, again we can check it on web if it is although it will not do anything because this fab class is applied but there is no css, so it will have no effect. Now if we go to mobile, then it will have some effect on mobile. So let's try it out how it is looking on mobile now. Okay, it is coming up. All right, let's go to the detail page and we can see this buy now, which is the bottom 10 px is a lot here, but it is in the center of the screen horizontally, right? So instead of this 10 pixel, do we need something, or we can have it bottom 0? If we have bottom 0, then what will happen? It is not going to apply it like this. Maybe, yeah, let's try it out how it is looking now. Let's restart. Go to detail page and still here. FAB position fixed, bottom 0, left. Maybe it is getting it from cache. We need to refresh. For that, what we can do, we can go to our inspect and we'll check if it is getting applied. I'm refreshing it. Not coming. Yeah, it came. Inspect. We are here on this button. B10 book FAB bottom 0. Yeah, then why it is having this margin? Oh, because we have this MB5. You see, that's why. So on this FAB, we can have margin bottom, let's say, I don't know, 10 px. But we need to make it fixed. We need to force it. That's why we need to add this @ sign here. The other approach could be this MB5. We can have this MB5 class dynamic. What I mean by dynamic is we can add this class dynamically. So if we are in web version, then only we'll apply that. That is one way. Okay. All right. So here we could say margin bottom 10 px important, and we are good now. All right. So looks like everything is fine on all the pages. The only thing which is not working now, no, there are two things actually. One feature is missing, that is a top genre. So this top genre, there is nothing happening on this one, so we should work on this thing next, and after that, yeah, first let's work on this, then we'll see what next we are going to work on. Let's stop everything, close all the pages. All right, so the top genre that belongs to mobile components layout tab bar here only, right? So here what we'll do, at the very top we will have this collection private genre DTO genres, right, with the default blank array, and then we will inject our iBook, what is it, iBook service only, right? or what is it? Shared components, pages, books, iBook service. Yeah, that's all. That is it. iBook service. Oh, because we are not having this interface, let's add these to mobile versions at the rate this underscore imports using interfaces and same DTOs. All right, now we don't need these two usings. You can remove this, and then iBook service, here we'll say book service. Now from this book service we can get these genres. All right, so here let's change this on initialized to on initialized async version. So here we'll say protected override async task and on initialized async. All right, after setting this, here we'll select, let's call it top genre. Here we'll say underscore top genres equals await book service dot get genres async, and here we'll say top only true. Yes, we need only top. All right, and now we need to show these top genres in this show top genres method. That means this one. So here instead of this show top genres, let's rename it to maybe choose or select genre async, something like this. We'll rename this, we'll make it async task, and now when we tap on this link, this top genre, it should open action sheet here. Now this is the concept of .NET MAUI. So we will use app.current.main page. We have one method which is display action sheet, which shows multiple options. From there we can choose one option. We'll use this. So in this, first thing we need to have title. So here we'll say select genre. Okay, then after this, second parameter is cancel. So cancel, what it is, we'll say cancel. Then destruction, let's use null, we are not using anything. And then we have these buttons, params string button. So here what we'll do, we will have our buttons, we'll have it as an array. So we'll say buttons equals, we have this top genres. So from this we can select underscore top genre dot select g dot name dot to array. Now we'll display these buttons here, so it should be fine now. Now there is one point, it should be awaitable. Selected genre equals await this thing. All right, now on this we should have an option to come back to top books, which is default selected, right, when we open this up. So for this, what we'll do, we'll prepend top books as a first option, and then we'll say dot dot, and we'll use this. So now these buttons, it will have first option as a top books and then other options as this. Now we need to define that this is a string array. All right, now we have the selected genre. So here we will check if string dot is null or white space selected genre. If this is not null or white space, that means we selected some option. Now we could have selected this cancel as well, so it returns cancel text if we cancelled it. So we'll check if this is not null or empty and selected genre is not equals cancel. If that's the case, that means we have some selected genre. Okay. Now next thing we will check if selected genre is equals top books. That means it is saying us to move to home page. From here we'll say navigation manager. We have not injected it, so let's inject navigation manager. Oh, we have already injected it. Yeah. Navigation manager dot navigate to, and this is going to be slash home page without any filter and anything. And then we'll simply return from here. We'll do nothing after that. Now if that's not the case, we selected genre that is not cancelled, that is not top books. That means it was some genre from this top genres, right? So what we can do, we can get this genre from this underscore top genres dot where, or maybe we can do first g dot name equals selected genre. Now we have this. So here we could say maybe selected genre slug, or we'll say just genre slug dot slug. Now this is the selected one. Now what we'll do, we'll simply copy this navigation manager dot navigate to, and this time what we'll do slash question mark genre equals this genre slug, this genre slug. So now we are good. Let's try it out if it works. So save everything. Let's run it on mobile. Top genres, and we can see these. If we cancel, nothing is going to happen. Let's go to genres page. So all genres actually. And something broke, I guess. Nothing is working. That means something is broken. If we check output window, there is some error. Yes, sequence contains no matching element, which is strange. Cancel top books. If we selected something, oh my bad, if this not null and empty and not equals to cancel, if it is cancelled then we will not do anything. That was the issue. Let's run it again. Let's see if it works this time. Okay, if we cancel, if we open it again, yes, it is working. If you go to genres, and from here if we select top genre, let's select fantasy, it will come to the home page with this fantasy book selected, right? That means this thing is working. Select. If we select anything else, nothing is going to happen because we are on the same page, and on same page nothing is working right now. We'll work on it later, not later, but next we are going to work on it. We are going to fix this thing, but this thing is working, right? We can check it. Everything is working fine now. All right, this top genre is fine. Now next thing is that fixing that thing. We are on this fiction books. We select. This is not changing. We need to work on this. And same thing is with this detail page. If we are on this detail page, and if we select any book from the similar books, then also nothing happens, right? So let's fix this thing. Okay, so to fix that issue, first we need to check something. So let's select web, and I'm running the web app now. Then we'll see what happens. We'll add debugger, and then we'll see what is the control flow when we click on any genre, or when we are on detail page and we select any other book detail from the similar book section. Then what happens? So let me add a breakpoint. In first I'll go to home page. So in shared.component, shared.component pages, books.razor page. Here I am going to add a breakpoint here in on initialized async, and same thing I'll do for the book detail page. So for that we can go to shared and book details component. Here we have that on initialized async, right? So let's add the breakpoint here as well. Okay. Now I'll refresh this page. Breakpoint came to books.razor. We are here on initialized async, and from here we'll continue and everything will work just fine, and we have the data. Now let's select some genre. I'm selecting science fiction. When I clicked on it, it again came to on initialized async, and again I'll have everything same, and I'll continue and I will see the science fiction books. All right, now let's go to detail page. Now when I click on detail page, it came to this on initialized async on book details component. We are good. Let's continue. Now from here we have the similar books. Now if I click on this, so the page and component is same, only the ID is changing. So right now we have 180 and this is 188. If I tap on it, if I click on it, it again goes to the on initialized async, and we'll continue. One more thing I'll show you. So if we check browser developer tools, and if we go to network tab, okay, and if we select fetch, and now I'm on detail page, and if I select anything, it came here. I'll continue, and here if we see, we have one request. If we click on it, so we can see when we clicked on it, it actually generated a request to this URL, which is this URL books 14, the next URL. So it came, the request came to our component, and then it simply ran everything. We are good now. Now let's stop it and let's see the same thing for our mobile application. So for that, first thing I'll run web in start without debugging, so that we can have our API running. And now I'll select mobile, I'll run it. I still have the same breakpoints. It's coming. By default it will open home page, so we'll see if we got the breakpoint. So it is here, we are on books.razor, so we have this breakpoint. If we'll continue, everything will work fine, and I'll continue, and we can see the data. Now let's select, go to top genre, let's select some genre. I'm clicking on fantasy, and you see nothing happened. It didn't came to on initialize async again. Let's try one more time. I am here, I'll go to top genre, I'll select, let's say, adventure this time, and this page scroll to the top. That means something happened, but our on initialize async method did not get called. Okay, let's go to the detail page and we'll see the similar thing there as well. So I clicked on it for the detail page. Now I can see book details component on initialize async. I'll continue. We can see the detail page. Now from here, let's select any other, and same thing is again happening. I'm selecting any other book. Scroll, it is scrolling to the top, but this on initialize async is not getting called. Now we need to understand how Blazor SSR works and how other flavors of Blazor works. All right. So when we talk about SSR, static server side rendering, what happens? There is no interactivity. There is nothing like on after render async, all those lifecycle methods. So this on initialize async, and we have one more on parameter set async. These two methods gets called, and after that nothing gets called. So how this works, it when we request any page, it simply creates instance of that component, it runs this on initialize async, and it gives the result. Then that's all, nothing happens after that. And when we click on any link that could be the same component, same page, Request goes to the server. It again creates a new instance of this page, runs on initialize async, and returns the response. So it is again always a new instance of this page. But that is not how Blazor WebAssembly, Blazor Server, and Blazor Hybrid inside .NET MAUI works. For all these three, we have interactivity. So when we have interactivity, how these things work? On initialize, first component instance is created, then it runs on initialize async, and after that, if we are on the same page and if we click on any link which is updating some parameter for the same component or same page, it does not runs on initialize async again, because this component was already initialized. We already had instance, we already had the initialized component. Only the parameter is changing, and because we have interactivity, we can handle that parameter changed event or parameter change lifecycle hook here. Now let me show you what all this means. So what I'll do, I'll override one more method. There I'll say on parameter set or on parameter set async, anyone we can have. So I have this on parameter set async. It should be async, and I'll not do anything here. I'll simply put breakpoint. Okay, and same thing I'm going to do for book details books component. All right, I am adding this breakpoint, and now we are good. Now let's try. First, we are on mobile version, so let's try on mobile version only what is happening. I'm running it. Home page on initialize async gets called. We'll continue. We have on parameter set async. All right, then again continue, and now there is no connection with this page. Now if I no, there is a connection with this page because we are on hybrid. Now if I select, let's say fantasy, you see breakpoint got hit. This time we directly land on parameter set async. This time control flow did not go to on initialize async. Now if we continue, nothing will happen because we do not have any logic inside this. Whatever logic we have in on initialize async, that is getting executed only once when we are coming to this page, this component for the first time. After that, there is no connection with this on initialize async. After that, we have this on parameter set async only, nothing else. Now let's same thing will happen if we go to detail page. I'm going to detail page here on initialize async, continue. Then it will hit on this on parameter set async. Now I'll continue. We are here. Now if I select any other book, we are on the same component because this route is for the same component. So it again came to on parameter set async. And if we check book ID, this is also going to be changed. Now we have 27. I'll continue. Now let's select one more. Let's say this Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It again came here. Now if we check, book ID is 97. That means we are getting the updated values in on parameter set async. But because we are not executing this logic again, so we have the same thing. It is not showing anything different on the UI. I'll continue and nothing there. All right. So what we need to do, we need to move this logic to on parameter set async, which is getting called for all the cases. For first case also, when we initially comes to this, then also, and after that, whenever this parameter is changing, that means whenever we are clicking on any other book while we are on the same detail page, then this method is again going to be executed, and then we'll again execute the same logic to update data on this page. Now let's check the same thing if that will work for SSR as well. If I stop it and if I select web and if I run it, okay, let's wait for it. It is here. We have this breakpoint on the books homepage. If I'll continue on parameter set async, after on initialized, it came to on parameter set async. I'll continue and we are good. Now let's select some other genre. It again come to on initialize async, then on parameter set async, right? That means this on parameter set async, this is always going to be executed for both web and mobile. So if we have some link on our component which points to the same component, then we need to have our logic in on parameter set async, right? I'll again rephrase it. If we are on the same component and if we have some link which points to the same component. So in this case, what this framework Blazor does for Blazor WebAssembly, Blazor server, that is interactive server and interactive WebAssembly, and Blazor hybrid, these frameworks simply reuse the same component because they already have instance of the same component. So they will simply raise those parameter change event, those simply check this parameter change event, and those are not going to initialize the component again, and those are not going to run the on initialized method again because they already have this. Okay, all right. So in our case, we have books page, which is our home page. So here, when we click on any of this genre, so we are on the same page. What we are doing, we are simply adding query string. So it is not changing the URL. That's why it is on the same thing, and it will run this on parameter set async. Same thing on book details component also. The same thing, we have this book ID, and whenever we are selecting any book from similar books, so it should open up that book detail component, but we are already on big book details component. So that is going to reuse this book details component by updating the book ID's value. So it is not going to run on initialize async again. It will simply use this on parameter set async. All right. So I hope it makes sense and it is clear now. So now what we will do, we'll simply remove this on initialize logic from here. We'll simply say cut everything and paste inside on parameter set async. And now we can get rid of on initialize. Same thing for books. We'll cut everything from on initialize async and we'll add it in on parameter set async and we'll remove this. For all other components, we are good. So this condition happens only in the case when from same component we are navigating to same component, then only. All right. Now first we'll see on web. I'm going to remove all the breakpoints. Now we don't need any breakpoint. Delete all breakpoints. Yes. We'll see if everything is still working fine or no. We are on top books. Let's select fantasy. We are on fantasy books. Let's select classics. We are on classic books, right? This thing is working. Let's go to detail page. We are on detail page. Let's select some other, the never ending story. And we have the never ending story. Let's select some other, the Princess Bride. And we have the Princess Bride. That means everything is working fine. All genre. Let's go to some genre. Philosophy. We have philosophy. Author, books by this author. So everything is still working fine, right? Let's close it. Open it in non-debug mode. And now we'll check our mobile version. So let's select mobile and let's run it. All right, we are here on top books. Now let's select, go to top genre and let's select adventure. It came to the top and we have adventure books now. That means this worked. Let's try it again. Mystery. It came to the top. We have mystery books and we have different set of books. That means this thing is working. Now let's try detail page. I am on the curious incident of the dog in the night time. Okay, now I'll go to the bottom and I select Life of Pi. It goes to the top and we can see Life of Pi now. That means everything is working fine. Geisha or Geisha, whatever it is. So everything is still working fine. We are good. Go back, go back, go back, go back, and we are on main page again. Explore, top genre. We have top books, and nothing is happening. This case is missing. You see, if I select top books, nothing is happening, but something should happen. Science fiction, it is working with science fiction. So the only this top books case is not working. Why that is not working? Let's quickly check. So if we go to our tab bar in our mobile, components, layout, tab bar. In tab bar, select genre async. Here, if we see, if that was top books, we are navigating to slash, which is actually current home page only. So we are on the same component, we are navigating to same component without changing anything. We need to tell it that something has changed. So for that, what we can do, we can simply say question mark genre equals, we can leave it blank. We should be handling it on our home page. Yes, this is genre slug, and here we check for string null or white space. Yeah, so by default this is null now, and this is changing. So this case should work now. So I'll save everything and I'll run it again. All right, we are here. Let's select some genre. Fantasy. We are on fantasy. Top books. Books changed, but this heading did not change. Why heading did not change? Let's see what is happening here. On books page, if we check, default heading is top books, but on parameter set async, we come here in on parameter set async, we are okay. Previously it was something else, but now when this method executed again, this time it came here, it set all these things, then this condition was false, genre select was null in this case, so it simply continued from here without changing underscore heading, right? So what we'll do, we'll do this thing here as well. In else case, if genre select is null or empty, then also we'll say top books. So now we have covered all the cases. Let's quickly check this case again. Okay, top books. Let's select something. Fantasy. We are here. Top genre. Let's select mystery. We are on mystery books. Now let's select top genre again. Now we'll select top books. Books changed and heading changed. So everything is working fine. All right. Now I think we have achieved everything. Everything is working fine now. Now there are a couple of small pieces which we'll do next. One thing is this, you see this browsers, not browser, this Androids, this status bar. This has a different color and our Blazing Books header has a different color. So we'll make these two colors same. After that, whenever we are doing anything, let's say fiction, scroll works, but it happens after some time. Let's select this fiction. It is not working. What happened? Adventure. Okay, there is some case which is missing. Let's check what it is. Is there any error in output window? Yes, there is some error. 502 bad gateway. So our API stopped, but it is working. If we check, Oh, it is working. What happened then? If I go to genre, it's not working. There is some case. We need to check what case is that is. I'll try to debug then. So yeah, I was talking about this thing, this top status bar color. We'll fix this, and after that we'll do two other things as well. Let me show you what it is. First thing, whenever we are doing something, whenever we are selecting anything, we are navigating from one page to another. So that takes some time. So there is no visual indicator that something is happening. So the point is we need some loader. Okay, for example, if I am on the very top and I go to top genre, I select science fiction. It comes after some time, but there is no visual indicator. If I do this, I am on the mesh runner. It comes after some time. Same thing. If I select it, it takes some time. So we should have some loader visual indicator that something is happening here. All right. Then this arrow, if you see, this is not in vertically center, right? It is on the bottom vertically if we check. So we will fix these three things. Then we'll try to debug that. If we again got that issue, we'll check that. Okay. All right. So let's stop it. First everything. Close all. Okay, so we'll go one by one. First thing, status bar color for this mobile MAUI application. So for this, we will install a package in mobile project that is going to be community toolkit.maui. Community toolkit.maui. Community toolkit.maui. We are going to install this. It gives us ability to change the status bar color of Android and iOS, the device, physical device status bar color. So looks like this is installed. Now it opened this readme. It is saying that we need to add this line, use MAUI community toolkit, in order to enable this in our MAUI program. So we'll close all and we'll go to MAUI program.cs in our mobile project only. And on this builder, we'll add that use MAUI community toolkit, which comes from this community toolkit.maui namespace. All right, now we can use this. So the way we can use this thing is related to Android platform. So, and we are setting this status bar color globally for complete application. So the main page from .NET MAUI side, that is this main page.xaml. Here we have this Blazor web view where we are saying that you need to start Blazor from here. All right. So here we will define our status bar color change logic. Okay. So here we will have our content page dot behaviors. The way it is being implemented is, it is a behavior that is status bar behavior. For that we need namespace of this community toolkit MAUI. Okay, so we will add that namespace. Here we'll say XMLNS and we can name it whatever we want. Let's call it toolkit. Okay, and here we'll say this MAUI toolkit schemas.microsoft.com.net 2022 MAUI toolkit, this namespace. You can get it from internet. You can check what is the namespace for this, but I usually type this MAUI or toolkit, it comes. All right, so from here we will have that status bar behavior which comes from toolkit namespace. All right, and on this we have two things. First is status bar color. So this color, we are going to set this color same as our main root color. So we cannot access that root color because that is defined in CSS as a variable. So we'll simply go to our shared component. We'll go to www root. We'll check what is it, common.css, and the color main, which is this one. Let's copy this color, hex code, come here and status bar color, we'll define this color. All right, now in this status bar behavior, we have one more property, that is status bar style. So this is dark content, default, and light content. So we know we are hard codedly setting it this bluish color. So on this white color content, that means light color content makes sense. So we'll set it light content. And now we are good. Our first thing, setting the status bar color, that is done. Okay. Let's quickly try it out. And by the way, for that error, I spent some time, I tried, but that was not reproducible. So maybe something happened in between. So maybe my internet didn't work for that couple of seconds, maybe. That's why it was not able to make call to a dev tunnel. It might be the case. Well, apart from that, I don't have anything. Do let me know in the comment if you also face the same kind of error. Well, let's wait it to build. It's coming, and we can see already the status bar color has changed. Right now, all this is in the same color. All right. Now let's fix this one. On detail page, inner page layout, this left arrow, this is not at the right place. So why so? Let's check. So this will be in mobile component layout and the navbar. So in navbar we have call ldflex MAUI auto, but somehow this MAUI auto is not working, right? Let's first check it in the browser's inspect tool, right? So we'll come here, we'll refresh it. I want to see if that style is getting applied or what is the issue, why it is not working. Let's see. Inspect this one. So we have deflex here, then we have anchor tag where we have MAUI auto, which is fine, which should work. Oh, on anchor, do we have some padding? Text white, H2, A tag, nothing, right? Row. There's nothing, no padding, no margin. What is it? Let's say P0. No. Alright, if this does not work for this particular case, I don't know why it is not working. So we have one more approach. That approach is on this container, we'll say display flex, and then we'll say align items center. And from here, we will remove MAUI auto. All right. There is some margin bottom, right? So we can say M0 as well. So M0, P0. And again, M0 with margin. This is fine like this. There is some margin coming from where? H2, H2. From H2 this margin is coming. All right, let's leave it like this. So on call 1 we'll do deflex align item center. Let's add it. All right, and then on this anchor tag, we'll have this text white h2 fw bold and p0. So we'll remove MAUI auto and we'll add p0. Save everything. So 2 things fixed. Now what was the third one? Third one was loader. All right, so I'll stop it, save everything, close all tabs. For loader, we need that loader only for mobile application, right? That applies there only, because there is no interactivity on SSL side, so we can't have loader like that. So for that, what we'll do, but we will have loader, but components and pages are shared, right? So we need somehow some mechanism by which we can use the method. Either we can use conditional method, or we can have some common methods which will not do anything on web, but those will simply show and hide loader on the mobile side. All right, so we have some common service already. If we go to shared DTO I common service, right? So here only we can have 2 methods to show and hide the loader. So when we'll have show and hide loader, we need to store that information somewhere. All right, so what we can do, we can have some piece of state in our mobile application. So let's go to mobile application, in services maybe, or we can have it outside, but yeah, let's have outside. So in mobile, I'll create a new file. I'll call it, let's say, appstate.cs. okay, public class appstate, and for this we will implement I notify property changed, because we need to notify UI whenever we are changing the loader state, if we are hiding that or showing that kind of stuff. And this is how we can react to this change from our container of our Blazor web view, which is going to be our main page.xml, main.xml. all right, so it gives us this public event property changed, event handler property changed. So we'll use this. In here, what we are going to do, we will have 2 properties, 2 full properties actually. So I'll say prop full. First is going to be, let's say, string underscore loader message. Okay, it could be fetching books, fetching book details, fetching genres, something like this, right? And the main name of the property, we'll say loader message, like this. Now when we are getting the value, we'll simply return this. But when we are setting the value, what we'll do, after setting the value, we will use this property changed. We'll invoke, we'll tell that this property has been changed. So we need to provide sender, which is going to be this only, and then property changed event args. Here we can define property changed event args and name of the property, which is this loader message. Okay, we'll do the same thing. We can have default value as, let's say, processing. Then we are going to have one more property of type boolean, where we'll say is visible, something like this, underscore is visible, or let's say is loader visible. All right, the name of the property is loader visible. So for get, we'll simply return this, and for set, after setting the value, or maybe we can first check if loader visible is not equals this value, that means this value has changed from true to false or false to true. After that, we'll simply invoke this property changed dot invoke, and same thing, this comma new property change event args name of is loader visible. It should be like this, is loader visible, name of this. All right, now this is ready, our properties are ready. Now we need helper methods here, so we'll have two methods. Did I miss something? Yes, I'll have two helper methods here. One is public void show loader with an enable loader message. Okay, here first thing, or maybe let's have default value, we'll say processing, something like this, dot dot dot. All right, if we didn't provide this, then we'll have this, and if this is null or white space, in that case also we'll have this thing, we'll set this to this processing. Now after this, what we'll do, we'll simply say loader message equals this loader message, and is loader visible equals true, because we want loader to be visible now. All right, after this we are going to have one more method, public void hide loader. Okay, and here what we'll do, we'll set this loader message equals default value, which is this processing, and we'll set is loader visible to false. All right, now we are good. Now we need to register this app state. This should be singleton, because we need only one instance of this state throughout our app, throughout our mobile app. So we'll go to MAUI program. In here we will register this. We'll say builder.services.add singleton app state. Now we can inject this app state. Where can we inject it? We can inject it in our common service. Okay, so for common service, first thing, we'll go to common service interface, and here we are going to define two methods. Okay, one is for showing loader, one is for hiding loader. So here we'll say void show loader with string loader message. Now we'll use C# feature of default interface implementation. So we are doing this so that we don't need to provide body for this method in our web project common service, right? Because this does not belong here. There is no point of having body for that. So it will have this blank body, so it will not throw any error and it will not do anything. All right, but for mobile we'll implement this. And same thing, hide loader, we will not have any parameter, but we'll have this default implementation. All right, okay, we are good now. Now we'll go to our mobile common service, and here we can implement those. So public void show loader, let's copy those methods, these two methods. So we'll add public void show loader, public void hide loader, and then we'll provide body for this. So this body, it will belong to this app state. So we will, from our common service, we will call our app states method. Or yeah, we need these in iCommon service because app state belongs inside this mobile only. It does not exist in shared components where we have all our components, most of our components. All right, so we will inject app state in our common service for mobile. So we'll inject app state, and we'll add create and assign a read only field, and we'll have this app state here like this. Now we can use this underscore app state to show and hide loader. From show loader, we'll say app state dot show loader with this loader message, and for hide loader, we'll say underscore app state dot hide loader. Okay, and now we are good. Now we have this loader state in app state. Now we need to use this app state to show and hide loader on mobile side. So for this, what we'll do, we'll go to our main page.xaml, which is the main host page for our Blazor hybrid application. So here we will show device specific native loader. Okay, that is called activity indicator in mobile platforms language. So for Android and iOS, we have activity indicator. So we are going to use those. Alright, so in order to use those, first thing we need to inject our app state here. So we'll come to main page.xaml.cs, and in this main page we are going to inject our app state. Okay, and here we'll define binding context of this page. This is required so that it can react to changes. Alright, app state and this. Now we need to use this on this XAML page. So first thing we need to have namespace. So we'll say XMLNS, and we already have this local namespace, right? So we defined app state outside of everything. That means the namespace is this blazingBooks.mobile, which is this local namespace, which we already have. So we'll use this directly. We don't need this background color. Here we need to define data type. Here we'll say app state. Type app state, local app state. Now we are good. Now we will have IntelliSense support for this. All right, so behavior is fine. Now this Blazor web view, so we need that loader to be on top of everything always. All right, so what we'll do, we will have a main grid here with single row, single column, default grid. If you are not familiar with .NET XAML, don't worry, just follow with me. It is a very short thing which we are doing to display that loader. There could be other approaches as well. There could be Blazor only approach as well if you want, but because we are on mobile, so it makes more sense to have the device native loader. All right, so in this grid we will move our Blazor web view which came with this template. We will have it here, and after this we will have our loader here. Okay, so for that loader, what we are going to do, we are going to have a border. Or maybe we can have some faded overlay. So for that we can use box view with color of anything, maybe I don't know, light green or maybe light gray only. Let's use this color. Then we'll say background color transparent. Let's see if it works. What is this W color? Something's not right. What is it? Okay, let's remove box view. We'll keep it simple. So for this, what we'll do, we'll have simple border, which is actually a container. Inside this border, we are going to have a vertical stack layout, and inside that vertical stack layout, we are going to have two things. First, we are going to have our loader, which is called activity indicator. Okay, with some color. If we want to define, if we don't want to define, then okay, we are good. And after activity indicator, we will have a label with the text, whatever we have defined in loader message. So here we'll say binding, and now we can get our loader message here like this. So this is default. Now this border, it should be visible only when our is loader visible state is true. So here on this border, we'll say is visible, binding is loader visible. So this is the basic implementation with no styling, but let's have some styling. So on this border, what we'll do, we'll have stroke shape of round rectangle with a border radius of, let's say, 4, or maybe let's make it 10, with stroke thickness, this is border 0, then background color we'll have it white. Okay, then we want it to be in the center of the screen, so horizontal options, this is horizontal option center, and then vertical options also at center, and now we are good. Okay, from border point of view, then we have vertical stack layout. So for this vertical stack layout, inside this border we'll make it center, horizontal option center, vertical option center, and then we want to have some spacing between this activity indicator and this label. So for this we can have spacing of, let's say, 10, which is a lot, I guess. Let's make it 5. All right, now we have activity indicator and label. So on this activity indicator we will set is running to true, so that it is always visible, but its actual visibility will be handled by its parent, which is this border. So this complete section is going to be visible only when we are displaying the loader. All right, and on this label, this loader message, and then for this also we'll move it to center horizontally, and then we can have text color, maybe the color of our main color, which is this color. And we can maybe increase the font size if we want. Let's make it 15. Save everything, and now we should be good. Now we just need to show and hide these loaders. So for this, what we'll do, let's close all these first. Let's go to the first home page, that will be in share.components, pages, books.razor. We already injecting iCommon service, so we are good here. Now in on parameter setting, before doing anything, we will simply say common service dot show loader with loader message. So we'll say something like fetching data or just fetching. Okay, and after doing all of this, at the very end we'll say common service dot hide loader, and now we are good. Let's go to genres, all genres. So here we are on initialized AC. Here we'll say common service dot show loader, fetching genres, we could say this, and then after this we'll say common service dot hide loader. All right, now let's go to shared author books component. We are here. Here we'll say common service dot show loader, and here we'll say fetching author books. Okay, and after fetching and after setting everything, we'll say common service dot hide loader, like this. Go to book details component, same thing. In on parameter setting, after checking this thing, we'll say common service dot show loader. Here we'll say fetching book details. Okay, and before this book is null, we'll set common service dot hide loader. All right, let's go to books grid. There is nothing inside this. Popular books, there is nothing inside this. I guess we have covered all our pages, right? Yeah. All right, so save everything, and first thing we'll run web with start without debugging. and we'll quickly check if all the pages and everything is still working fine. Ideally this should work fine. So all this change, whatever we have done, it should not have any effect on how the web is working right now. It's here. Let's refresh. Everything is fine. We can go to the inner pages, we can go to the detail page, we can go to the again detail page, all genre, everything is working fine. All right, let's check mobile version. Oh, that means that didn't run. How that run? Oh, because this is mobile. So there is no argument given to the main page. Main page. All right, we are missing that. So in main page, we are getting this app state, but main page is not getting injected. Is not getting injected as a dependency injection, but it is framework. We are creating its instance from app.xml.cs. So we'll inject app state here as well, and we'll pass this app state from here. Save everything and let's run. It's loading. Already you saw that fetching. Let's try something. Top genre, fantasy. You see that fetching, quick fetching. If I go to detail page, fetching book details, right? So that is working fine. We just need to fine tune that. So now what I am going to do for now, to design that, I will go to app state and hide loader. For now I will just comment these two things out so that I can see the loader. It is not going to be hidden. We'll see that loader and then we'll design that. All right, let's restart. We'll uncomment this after designing the UI, that loader. Let's wait for it. All right, so you see this is fetching and we have this loader. Now we'll go to our main page.xml. Here we have this border. So in this border I am going to have some padding, let's say 10, and you see we have this padding now, a bigger padding, and this stroke thickness I provided 0, right? I'll say 1, and then stroke color I will provide maybe black for now, so that we can see that black border. Yes, this is this, but this black we are not going to use it. We'll use our main color, which is this one. All right, now this fetching text, let's make it bigger. So instead of 15 we'll make it 18. All right, now on this border let's have some shadow, some default shadow. For this we can have border.shadow, and I'll use default shadow. I will not do any change. And now if I remove this stroke thickness, I'll make it back to 0. Then also we see this shadow, right? Then we can simply remove the stroke color because we are not using that now. So we are good now with this design. If you go to detail page, it should show something like this, fetching book details and like this. All right, now let's go back to our app state and let's uncomment this, save everything, and let's rerun the app. So this came out pretty good. I hope you guys have learned So many new things, and I hope you guys like this complete project. Okay, it is here. Let's select genre. You see that quick loader, fetching book details. If I go to Clockwork Prince, fetching book details, so everything is working fine, right? And if I go to this author books, so fetching author books, that should be books, right? Did I miss that? Fetching author books, fetching author books. Yeah, this was fetching author books. Why this books didn't come? Fetching author books. William Goldman. Oh, on this also we have same situation. Books by Cassandra Clare. On this author books page, we have this popular book section here as well. And from here we can click on this author book, author name. So from this case also it navigates to the same page, right? So what we'll do the same thing. We'll move logic from on initialized async to on parameter async. On parameter set async, we'll set async, and then let's copy everything or cut everything, and let's move it to on parameter set async, and we'll remove on initialized async. All right, we handled this case as well. Let's run. Now this loading text, this also will fix that loading text. Right now we are here, everything is fine. Let's go to popular books section. Here it is. If I click on it, okay, if I click on it, fetching author should have that books, right? But it is working fine. We just don't see the actual loader, this text completely. We should check. There is some issue. If I go to main page.sample, font size 18, text color, and there is nothing which I am setting, which shouldn't be like it. For now, let's try to have this text size as 10. I just want to see if the text is there, but somehow, yeah, fetching author books. You see, fetching author books. So that is not being shown because of the size. We'll make it 15. Fetching author. Maybe that books ... that goes to the second line. Let's see what we can do. Let's go to label. All right, let's quickly go through the properties, what all we can set. Let me quickly check. Font size, font attribute, font auto scaling, text transform, text decoration, formatted text, line height, max lines, padding, text type. What is text type? Text type, text and HTML. Text transform, formatted text, text alignment, line break mode. All right, line break mode, no wrap, word wrap, character wrap, head truncation, tail truncation, middle truncation. So I think we can use this tail truncation. Let's try it out. Line break mode. tail truncation. If I save it, if I check it, we can see fetching author books, but let's make it bigger, 16. Fetching author books, let's make it 18. Fetching author books. All right, so it is fine now. And if that text goes much longer than the truncation, that it will automatically truncate the characters from the end, right, from the tail. So now we are good. All right, fetching author books, everything is working fine. Fetching book details, fetching book details, and everything is fine. We are good. We are going back and back. All right, so looks like everything is fine now. We can go to all genres page. We can come back here. We can select top genre, fantasy. Everything is working fine. All right, so I think we have achieved everything. Now there is only one piece which is missing, that is paging. Okay, so for paging we are not going to go into any complex logic. We will simply have previous and next page links. That's all what we are going to have. Let's close all tabs. So first we need paging on our books page, the main home page. So we'll go to share.components, pages, books.razor. So we are here. After everything, inside this first section, call MD9 only. After this row where we are displaying our books, after that we can have an HR, or maybe we can directly have our previous and next page links. So for this we need to check if we have any previous page or next page. So for that we have this page number. We will play around with this page number, and the URL is page/page, and this is for next and previous page, right? So what I am going to do, I am going to have two computed properties here. So private string, I'll say next page URL. Okay, so this is going to be for this we can be on some query string page, right? When I say query string, it could be maybe we are on some genre page. So that should be maybe something, some local host colon 1234 question mark genre equals fantasy, something like this. So for page 2, what we need to do, this URL, it should be this complete thing, and we should add this page/2 in between, right? This is page/page number, so in between. So if we are on this thing, we need to go to this thing. So we first need to grab this query string, then we need to inject this page, and then we need to reappend this query string. That's how we should use this, right? All right, so how we are going to do this is, so we'll do this next page URL, next page. So let's have these, instead of this type of properties, let's have this private string and variable next page URL, like this, and previous page URL. So previous page URL and next page URL. All right, now when we are in this on parameter set async, here we are going to check, on books page I don't have that condition which checks this page number. right? We should have this condition which should check if we have some invalid page. And one more thing we need to see, we need to check for page number 1, we are not using this approach, page slash, right? This will start from page 2. For page 1 it will be direct. So inside this, when we go to this on parameter settings, first line only we will check if page no, that is this page number, what it is, if it is less than 2, then we need to do something. And what we need to do something, if this is less than 2, we will we know that this is incorrect. When we say incorrect, no, not incorrect, we just need to check this page number should not be less than 2. It should either be, let's remove this default value, it should be either 2 or greater than 2, right? We are passing this from URL page slash page no, so page slash 1 we are not allowing it. So if this is page number is less than 2, this is an incorrect thing. In this case, what we'll do, we'll simply say navigation manager dot, we are not injecting navigation manager here, no, let's inject it, inject navigation manager, and here we'll say navigation manager dot navigate to go to the slash page, which is home page. All right, or we could say like this, genre equals, what is it, yeah, let's leave it like this. So it should go here and we'll return from here, we will not do anything further. All right, if it is less than 2, if it is 2 or greater than 2, then we are okay, we are fine. All right, now when we have this page number which will pass to fetch data, after fetching data and after having everything, we have books and total count here. Now here we will do something, we need to construct next page and previous page URLs here, right? Next page and previous page URL. So here first thing we will check if page no is null or page no is less than 2. No, less than 2 case will not come here, right? So if page number is null, that means we are on page number 1. Now let's check this case like this. If we are already on page number 1, then what we'll do, we'll say pre-page URL is null because there is no previous page, right? If that's not the case, we'll set pre-page URL equals, now first we need to have this genre and this query string somewhere. So what we'll do here, we'll say word parts equals, we'll say navigation manager dot URI dot split, we'll split from this question mark which is for query string. Okay, then what we'll do, we'll simply say word page URL equals, let me think about it. If we have query string, first we need to check if we actually have query string. So for that we'll say if parts dot length, if it is greater than 1, that means we have 2, that means we have query string, some query string. Then we need to have this logic, if page is null, then we know previous page is, there is no previous page, so we'll simply skip this. And in else case, we know that we are on page number 2 or more than 2. So here what we'll do, we'll say slash, and then we need to check if we are on page number 2, page number, yeah, we are on page number 2 or we are on page number more than 2, because if we are on page number 2 we need to come back to page number 1, and page number 1 should not have anything. All right, so in else we'll do this thing. We will check if page number is greater than 2. Then we'll say slash page slash page number -1. All right, because this is the structure of our paging, slash page number, right? Page slash page number, and after that we need to append query string, whatever query string we have. So for this, what we'll do, we need to have query string here. Okay, so this logic, this should be outside of this. Yes, and here we should have one more piece which will say query string equals, we'll have it blank, and if this is greater than 1, then we'll fill it out with query string equals question mark and then parts of 1. So that means we are simply appending the query string whatever it was earlier, and then here we'll say previous null, and in this case we will say page number 2, then page number, and then here we'll simply append our query string. If that's not the case, that means page number is not greater than 2, that means page number is 2 only. So in that case, what we'll do, we'll simply say slash and then query string. All right, because this is the page 1 URL structure for us. All right, same thing we will do for next page. So if page number is null or page number equals 1, that means we are on first page. So previous page will be null, but next page will be there. So for next page, what we'll do, we'll simply set it this thing. We'll say page slash page number +1. In this case, we know this should be hard-coded 2. And then query string, whatever query string we have. And in this case, this else case, here we'll say next page URL equals, here we'll check if page number is okay here. So we need to check this condition for both the places. So what we can do, we can have this centralized. So we'll say page number is greater than 2, then previous page URL, this is going to be this thing, and next page URL is going to be page number +1 query string. All right, now if this is not greater than 2, this is page number 2 itself. So the previous page URL will be this query string, and the next page URL will be same. Oh, so we could have the initial case only. Yeah, maybe let's have it like this only. It's simpler. I hope it works for all the cases. So now we are good. What we can do, we can simply extract out this logic into a separate method. Here we'll say private void set paging URLs, something like this, and we'll add it here. and here we'll call it set paging URLs like this, and now we are good. Now we can't have next page always. Whatever this current page is the last page. So for that, what we can do, we can simply check if on the current page we have records total to the page size, right? So let's say our page size is 5 and we have on first page I'm displaying 5, that is fine. If on second page I'm displaying only 3 records but page size is 5, that means on this current page there are no 5 records, that means there are no further records, that means there is no next page, so this one is the last page only. Okay, so we'll follow this approach when we are checking set paging URLs. In here, when we are setting the next page URL, before doing this we will check our current page book count, something like this. This should be underscore books dot length. Okay, and here when I'm setting the next page URL, maybe there is only one page. So for this, what I can do, I can check if current page book count is less than page size. So here we'll say there is only one page. There are no more records, so we will not have next page. All right, if that's not the case, then we have next page, which is this one. Similar thing, yeah, if that's the case, we'll set next page URL to null. All right, same thing we'll do here when we're setting the next page. Let's copy this thing, come here, next page URL will be null, else it will be this one. So I hope it works. It was so confusing, we are generating it on the fly. So let's see, let's now show previous and next page buttons here. So on this, what I am going to do, for web version, I am going to have both of these next and previous buttons on the right side. But for mobile version, what I am going to do, I am going to have these previous and next page buttons on sides, corners of the page. So on left side, previous page, on next side, next page. All right, so let's have some div class paging, something like this, and inside this I'm going to have if condition, and I'll check if common service dot is web, then do this, else do this. All right, so in this first thing, what I'll do on this paging, I will define w100, which is width 100%. All right, inside this, for web, I will have div class dflex, which is display flex, and I'll say justify content end to move content to the right side, and then align items center, vertically center, and now we are good. All right, and inside this we will have our previous and next buttons. So let's have this anchor tag a href. We should generate the next and previous page dynamic. So here we'll do this, if this is for previous page. So if prev page URL is not null, else this is null, that means here we know there is previous page, and here we know there is no previous page. Well, let's say if there is previous page, we need some link to go there. So we'll say a href, and the URL is going to be previous page URL. All right, we'll have some classes btn, not btn book. We'll have simple btn, btn sm, btn outline primary. All right, this thing. In here we'll have left arrow, so same ampersand LARR like this. All right, now for this, if there is no previous page, then also we'll have same styling, but instead of anchor tag, now we'll have button. We will not have href, instead we'll have button type button, but we will disable this button. We will have it for visual indication, but it will not do anything, so we'll disable it. All right, cool. Same thing we'll do for next page. So this is for previous page. Now inside this only we'll have this next page. So here we'll say next page URL. There is next page, there is no next page. So next page, and this is going to be a right arrow, so RARR. All right, save everything, and now we are good. So this is for web. Now there is one thing, this logic, this is going to be same, right? The only thing which is going to change is this container, right? Deflex, justify content, and align item center. For mobile version, I want this justify content between. That's the only change. So instead of repeating this again, what we can do, we can extract this complete thing out, this inner thing, to one separate component. So in shared component.shared only, I'll create a new component. I'll call it pagination.razor, and I'll simply cut this thing from here and paste it here. Now we need this previous page URL and next page URL here. So we'll have our code block, and we'll have two pieces of parameters here. Public string prev page URL get set. This should be parameter and editor required, because we need this parameter to generate HTML for this component. Same thing we'll do with next page URL. All right, save, close, and open it again. All right, now this prev page URL, we'll use it here, previous page URL, and same next page URL, we are going to use it here like this. All right, okay, now let's go here, and here we can define this pagination, and we need to define prev page URL, that will be underscore @ prev page URL, and next page URL @ next page URL, and we are good. And we'll copy this thing, we'll paste it for this else pad. The only thing which is going to change is justify content between. Save it, and we should be good. Let's check it out first. Okay, this is on books page, and after this we'll need the same thing on our author books page, right? So let's first check it on web. All right, we are here, and if we go to very end, we have this next and previous. Previous is disabled, we can't do anything here. Next, you see on the top we have page 2. We should have some indication here as well, right? We are on page 2 now. Now page 1 is also enabled. We can go to page 3, page 2, page 1. Now we don't have anything. Let's select some genre, literature, next page, next page. So next and previous page are working. We should have some spacing between these two. All right, so let's first check this on mobile, how it is looking there, then we'll work on that spacing. So I'm running web in start without debugging mode. And then we'll select our mobile, run it. All right, we are here. Top books, if we check, we have this previous and next, right? On sites, next, and then this previous. All right, let's have text as well for next and previous. Or maybe instead of this outline primary, we can have it direct primary as well. All right, let's do this. So we'll go to pagination. We'll remove this outline, just btn primary, and then here left arrow we'll say prev, left arrow prev, right arrow next, before this next, and next. All right, and for some spacing, so we can add on any of these, maybe from on this previous page we can have margin right, so we'll say mr or me margin end, I don't know, 3. Same thing on this me3. Save everything and let's rerun. Right now we are on mobile. All right, scroll, and we have previous, which is disabled, and then we have next. Go back. Next, we are on page 2. Then again, now previous and next, both of these buttons are enabled. Next. So we are good. We just need to add that page number as well with this, maybe top books, then page 1, page 2, like this. Now before that, let's check it on web. We should see some spacing and then next and previous text as well there. All right, it is coming, and we have prev and next, right? Next, we are on next page, next, previous, and now previous is disabled. All right, looks like we are good. We just need to add page number here with this heading. Let's do this quickly. So books, where we're generating our heading, underscore heading, right? So here what we'll do, after doing everything, we will check if page number is greater than 1. Then what we'll do, we'll say underscore heading plus equals space 5 page and page number dot value maybe, or we can have page number as well. We know till here that this is not null. All right, I guess we are good. Let's try it out. Stop, and in the web we didn't check the URL for selected genre, right? We'll check that as well. So here we have top books, we have next. Now we are here top books page 2, right? Next top books page 3. If we go to previous, top books page 2. If we go back again, now just top books, because for page 1 we are not saying that this is page 1. All right, now let's go to science fiction. We have science fiction books. Next page 2. So we are on science fiction books page 2, and we have this URL in place. Now next page is disabled. Next is disabled because there's no next page. We are displaying 16 books on one page, but on this page we just have 15. That means there is no next page. We can go to previous page, which is science fiction books page number 1. All right, this is fine. Now let's quickly check this thing in our mobile version as well. For that, first we'll run web in start without debugging mode, and then we'll run our mobile. All right, we are here. Next, top books page 2, that means this is working. If we go again, next, top books page 3. All right, we can go back, previous, top books page 2. All right, let's select top genre. We'll select science fiction books page number 1. So previous page should be disabled, yes. And next, science fiction books page 2. And now next is this disabled, we just have previous button. So on previous we can go to previous page. That means paging is working as expected here. All right, let's quickly do the same thing for our author books as well. So for that, we can copy this thing, this section, paging w100 common service is web, common service align URL, previous page, next page. Let's copy this, go to author books component. After displaying the books, author books, we'll add this thing here, and I will define previous page and next page. So these things, all right, now we'll have this set paging URL method. All right, now after that we will have this condition, this page number is greater than 1 heading plus this. So this should be after this, and then we will call set paging URLs after getting the author books. All right, now there are no books, there are author books. All right, looks like we are good. And yeah, this condition also we can have as an additional check. We are doing it like this: if less than equals to 0, this author slug is this, or we can have one more condition: if page number is greater than 2, less than 2, then also we'll do this. And we'll remove the default value 1 from here. Now we need it as null. All right. Okay, so save it. Let's check it. So we'll check it in our web, run. Let's check. Let's go to previous next. Both of these buttons are disabled. I don't know if we have any author who has multiple books. In our case, I don't know, Neil Gaiman. Nope. And J.K. Rowling. Nope. So this will work. The logic is same. We have this previous next pages, so this should work. All right, so looks like everything is fine now. We are good with everything. Everything is working on web, everything is working on mobile. On mobile, we can make one more change. So when we are starting the app on mobile, first let me quickly run web again, start without debugging, close all these, and if we open mobile, when it opens, first it shows that loading text at the very left top screen. So keep an eye on this section. You see this loading text. After that, our complete thing comes. So for that, from where it comes, if we go to mobile, www.root index.html, that text is this loading text. All right, so we can modify this loading text to be in the center. So this comes when app is actually initialized. So here we could say initializing the app, and then we can move this div to the center of the screen. So here we could add classes, display flags, justify content center. Okay, align items center, and here we could say minimum height is 100 viewport and minimum width is also 100 viewport. All right, so the initializing the app, it should be in the center of the screen. So I'll save everything and let's try it out. Okay, let's see. Initializing the app, you see it was here. So that means we are good. I guess we have achieved everything now. There is no missing piece. Everything is working fine. All right, now one more thing. Let's go to the web. So on web we have these 3 pages. So last mobile app page, it does not have anything. It was just to show the mobile app screenshots which I have on this deployed version. I'm going to update this with the actual data. So this thing. All right, so how this was working, I had these screenshots, and then what I have done, I have simply added those. Okay, let me show you. So I have took the screenshot. I'll go to this web project www.root, and in here I'm going to create a folder. let's say new folder images, and here I'll paste those screenshots, and I named it img 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, okay, to make our life easier basically. So this mobile app page, this is going to be on web only. That's why we'll have this inside web project only. So in web components pages, in here I'm going to define a new razor component. Let's say mobile app dot razor. All right, and the URL going to be slash mobile app, right? This was the URL. If we check our layout nav menu, we have slash mobile app. Yes. All right, it is here. Now in code block, we can have our images. So I'll say private string array underscore images equals, here I can say enumerable dot range. We know images are 1 to 9 dot select. So URL of the image, that will be slash images slash img 1 2 3 4 5. That means this I dot jpeg. This is the format. If we check img1 jpeg, img 2 3 4 5 jpeg, right? Dot to array, and all right, we are good. We have all our images ready. Okay, now here first thing, we will have our page title and our section. This we can get from maybe book detail or author book. We don't have it here. We can get it from some shared page, maybe shared component pages, books, or maybe genre we have here. So page title and section content, we'll have these two things on mobile app first. So here we'll say mobile app and page title. This is going to be directly related to web, so we will not have this condition. We will directly have this our mobile app. We'll say our mobile app. All right, and after this we can have a div class container. Then div class row, and then we can add our for each loop here, where img in, or let's say img in underscore images. All right, now we'll have div class call sm4, call sm4, or maybe on big screens LG we will have 4, on MD we will have 6. Then we can have display flex with justify content center and align item center to make everything in between. Then some padding p3. All right, now inside this we are going to have one image wrapper div. So we'll say div class, we'll have a shadow class which comes from bootstrap. Then we are going to have our img here, img src. This is going to be @img. Alt tag will say mobile app, blazing books mobile app, like this. And we'll have one bootstrap class, that is img fluid, to make it responsive. All right, save everything. Let's try it out. It will be only on web. Okay, it is coming here, and now here also we are missing one thing. that one thing is we should see this is here the menu item, hamburger menu item for this smaller screen. On bigger screen we have this. All right, we'll go to our mobile app and we can see these screenshots. All right, let's fix this missing thing, this thing. We'll check why it is not coming. So we'll make it mobile version, then we'll see there is this navbar toggler button. Somehow something is missing. So what we can do here, on this button, navbar toggler button, we can have it has classes, right? Class navbar toggler. Here only we'll say bg main. All right, and for that menu item, that icon, I'm not using any third-party icon library, but we have one text which we can use. So edit as HTML, we can have this ampersand has 9776. This is HTML Unicode for this icon, right? This is, so from here I'm going to remove this navbar toggler icon and I'll set text white, and now we can see this thing. All right, so this is for UI, and then we need that functionality as well. But before that, let's fix these two things. So first we added this bg main. Let me copy this span. Bg main is small, simple to write. So we'll go to our layout, web layout, components, layout, nav menu. So here we have this navbar toggler. We will have bg main. All right, and on this span we'll remove this, we'll add this span text white. We'll remove this b or whatever it is, then this text. Database toggle, let's remove it, we are not using bootstrap. JavaScript here, bs target, area controls, we can have area control, but we don't need this. All right, now when it happens, so when it happens we will use pure JavaScript for this. Before that, let's change these IDs. So for this button, do we have some ID? No, we don't. So let's add one ID to this. We'll say navbar toggler btn. All right, and then this, for this we'll say navbar content, something like this, or maybe navbar nav. All right, so this navbar nav, this ID, this will add to area controls. Save everything. Now we'll have some JavaScript, and the JavaScript is going to be on global level. So we'll go to app.razor, and here we can define script type text JavaScript. All right, and here we'll say const, we'll say navbar toggler button, we'll get access to this document dot get element by ID, and this should be this ID. All right, after that, on this navbar toggler btn, we will add an event listener for click event. Okay, and here what we'll do, we will get access to navbar nav. What was the ID? Navbar nav. Let's call it same navbar nav equals document dot get element by ID and the same ID. Okay, now whenever we are clicking on it, we can move it outside as well. So whenever we are clicking on this Navbar toggler button, what we want to do on this navbar nav, we want to toggle a class. So on this we have class list. On that we have a toggle method which adds and removes some class, and that class is going to be show. This comes from Bootstrap. So if class show is added, if we go to nav menu, if that is added to this, it will be displayed. If that is not added, it will not be displayed on smaller screens. So I'll stop it for now and I'll run it. All this is related to web only, so we are not worried about the mobile version for this, because this nav menu and this app.razor, both of these are from web only. So on big screen everything is fine. Now on small screen you can see this. If we click on this, this is coming and going, right? So that means this thing is also working fine now. All genres, mobile app, everything is fine. Cool. So looks like we have achieved everything. The only thing I'll do, this is actually adding as icon, this item, but we need to have that code, so that if you see that code, you know this is the thing. All right, so I guess we have achieved everything what we saw in the demo. Let's close all. Alright, so this is our web version. We have home, all genre and mobile. On home we have this header, we have all these genres, science fiction, fiction. We have this popular books, we have books here. Then we have this paging, previous page, next page with this visual indicator. Then we have this popular book section. Here we could click on any book, it will go to us, lead us to the book detail page, where we have this small introduction of the book, similar books, and these genres of those books. We can click on any other books, it will open details for that book. We have books by author as well. Then we have all genre, we can go to any genre, it will lead us to the home page with that selected. Then we have this mobile app page as well, where we are displaying screenshots of our mobile app. Then this is fully responsive as well. So we have these menu items, you can go to home. On home we have this book details page, home page, everything is same. We have this thing, we have previous and next page, we have popular books, and everything is here. All right, now let's see this on mobile. So this is on mobile, same. We have main books, we have previous and next pages, we have that nice loader. Then we have popular books here, we can tap on it, it will open up detail page with this read more or buy now link with all the details, genres, similar books. We can select similar book, it will update. Then we can go back to the home page, and on home page we have this top genre, from where we can select some genre, right? We selected this and we are good. So that selected genres book we are going to have here. Then we have all genres list here, we can select any genre, it will lead us to the back to the home page, where we will have all these things. All right, cool. So that's all for this video series. Please like this video if you like this video series, and please share this video, subscribe my channel, and do let me know in the comment what was your favorite part of this video series. Did you learn something new? Okay, and I'll be back soon with some other video related to Blazor, MAUI, or ASP.NET Core in general. Till then, bye bye, happy coding.